This is Mayor Raz J. Baraka. Welcome to Newark. Baraka, welcome to Newark, city of bricks, full of love stories of Willie the Lion Smith and Sassy Vaughn and the Moss Theater and Amiri Baraka and Emily Miles, home of NJ Pack and the Prue Center of the Newark International Airport and the second largest seaport in the country. This is Newark, finest Portuguese food this side of the tri-state area. If you ain't been here, you ain't been nowhere.
Solstice rhythms, how they travel through you, making you move, creating your groove. Golden age of warmth, serving love on hot picnic days. Under the warmth of the rays of the sun, shining for you, beautiful moon. Don't you know you're shining bright under the light of beautiful Brick City?
Market peeping the parade. Remember running through the Dr. J. Check it out to hit the coffee cave. Remember that? Shorty pulled up with the jean cap. Springfield ad with a breeze at. On the 39 with the mean reps. While I screaming out. Swing that. Ting showing on our roster. Shout out to the queens and I hoping they prosper. Love over everything on a mantra. Finna run the city like I'm Ross Baraka. Like yeah.
Multicolored faces and languages of all kinds. Whether you in Ivy Hill having cocoa bread and beef patties, or Lower Broadway with espresso and mofongo, or doing capoeira down bottom, Newark is us all. Many footprints, many fingerprints. We are Newark, one family, Brick City.
That's right. And to greet us with a warm welcome, the chair of our event and East Ward Councilman, Michael Silva.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for coming. If you haven't been here yet, this is the East Ward, also known as the Ironbound section, and for us who were born and raised here, Down Neck. But it's the heartbeat, I believe, of the city. So many different cultures here, from the Portuguese to the Brazilians to the Ecuadorians to the Spanish to the Mexicans to the Peruvians to the Colombians, and I'm probably missing a few others. But this is the melting pot of the city of Newark, and we have tremendous, tremendous culture here in our great city. A lot of people to thank that helped us get here. First, our mayor, Raz Baraka, always a supporter of anything we do in this city, always a supporter of me, supporter of the culture here, East Ward in the Ironbound, likes to hang out here a lot, likes the food, so he's always down here. Also, our governor, Phil Murphy, who is a tremendous supporter of this event, and always down here as well whenever he comes to watch a soccer game, because he's a big soccer fan. So Governor Murphy, thank you. But this is a partnership, and I want to thank Carlos and Isabel for their tremendous leadership in this. Yes, we have business owners here, residents here, and other people that are taking part in this great event, and I want to thank them for their participation in this. We have people that I've met last night from Portugal, tremendous chefs and other individuals from Cascais, a beautiful city if you've never been there, within Lisbon. Portugal is a tremendous destination. We have, outside of having great people, we have amazing food. Culinary, the word culinary is very important in the Portuguese language, and we like to eat. So as you could tell, ever since I became councilman about 32 months ago, I probably put on 20 pounds. But I'm going to have to deal with that. But at the end of the day, supporting a great event like this that will continue on. This is just the first one of, we're going to continue these events, and I'm going to continue as councilman while I'm here to support the culture and the great history. I always talk about the great history of the Ironbound, the East Ward. No matter where you go across the state of New Jersey and other places, people have been here to eat. You could be, I've had conversations with people in Cape May, and they're like, "Oh, you're from the Ironbound? I've been here. I've been there to eat. I've gone there. What a great place." So this is us here, Savor Newark, bringing out the great history of this area and bringing partnerships with other countries and letting know that Newark is a destination location. For many years it was, but I think today it's reached a platform that ends up being worldwide. Like the mayor was saying, the second biggest seaport, an airport that constantly keeps growing, some delays, but keeps growing. You know, a transportation hub that's the biggest in New Jersey. You know, it makes Newark a great place to visit, a great place to stop in and have a great meal and learn about all the cultures and diversity that exist here. So that's it for me. But I want to thank you guys for coming out and supporting this. I'm sorry about the traffic. I'm going to have to speak to the councilman about that. That's why I was late. But again, enjoy the rest of the day here. Enjoy some of the great food that's going to be provided. And Newark will always be near and dear to my heart. And it's a place that I call home. I'm a son of the Ironbound. My parents came here in the 1940s and never left. And it's important that I'm here not only as the councilman, but as someone who was born and raised here and loves the history of the people here. So thank you all.
Thank you. And yes, we're a family. We heard our mayor rap. He's also a great poet. Great spoken word artist. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here with us this morning, but he was kind enough to send video. Here's the Mayor Razbaraka video remarks.
Hello, and welcome to Savor Newark 2025.
Hello, and
I'm Mayor
welcome to
Raz
Savor
J.
Newark
Baraka,
2025.
Pleased to join you in celebrating Newark's rich culinary diversity. The city of Newark is an incredibly vibrant food hub and one that is quite reflective of New Jersey's multicultural heritage, with cuisine influences from Portugal, Spain, Brazil, the Dominican Republic, and East Africa. The city supports our small businesses and culinary entrepreneurs with various programs like our Newark Retail Reactivation Initiative that offers financial support for things like space renovations, furniture and equipment, and the Newark Navigator service that provides access to high-quality professional advice on consumer behaviors and strategic sales and marketing plans, and collaborations with other statewide programs. Large city business partners have even spearheaded innovative initiatives like Audible's Newark Working Kitchens program that has infused millions of dollars into the local restaurant economy and sustains businesses while creating and preserving jobs. All these programs go a long way to assist our businesses and help them thrive. The city has also made great strides in addressing food insecurities with programs such as our Nourishing Newark Community Grants program that funds projects that increase the availability of fresh produce through community gardens, farmers markets, and innovative food co-ops, as well as enrich residents' gardening skills and promote healthy living. We have created partnerships to install community refrigerators accessible 24/7 around the city, and we have ongoing collaborations with Whole Foods to provide weekly food distributions year-round to residents in need. The city of Newark also promotes cultural exchanges and international collaborations. We welcome the partnership with the municipality of Cashquize Visit Cash Keys and Food Lab Cash Keys. We celebrate Chef Gil Fernandez's participation as a symbol of international collaboration through food and applaud his contribution to Newark City life. I also want to commend Councilman Michael Silva for his leadership in chairing this event. And I want to recognize the 25th anniversary of the Ironbound Business Improvement.
Thank you. And yes, our goal is to celebrate Newark, authentic flavors, but through different perspectives. Thanks to all of you. And our first panel, under the theme, The Power of Local, Exploring the Intersection of Health and Sustainable Food Systems, moderated by Nancy Painter, founder and CEO of Edible Jersey. We also have Claudia Mataloto, Director of Food Lab Cascais, Portugal. We also have Fallon Davis, founder and CEO of Steve Urban Farmer and Community Healthcare Worker, and Emilio Panassi, Executive Director, co-founder of Urban Agriculture Cooperative. Thank you all.
Okay, here we go. So very glad to be here today. My name is Nancy Painter, and first off, I want to thank Isabel and the whole team of Possible for putting this together and all the ELC and excellence they put into these kind of gatherings. So thank you for that. I want to thank all of you for coming to talk about this most important of topics, and I want to thank this panel, who I view as the rock stars in the area that I work in every day. So thank them for their time. So there's more on these people interact with the world in so many different ways, from farming to marketing to bringing food deserts to connecting to making farming more viable for farmers because they can earn a living if they're selling that food more. So each of their bios are in the booklets, and if you haven't read the whole background, I encourage you to do so because these are the people who really make it happen. When Ray Painter, my husband, and I started Edible Jersey in 2008, the local food movement was kind of just coming in. It had gone off the tracks, right? We were shipping in food to California. There was a little emphasis on food nutrition in schools, and there was just things had gone wrong with our food supply. And thanks to the efforts of so many people over the last 18, 20 years, I really believe that's changed. And I've had the honor of covering the entire state of Jersey when it comes to food, and I believe food can save the world, honestly, in many ways, because it not only nourishes us and brings us together with our families, and it's a way we carry on our tradition and our heritage, but it brings us together. It's a reason for community. But meanwhile, most people take food for granted, right? You have lunch, you have breakfast, there it is. Most people don't think about it. And we need people to think about it. We need people to, when they're voting, to think about it, when they're shopping, to think about the importance of local food, and we need that to be happening so that a local, sustainable, and healthy food economy can go forward. So let's jump into, we're going to keep it pretty casual here. We will save questions until the end. Oh, is that my timer? That was quick. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so let's start with Fallon Davis. Fallon, as Carlos mentioned, she's the founder and CEO of Steam Urban. They're an urban farmer themselves, a community healthcare worker, an educator. This person has a lot going on, and she's become a nationally recognized voice in urban agriculture, climate justice, and food sovereignty. She's based right here in Newark. She's a born and raised Newark leader, and I'd like to jump in with the first question for you, Fallon. How did you get involved in your pursuit, in your mission? How did you decide that this was the way you wanted to go with your life?
Yeah, hey everyone, Fallon, pronouns they, them. So for me, getting to the land has been almost a spiritual journey. When I was growing up, I wasn't introduced to farming and agriculture. Quite honestly, I didn't even know that it was something to think about. When I got into education for the last 10 years, I've been working with Black and brown students and realizing one of the biggest challenges was nourishment of the mind, body, and soul. All the things that kind of been stolen from Black and brown communities, I realized was deeply embedded in the education system. And so my organization, STEAM Urban, it came about 5 years ago, almost to be this bridge between academia and community, because there's still this divide in education as being something that's not available and accessible to everyone. And I believe that education should be accessible and available, and it is available. I spent a lot of time with elders. I spent a lot of time with young folks, and I believe our communities have the power to transform our world, transform our problems, but we don't really go to the source when we're thinking about the problem. We're always talking about what we can do for people versus asking people what we can do for them. And so spending time in community and being someone who is a boots on the ground, kind of rough around the edges, taking the non-traditional routes to life, I realized that if I'm not actively involved in my community for my own self and my family, then I'm not really being true to what I'm saying I'm doing. And so education for me has been a transformational pathway to getting back to the land. And the land has been, in my life, the most transformational thing for my health, for my wellness, and for my connection to community. I really understand my value and self-worth because of urban agriculture, because I'm back at the land and touching that soil. And so I can speak to it from a very personal perspective, that it has completely changed my life. It completely has changed my outlook, and I advocate for it on a daily basis because it's a human right.
Thanks so much. You can see the energy, right? Fallon, I've been very interested in your urban farming, and that's the real nuts and bolts of farming, gardening, everything from soil health, permaculture, seed selection. This is a free series that they offer. And how do you the outreach on that? Where are this such a response? So obviously there was a need. How did you originally, how are you doing outreach to spread the word on that?
Yeah, so urban agriculture, farming has existed before my time, right? And so I am a seed. I'm one piece of this whole puzzle. And so I said, well, what can I do to fulfill what is missing? What is something that maybe that I can take ownership on? And so it was around building the next generation of farmers. I didn't realize that our young folks had become so disconnected to the land, and doing the research and understanding that our farmers are 60 years and up, that we're going to lose out on a generation of agriculture if we don't help bring it back to the young folks. And so I was offered the opportunity to be a professor at Montclair State in urban ag and sustainable food systems this year. And that really changed my life. Creating a curriculum around urban agriculture, I never imagined what that meant, right? I never imagined that the research, the history that would come about, what I would really uplift and unearth through that. And along that journey, I've been working with radical leaders and other growers and realizing that Black farmers across the state are still deeply disenfranchised. And yes, we can talk about the third largest industry is agriculture in New Jersey. We can talk about how farming has been around for years, but we are still at a deficit that Black farmers, who are very vital to this ecosystem, are still being disenfranchised. And we aren't having the pathways of connection to our students by showing them that this is something not to fear. It is not something that is just happened in slavery, right? That's a lot of the language we hear. This is something that is transformational for our lives. And so through that advocacy work, we realized that there was this need for advocating for farmers across the state, for Black farmers across the state. And through that, we realized there weren't any real community-based programs like how they have, Farm School NYC. We didn't have a Farm School Jersey. And so since I was already in education, that was kind of my lane that I could utilize, and I could take what I've been doing in education and curriculum and development and all my community partners, right? Because I can't do it without any of the community partners who help make this work happen. And I just put it all together with other partners. Ubuntu Permaculture Mission came in, we have Rutgers Cooperative Extension came in, the Office of Sustainability came in, and so it became something that we didn't realize we needed, which is like a Newark farm school that really teaches urban agriculture versus just gardening. We really need to learn how to farm in our urban areas, which we understand is so vital. And so, yeah, it's been it's been a hit. We have folks, we have a once a month series where folks come out. We have at least 30 farmers showing up each month. And so now we know, right? And so now my push is with the city, how can we make this more permanent to our culture here?
Give you an idea too of the need. 50 years ago, there were 50,000 farms in New York. Now there's less than 10,000. And only 1% of those farms in New Jersey now are led or owned by Black or brown farmers. So that's a extremely small number. So your efforts are really critical.
And that number also doesn't incorporate urban agriculture, right? In Newark alone, we have 30 plus urban farms. In Trenton, there's 70 plus. That is over 100 farmers that don't get recognized across the state. And I can't imagine how many more, right? Because we're still trying to do that research. We're still trying to meet more people. There's so many that don't get categorized because that urban agriculture hasn't been valued.
Okay, thanks. Before we move on, I just wanted to introduce Kate, who fortunately has joined us. Kate Kindler is the Chief Transformative Systems Officer of the Newark Alliance. This is another organization that interacts on many sectors. So glad that you were able to get here through transit woes.
Thank you, Nancy. Really excited to be here.
So, Amelia, I'd like to go to you next. So to make farming viable, too, in the Garden State, it has to be financially sustainable. So I've always viewed farmers as the ultimate risk taker. Years ago, when we first started Edible Jersey, I sat across from a farmer, generational farmer, and I'd heard not that long before that his year's crop had been wiped out in a hailstorm, in a 3-minute hailstorm. And, this crusty, 60-something farmer was sitting across from me with tears running down his. That's when I realized, farmers, for any variety of reasons, are the risk takers. So we have to make sure it's a viable pursuit for them. And that's where I think Amelia, with the Urban Agriculture Coalition, really takes great steps. He helps create markets and create that connection between farmers and farmers markets, boxes, wholesale, and because it has to be financially viable. Amelia, what do you feel has worked the best or is working? What avenue is working for? And it probably varies, I would think, from time to time.
Yeah, it does vary. And good morning, everybody. It has, and it's changed over time. I'm just thinking about my first experience when I had my urban farm board and was like Fallon, I was very excited about all the things I was growing and all the colorful produce and varieties of things that I was trying for the first time. And I just thought that everybody was going to be as excited. So I set up a farm stand on the corner of Meeker and Peshine and tried to sell some of the food at very low cost as a way to distribute to parents and teachers at Peshine Avenue School in the neighborhood. And everybody just passed me by. So then I said, okay, I'll just give it away. Tobias is laughing at me from the audience. Okay, I'll just give it away. And still people pass by. And it dawned on me at that time, well, a number of things, but I realized that there are a number of educational challenges, right? There's all kinds of barriers that have been put up over time, not just in our newer communities, but across most of our modern communities, right? Where we're pretty disconnected from stuff coming out of the ground and being able to use whole produce. Economic realities also set in, people's busy lives. I soon learned about how difficult it was for people to cook or take whole produce home, and cultural challenges, all these things that make it hard for even after all that hard work that you did growing that food, make it hard for people to absorb it and it. But we didn't give up there. I think that's an important feature of a lot of urban farmers and urban food folks is that we keep trying to pivot and find different ways because we know that the healthy food is needed and we know that it needs to be localized. So from there, I started partnering with other locations where they had maybe more of a population. Maybe there was other health professionals, like at Newark Beth Hospital Medical Center, where that market could thrive a little bit more because there's a bit more momentum, there's a little bit more purchasing power, there's also educators. And so I for a long time did a lot of pop-up farm stands like that, and Sal and I were joking before the panel about how difficult that is and how we wouldn't encourage many people to start doing that. But it's a funny thing because it's farmers market and the farm stand is so needed because it's such a great place of interaction, such a rewarding experience to be able to talk directly to someone who grew your food and to talk to somebody else at the stand and how do you cook? How do I cook this in my culture? What do I do with this? I didn't think about taking the little baby okra. I like the bigger ones, but maybe I can do something with that. So that is I don't want to lose the fact that farmers markets are really important places of learning. But no, to answer your question in a roundabout way, in the last few years we've had more success by kind of growing into like B2B wholesale with partner institutions, farm to families boxes that started during COVID and kind of continued on have been like a little bit more ready-made like way for people to take home their produce or just distribute it to people more quickly, or in partnership with dietitians and other healthcare professionals that can help people not only understand what they're getting, but know how to use it and valorize it for them. So there's a mix of approaches, and right now I think there's still room for more growth in farmers markets, but they have to be very thoughtful. They have to be in good locations and or maybe mobile units like we've been discussing. And we have to get a lot of people pointing in the same direction for them to work, because a lot of things get oversaturated and scattered in our.
Yes, this making that connection between the grower, the food, really key and very difficult. So, Kate, actually, I think this will go on to you because I know with the Newark Alliance, your focus on the economic growth of Newark in many ways. And it seems to me, from my perspective, more and more the organizations have moved into the food arena. And can you tell us why that is from your perspective, and also speak a little bit about the hub program and partnerships you feel are working on the connection front?
Absolutely, yeah. I think the Newark Alliance is one of those that's difficult to put what we do in the box. We're an economic development nonprofit focused here in the city of Newark, but the reality is we do more than that. And a lot of the work that we do is behind the scenes, bringing the right partners and table to community-driven, and whether that's really great work that's already ongoing or innovative solutions to some of our most complex problems here in the city. And so in kind of doing our like core economic development work, supporting small businesses, working with our city large anchor institutions to hire local talent or procure from local small businesses, trying to see growth in the innovation and green. What we kept running up against over and over is sort of an obvious thing, which is that folks need not just economic opportunity, but really a platform that supports long-term success and thriving, right? The economic opportunity that we're facilitating at the Alliance is only as good as Newarkers' ability to govern it. So, again, sort of obvious, but we started thinking about how can we really support, high quality environments with air and clean water, access to housing that is healthy, safe, and appropriate for our folks' families, access to preventative care so people are healthy enough to get out there and start that small business or climb the career ladder. And importantly, in this context, access to local, affordable, healthy. So if I had to sort of like pinpoint the moment that we got into the food access space, it was probably about 2.5 years ago when we partnered with the city's Office of Sustainability to implement a new Economic Development Authority planning grant. And in the implementation of that grant, we committed to identifying and planning for investments in food access that would really address gaps in the food production and food access ecosystem citywide here in. So we started this work, and it was actually started by my colleague Ashley Mays, who you'll hear from later on today, and I sort of picked up the ball and ran with it when I got to the Alliance about a year ago. But what we did first was convene a group of organizations, over a dozen organizations that really represented all of the wards in the city, folks who are growing, producing foods, feeding people, right, teaching people about the nexus between food and health, and really got those folks together. And one of the things that became clear to us right off the bat was any investment in food access really had to address the citywide ecosystem of food need, right? This had to be a tide that really lifted all boats and was not just an initiative that was focused on the downtown. So we brought in a consultant, New Venture Advisors, a great group of folks who have experience developing public food markets in Detroit, Eastern Market, if folks know what that is, as well as New York City. And they really helped us to pull together and quantify the insights from this community advisory group. And what we were able to identify is that there is this group of really small food entrepreneurs, right? People growing, preparing, selling food in their homes, in their neighborhoods. And this is delicious, local, culturally diverse food that's right here already. And what folks need in order to scale up those small businesses was access to commercial kitchens, to cold storage space, right, to a place to sell their food. And so, sort of fast forward to today, about a year-long process, we have a really clear plan in hand. It's for a phased development of a public food market in downtown Newark that will start small, with a smaller space, with a couple of anchor tenants, and really deeply subsidized space that's available for super small, hyper-local food entrepreneurs that want to get in there and sell their food. And then we're going to scale that up to eventually kind of the grand vision of a big public market that is really just a community asset in downtown Newark that includes event space that could be activated in all sorts of different ways, that would be linked to transit, all of the great things in the style of a market. So now that the planning part turns out was the easy part. The hard part is, right? The hard part is what we're engaged in now, which is really marshaling the resources, figuring out how we're going to build and run, and importantly, connect this first phase of the public market to the ecosystem working. We're really excited to keep working with this group of folks and keep expanding this advisory group to be.
Very exciting. The public market, I'm a little bit familiar with the Detroit market, and it's been life-changing isn't the right term, but it's just been amazing to see what that has done for Detroit. So do you have any idea, or is it still too early as to when or where that market would open or be placed?
I have some ideas, but it's too early to say, I think.
Okay.
But stay tuned, it's coming.
Thank you. So then let's move on to Claudia. Claudia is from Portugal, and I wanted to, you have such a fantastic experience in promoting the food culture in Portugal, locally and globally. So, it seems Portugal in many ways has obviously many similarities to Newark, but it's a great mix of a sustainable food, entrepreneurship, wonderful culture. Were able to get that. How do you feel you and your organizations have been able to get that message out? The local people as well as kind of on the international.
Morning, everyone. For a tourist attracted, must have not just the story, but offer the cultural offer, the gastronomic offer, and the historical offer. And in Cascais, combine all these factors to make your experience memorable. Cascais, we used to say, is the best place to a day, a week, or the whole life. That we want people to think about, the people that visit us or the people that live in Cascais. And spaces like the Food Lab from the Council is a municipality space. Can work with the communities. We have 2,023 nationalities in Cascais that live in Cascais. So we have a large offer in gastronomy. And we work with these communities to share the cultural heritage. And then we can make some events that can go abroad and show that what we do in Cascais. We have famous chefs and creative chefs, and we work with chefs like Gil Fernandes to show that the Portuguese culinary is a culinary that have authenticity, the local products, and the twist of the Michelin meal. Okay? And for that, the municipality receive a lot of events about the gastronomy, the traditions, the culture, and co-organize events to make some, how I say, forces together, show them that we can. With the people that live in Cascais and the people who visit Cascais, we can share this knowledge.
I thought in understanding of what your organization does, I became a little fascinated by it because that is one thing with Newark, the different businesses and the food businesses and the culture and events that draw not only for the local population, but the economic benefit of drawing in tourism. And, I'm often amazed at people that I'll run into who have not been to and are within an easy drive. And I'm sure everyone in this business has recognized that too. I mean, literally, I was, Fallon and I were talking and they were saying how much they love, being, it's really one of the best, because it has everything. It has food culture, food tradition, food options, so many different access to fresh food. So how do you bring people? And with Edible Jersey, we've been focusing on this from time to time because it's the state's food city. We've done different things. Last year we experienced the culture of Newark, trying to spread the word. But to go back, so I think to what you've done in spreading the word about that food culture, Portugal, something that we can look to little bit and see, well, what elements of that would work here. Because as we also were talking during the coffee, it's so hard to break through, right? It's so hard to break through as to what a city has to offer. But so Amelia, I'd like to go back to you, because you also work so much in that connection space. And so what do you feel needed to create a resilient food system in Newark?
I'm glad you asked. I was thinking about this when hearing from our colleague. To answer your question, Newark is, as anyone who knows who lives here, works here, like, discovers so much, and you love being here. But we also have to be realistic that we have challenges. I'm an urban planner by trade, by the way, not a like Fallon, not a farmer originally. So I recognize things like transportation challenges. I recognize the way that we're spread out among 5 wards, have various housing, land use challenges throughout the city. We don't have some of the planning tools in place necessarily, or in the land use regulations or initiatives that I think that are really linked to the food system. We don't think about that a lot as, planner language. But I mean, look at today, for example. We've got trains are difficult, right? And even once you're in the city, there's difficulty sometimes moving around, or speaking earlier about how you tons of people pass every day, but they're in cars and they're moving down what are essentially highways. Hard to stop at a local business, right? Hard to park, hard to get out of your car and far behind sometimes. Walk around and support local business. Really takes some time and some, right? We have to be able to why I want to support that local. And then there's even more. I think there's other regional challenges. Fallon and I work a lot with some level issues, farmer land. Have not really fully fundamentally understood or addressed here in our own city. Longevity of our urban farm and green structure access things or professional. And then once they produce more, like how do you store, transport, house, package? Those things exist for a lot of large global supply chains. Don't really exist for one of the things we're trying to address with Urban Ag Co-op. But I think, so all that is to say, I think that there are a lot of things that we can still do that undermine or underpin how people move around, or how people shop, or how people select local businesses and restaurants. It's not that the talent isn't here, not that the skill isn't here, but we need to think of some that surround all of how our businesses work in one of those businesses.
Kate, do you have anything that you would like to add to that in terms of partners that you would like to connect up with in the future? Or
I mean, I think probably everybody on the panel agree that food insecurity in Newark is not going, and it's, if anything, exacerbating harm in some of the sort of traditional ways that we exploit food, fixed community locations, becoming more difficult. So I think what's really needed critically at this time is, to really support and shore up a lot of the great work that's going on of resources, right? And non-traditional partners who bring into the access space and them in as, again, really a platform, a foundation, long-term success for. And so, that's a lot of the sort of thinking that we're doing right now is bring in on this issue, and how can we elevate it really to the level of urgency that it truly has, and create solutions that meet this. One really small example that I'm excited about and I think is worth highlighting because it's replicated in other parts of the city is our work with Rutgers York. Rutgers has a really robust set of services for experience campus, right? We may not think of that population of folks as experienced food, certainly do. And so they've been working for many months on a partnership with a startup software called Too Good To Go, which is focused on eliminating food. What they do is they work with restaurants to package up food that's not able to be sold the next day that would ordinarily go to waste, to package that up in bags that cost between $5 and $10, and then folks can access those bags through the app. And so it's a model that's worked in a lot of other places. It's really interesting because what it does is kind of give Rutgers students choice in terms of what kinds of food they want to access, what meets their preferences. Where the Newark Alliance comes in is we are now connecting that app to the full network of small food businesses on Halsey Street, kind of right in the backyard of Rutgers Newark, and beyond. So this is a source of revenue for these small businesses, right? What would otherwise be a loss, they now get to sell these bags, and it also provides this kind of great resource for Rutgers students. That's something that we could see happen in other parts, other neighborhoods in the city, right? Business improvement districts and neighborhoods around the city, particularly when partner with community-based organizations that are working to address hunger and food. And one last thing I'll say, if I could, which is a point that you made too, Amelia, which is that one of the things we're really lacking here in Newark is a robust residential food delivery infrastructure, right? As it becomes less safe to distribute food in fixed locations, we need a way to get food to people where they're safest, which is at home. And so we've recently seen some restaurateurs and others get really engaged with this idea that they can use the assets that they already have to deliver prepared food in their homes. And so that is really an opportunity that I'd love to kind of seize on and grow resources around to be able to build out that infrastructure for more residential food around the city.
Great initiatives. Now, if there's a restaurateur in the audience who would like to learn more about the Too Good To Go program, is there someone they can contact or a website?
Let me know. Yep, we'll hook them up.
Actually, we hope that's our hope for today too, that you're going to listen to the panels, and then we want everybody to come out of here collaborating, even opportunity to hear what's happening. So if I'm going to go back to Claudia for arrive in Newark for the first time, what do you feel as a visitor, as a tourist, as a traveler, the number one thing that stands out to you about Newark? Come to Newark, what would be the number one thing that perhaps we marketing more, international audience coming through times the airport, through the airport?
Destination is understand what is the offer, the city offer, and when comes the historical, the gastronomic, the cultural, and spend the day or the week. It's important to have a place, go, know the offer, very important. Sometimes kind of cities are lost. The city.
That's a great idea. The new Terminal A, too, does a nice job of bringing some of those local businesses right into the terminal to help people realize.
I think work with small restaurants, the schools, not just the ordinary people, but small business help to have a better offer for the tourists.
I just add something to that because something Claudia made me think about is thinking about tourism in different, and I'm sure people who focus on this think about it in different ways, but we don't just want the visitors to come into the city for one event, like just come to Prudential and leave, or just come to one restaurant and leave. This idea that you want tourists to come and stay for a week or a weekend, stay for a month, and really walk around. And like, I think the more time you spend in Newark, the better it is to you, and the more you get to really find out what's out there. Tend to have a lot of tourism, or maybe a lot of focus on people coming in to attend something and then leave, or really spending some time where you can get a lot more investment for both businesses and parks and everything. It's an interesting point, I think.
Great point, because so often that is exactly what happens. Then for pack or after, or have dinner outside of the city. Found
Yeah, so that's my perspective, local, right? There's a huge disparity for the local folks where we don't feel seen as being valued by the municipality, the city all the time, with bringing people to our destination, right? We literally have a citywide tour, garden tour, ran by Tobias Fox, Newark Science and Sustainability, that we've been doing. I mean, I think he's been doing it longer than I've been around, but I've been involved for the last 5 years. It happens in September, and we haven't had the city's push on that program. And us as urban farmers in an area of a food apartheid, that is the resolution to the food system. And we're working tirelessly throughout the year. It's not just a seasonal thing, it's throughout the year to make these spaces viable, to connect with the WIC offices, to connect with the senior centers, to connect with the local community restaurants, and to be this revitalization of our community. And we're just not always being seen as this viable resource, this tourist destination. People don't know that we have these urban farms that are thriving, and we have chickens in Newark. You know, like, it's incredible to see that work, and it'd be great to have more push and support that have folks come around and do a tour of our spaces on a consistent basis. We're open and active, and it just hasn't become something that's been embedded into the city, and it'd be great for that to be added and to seen as a viable food source, because we're doing events. We're doing markets, we're doing programming in our spaces, and it'd be great to have that connection. And so that would be something also to start to think about our food system. How do we continue to uplift our local folks who are doing the work, who are here, that need the love and support too to sustain? Yeah, we can do downtown, but as we've mentioned, Newark is a city of 5 wards. Very unique across the city. They have beautiful things happening in every ward. How do we connect that better? We don't have a place right now that really connects that. We need to fill that.
so many points for advocacy. I mean, you all are basically advocates in every area, and in the course of a day, where can you get the best advocacy efforts? Very difficult.
I was just going to say, Fallon, let's take this to the Visitors Bureau, get all this on the calendar.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Great idea.
These are the partnerships, right? Like, I think it's been great that the focus group even happened around the food. I thought that was incredible that Newark Alliance even reached out and said, let's talk about this. We understand that this is a problem, and have been trying to work to get us all involved. You know, and so it's a promising thing, and we do feel as a collective, right? The Newark growers, we're very tight. We're in a group chat. We've gone through challenges together. We're resolving problems together, but we are all trying to work together. And I think that's what's also not recognized enough, that we are supporting each other, and we're really trying to grow our food ecosystem. We just need the resources. The farmers shouldn't be the ones always having to do every part of the food system. We are one seed, and we also then need the other support. We need the funding, we need the backing, and we need these infrastructures like mobilization of the food for it to be sustainable, or it's not going to work. What we've realized in Newark from a farmer perspective, these pop-up markets don't work for our city. We're not in that space of a market city. And so if we're not that, let's stop putting our infrastructure only into that. Let's mobilize the food. Why don't we have mobile food vans? It's a national movement. We need that. I'm plugging that. We have to have that.
Yes, Alan. So, 'cause I think that's great. So I want to make that I have one more. Oh, right there. Yeah, sorry. So just a kind of a flash final question. In some ways, we've already answered this. 5 words or less. What would be the would like to see help Newark have a more resilient? 5 words or less if it could happen today. So who would like to start with their first 5 words? And
Honor the local growers. We are the heartbeat of the city.
great. Hey. Amelia, would you like to go next?
I had something last night, but I forgot it. Man. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, shop local. We'll start there.
Right, the benefits of shopping local are so entrenched aspect, economic, health, and let's.
Or I sort of already said this, but I'll say it again. 5 words. Bring food to where the people are.
Where the people are,
In order
great.
to expand that access.
Right.
Work more with community, the people.
Final thoughts. So we have a brief time for a couple of questions. Questions out there? A lot that's been.
I don't. And last year I did see, for those of you who have not done the garden tour, it was fascinating. Last year was the first year either it came on my radar, and I went to places. Hope to go. So get out there and do it.
Thank you. Good reminder. When is this year's garden tour?
September 7th through the 14th. And you can go to Newark SAS website or Instagram, Newark Science and Sustainability, or Google Tobias Fox. I'm sure you'll find everything.
Right. Very good.
Sorry? Yes, they should publicize it, right.
Anyone else? Any other question? We have time. Okay, so I really appreciate everyone's time. Please keep the conversations going afterwards. And I thank you all again for being here and for all of your time, and most importantly, for all that you do for our food system. Thanks.
And from sustainability, we're going to be talking about entrepreneurship. This next panel is culinary entrepreneurship from kitchen to startup. The moderator will be Sakina Cole, founder and managing partner of Cole Media. Tato Kabuliani is going to be one of our panelists. He's the founder of managing partner Sihana Hospitality Group. Elizabeth De Silva, Invest Newark Director of Economic Development in the East Ward. And Luis Nobre, Vice President of Solmar Restaurant.
Oh, good morning. How is everyone? Woo, yes, that's what I want to hear. The woo, let's wake it up. I'm so excited to be here on this last day of Small Business Week in Newark. I want to give a whole lot of credit to Plusable for doing this event today on Savor Newark. I mean, Newark is definitely a sweet and savory city, thanks to some of our esteemed panelists here. We definitely have, we're the food capital of the state, that's for sure. Newark has all types of cuisine. I thought I was being cued. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I was like, do we not have all types of cuisine? But yes, we do. We have Cuban, Portuguese, African-American, Caribbean, Mediterranean, Spanish. I'm just like amazed. So I am also the publisher of Destination Newark magazine. We will be having an article that is coming out that actually speaks to all the restaurants, and some of the people that we have here are also featured in that next issue. So this panel is really to talk about how you go from having a passion, how you go from like the kitchen, you're in there, you're cooking, you're loving up all your food, and then actually making that a real business. And so for those of you that want to start a business, this panel will hopefully help you do that. Those of you who don't want to start a business but is interested in knowing how do the services in the city help people to start a business in general, you'll also be able to get nuggets from here. And if you have anything else you want, just yell it out to me and I'll listen to you and throw it into the questions. So first here to my left, I have David Capuliani from Siana Hospitality. They have 3 locations, 3 restaurants. They have Siana Cafe, Siana Bistro, as well as 5 Corners. So they have managed in just 5 years, he and his partner Krishnik, to actually open 3 locations in the city. So we know restaurants are hard to sustain or to even start one. So they have 3. So I'm going to start here with David to find out, David, what's your background in this industry and what made you decide to start 3 in Newark?
Hi, how are you, everybody? Thanks for inviting us here. Pleasure. So I've been in the restaurant industry for almost entire my life. But back in Georgia, I'm from country Georgia. So I moved in the United States in 2006, end of the started working in restaurant. One of the restaurants here in the Ironbound section, Fornos of Spain, for 3 years. For 3 years, without any day off, without any vacation. I met my business partner there and decided to do a small restaurant in Ironbound. But as you know, that Ironbound is a lot of Portuguese and Spanish restaurants.
Yeah.
So we wanted to do something different, something cool, something artistic. And we came up with a coffee shop / breakfast and lunch spot.
Which is very cute. I managed to go there and
yeah.
hang out for like 3 hours one day.
Also, we have a bookshop there, and a lot of different artists. They showcase their art in the cafe. So we opened up so we got we signed the lease in 2019, and unfortunately, COVID happened, and we were shocked, obviously, because we didn't have a lot of money. When you're a waiter, you don't have a lot of money, so we kind of struggled with our credit cards, some cash. That we thought that we would open a very easy restaurant, but it was not like that.
Okay.
Plus, COVID happened, so all our workers who were working on the restaurant, they left. So, and me and my business partner had to literally open the YouTube and learn how to do plumbing, how to do electric, how to
Oh, wow. You said you opened YouTube?
Yeah, on YouTube.
So you learned how to do this through YouTube?
Literally.
How to do the plumbing in your restaurant?
We built it ourselves, the restaurant. Obviously, with we had the general contractor
Right.
who overseed everything. So that's how everything you see in that cafe, it was built by us from the scratch. So we literally opened the cafe with a negative in the bank account and $30 in the cashier.
Oh.
And it was very, very difficult in the beginning. It's still difficult. It never gets easy.
Right, but somehow you
unfortunately.
went from that one to having 3.
Correct.
Which I'm going to come back to you in a minute, David. I want to let the other folks, just want to introduce them and let them get in. But that's a very interesting place where we left off, right? We got to come back to figure out how you went from negative $30 in the cash register in your bank accounts, building the place out yourself, and then somehow within 5 years you ended up now with 3 locations. So this is a success story that we're all waiting to hear, right? Next we have Elizabeth De Silva, who is an AVP over at Invest Newark, which is the City of Newark's economic development agency, and they help entrepreneurs of all types in food service and otherwise to actually get some grant funding. Well, they'll guide you how to get grant funding, how to prepare you for the business. They do also have some grants like the retail reactivation grants, which I know has helped a few people in food service. So excited to welcome you, Elizabeth, here. And if you can let us know, how does Invest Newark best support people looking to get into the food service business?
Sure. Good morning. I'm with Invest Newark as the AVP of Business Development. We are the nonprofit arm for the City of Newark. How do we help small businesses or large businesses coming into the city? We do have assistance or provide assistance with certificates of occupancy. We also provide assistance with getting your business license, inspections, anything to do with opening your business in the city. We do provide educational programs for anyone that is looking to find out more about, opening the business in the city, opening a bank account, anything to do with the startup of your business. We do provide loans as well.
Okay.
To your business if you're, opening for the first time, or if you're looking for, to buy some equipment that you don't, want to tap into your own private savings. We do provide loans for that.
Right. Well, thank you for that, Elizabeth. And I believe, David, you're familiar with them. I think you guys actually did go to them at some point to get a loan as well. So
some of our recent businesses have been like Five Corners, Abby's Deli, another one recent was Caribou. So all those 3 businesses have loans with Invest Newark.
Okay, great. So anyone looking to open a business, you got to check out Invest Newark, grab Elizabeth on the way out. Thank you for that. We'll come back and find out some more about the success stories of the people you've helped.
Sure.
But next, I want to go to Luis Nabri, who owns and runs and the founder of, owns and runs Solmar Restaurant. His family took it over, I believe, in the 90s, but the restaurant's been there since the 50s?
92. The restaurant's been there since the 50s. So when my father took it over, my father started as a dishwasher in Portuguese Pavilion in 1983. And then he went into, he asked for a promotion, they didn't give it to him. So it was probably the best thing that happened to him. So then he decided that he was going to do a restaurant. But he had a food truck, and then we bought Solmar. And then Solmar went through a transformation with us because it was an older place. So we went from sitting roughly 100 people to now full capacity, probably close to 300. We have a staff of about 50 people working for us.
Okay.
And we try to be very creative on what's going on, because the restaurant industry, anybody that's in it understands this, things are changing quickly. And if you don't change as quickly as things are changing, you're going to be left behind. And we've partnered with Invest Newark or in Restaurant Week. We have a social media person that actually takes care of our social media. People don't understand the impact of social media, and once you felt that, we felt that during coming out of the pandemic.
Okay.
When
everybody was only on social media, nobody was coming into the restaurant. You had to find them in their houses.
So we went to go, and then when we went to the outside, says my question was, how am I going to tell everybody that I'm here,
Right.
I'm open? We went to social media, and people just came from all over, because then they figured it out. We were open, we were serving. We were very fortunate to be able to hold on to our whole entire kitchen staff, which is a group of 10. We did some creative stuff to make sure that they were always working at least 1 day a week or 2 days a week. So when I told the guys, I says, guys, we're going from 2 days to 5 days. It was like a party in there. Like, we're ready. But it has definitely been a challenge. And anybody that's on a business, and there's always challenges, but now we see day to day that things are so quick that if you're not really on top of everything, before you know it, somebody else comes in and just kind of takes your spot.
Okay.
And the attention goes to them, not to you. And that's when it gets really
And
tricky.
when you get in those situations, Luis, because I know we talked before, where you feel like someone else is coming in and maybe they're trying to take your spot. Like, for instance, a cafe comes in, right, and now they start baking goods or doing, pastries or something, and Solmar doesn't. Solmar does, Portuguese cuisine, authentic, great seafood, So how important is it for you to stick to what you know and your tradition and what you're authentically known for versus trying to become something new?
Well, I think one big key thing is you have to be true to yourself. Meaning, if you're Portuguese, you stick to what you know, being a Portuguese restaurant. Because you're trying to please everybody is not really gonna help you. We're believing on creating experience that people come to us on purpose for that experience. We have our seafood festival, we have a codfish day, we have, our Portugal Day weekend comes up, and we create, in essence, a reason for you to come to our place, but sticking to what we do in our kitchen. Not, oh, well, can you do this? No, that's not what we do. I mean,
Right.
as long as, and we do a lot of traditional stuff. I'm a big believer, stick to what you are and you'll be okay. We have people traveling, like, for example, most people don't know this. Our average customer on a weekend travels a half hour to 45 minutes to come for dinner. So
they're traveling from out of the city.
From outside of the city.
Okay.
When we do, for example, a seafood festival, we have out-of-staters, New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Massachusetts. I mean, they come and they make a weekend out of it. But you have to give them a reason, and you have to giving them good food, and stick to what you know. Because a lot of people, I think, after a while, they forget that, listen, I'm a Portuguese, or I'm a Spanish, and this is what I do.
Right.
And if you're really good at it, they'll come. It's
Right.
only a matter of time before they get to you, but they will get to you because and we've been featured. I mean, we were 24/7 has qualified as a top seafood restaurant in the state of New Jersey 2 years back to back. It's not because people says you got lucky. No, I stick to what I do.
Right. So it is important to stay authentic and true to what you're actually doing while keeping up with the market conditions and staying on top of those things is what I'm hearing. Because in the case with you, David, you guys have gone from the cafe, then you've gone to your roots with Mediterranean, Georgian. Well, you have the Mediterranean Georgian bistro, and then you also have Five Corners, which is the Italian food. So what kind of challenges, I guess, are you seeing, or what kind of obstacles have you overcome with having all those different genres of food?
Yes. So we were talking about that. So, and I said that we are kind of struggling, and it's not easy to manage 3 restaurants unless I have 300-seat restaurant. It's easier to manage 1 restaurant than having 3 different restaurants, 3 different
Right,
different
because
employees.
Luis has 300 seats in 1 restaurant. And how many what did your restaurant size like?
If you count total seats, I don't have 300 seats at all in these 3 restaurants. So
Okay.
it's extra headache because, as you said, there is a lot of stuff that's going on in the restaurant. But why we had to do that, why we had to open second location, the first location, when I said that we went through the COVID and the cafe, it's just a cafe. We sell coffee and breakfast items. You don't make enough money to open up the restaurant, the second restaurant. But thanks to Invest Newark, we had to go to Invest Newark and ask for a loan to open another restaurant.
Okay.
But why we did that, because unfortunately we don't have a friendly landlord in our first location. So that landlord was always trying to do bad stuff. And she wants
Always trying to collect his rent
No,
extra,
it's
or
no,
raise
it's not only we always pay our rent every time. She just not mentally
Difficult to work with.
mentally bad person. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the New Yorkers who live in New York, they know about whom I'm talking about. So that person wants to kick us out from the business. So that's why we went to different restaurants. That's why, but we didn't have a funding. So thanks to Invest New York, that helps small businesses, and they're very patient with us for a long time. So we opened up Five Corners. So Five Corners we decided to open Italian restaurant. Why Italian? Because as I said, I'm not gonna compete with a Portuguese restaurant that been in a business for 40 plus years.
Gotcha.
First of all, I'm not Portuguese, I'm not Spanish, I'm not Italian either, but we have a chef who used to work in Italy and all his entire life being in Italy. So that's how we decided to open up. And it's first Italian restaurant in Newark, fine dining restaurant in Newark. And that's plus
and, on
and
that, David,
minus
that's
too.
brilliant. And the point on that is that's still, being authentic. You got an Italian chef, so the food is still authentic. And then looking at, where there was a market need, because you're saying it was the first Italian. So, I mean, if you already have these great Portuguese restaurants like Somar, you're
again, as I said, we always want to bring something new to Newark. So that's why we decided to bring an Italian restaurant for neighborhood. It has pluses and minuses. Unfortunately, the minuses is that again, we have a lot of Portuguese group and Spanish groups that they prefer to go to the Portuguese restaurants. Nothing wrong with that, and they support Portuguese and Spanish.
Right.
So our business unfortunately became on. So we are working on the airport people, like the tourists. Like, so we have to sometimes, hopefully there is delays of airlines, so they can come to our restaurants. So 85% of the customers, they are from airport and the hotels. So the rest of the percentage is very small percentage is locals. They come there like maybe once a month, maybe once in 2 months. And then also I was telling you, I know we have a short time, so we have a lot of new buildings going up and it's beautiful. I live in one of them, and there is 400 units, 300 units, and they're literally packed, all of them. But we need to work on them, like these people who live in these buildings, they don't come out. They don't come out because we have a beautiful POS system that literally tracks every our customer from where they come, what they do, where they live, how often they come, and we know everything about these customers. And
That's wonderful, which is shrewd business sense to actually get to know your customer with a good POS point of sale.
correct, and
system.
we target that this customer to make sure to bring in new people. Unfortunately, it's been very difficult to bring them from these buildings,
right
and then
surrounding
literally
area.
they're literally like 10 meters away from us, and they don't come. I don't know. We need to work
that's a
on
good-
that.
Yeah, we
to
do need to work
bring
on that. I
these
was asked
people up there.
Elizabeth about what Invest Newark is doing in that regard, as far as, retaining and attracting the people in the area. I know you do support in our publication, which is Destination Newark, and that is one of the things that we're doing, is really tapping into the city, the people that work here, start businesses here, go to school here, and live here. So what else is Invest Newark doing for that?
As far as what we do in order to track customers or the public to our city is mostly social media. Like Luis mentioned, it's very important to invest with a good PR in order to get your name out there. Because that is the only way. Social media has boomed since COVID.
Right.
People, that's the first thing that people do when they wake up. They
Right,
go on
is to go and
Facebook, they
look.
go on Instagram. They try to see what's going on through social media. So
Understood.
that's how we mostly promote the small businesses or new businesses coming in. There's
Yeah,
really
Understood.
not
Yeah, you're doing a lot of
else.
marketing in that regard and partnering with the Newark Arts and Education District.
And with our, some of the nonprofits in the area as well. We also partner with other businesses in the area in order, to spread the word.
Right, exactly. Understood. And I know for you, Luis, you said a lot of your customers come from far away. You seem to have kind of built your business model around it. You've kind of embraced it. So people think that the Portuguese community is right here in Ironbound, so they all just kind of walk down the street and come to your restaurant, but you say you still get a large percentage from outside.
Most of our business, the walk-up business, actually used to be initially a big part of our business. Today, it's not. It
Okay.
is the person that travels in, and it is the tourist that comes in. It is the person that comes in maybe shopping at the supermarket and then wants to have dinner. That has become especially on weekends, our customer, because the walk-up it's become less and less and more. But I think that was derived also because we create experience for you to come. So it's not necessarily that the person comes that walks up. It's a person that looks it up on social media. Okay, what are they doing this week? We
Right.
post a menu every day. So what do they have? What specialties do they have today that I can't get no place else?
Right. So do you see this as an obstacle, or this is something that you're embracing? It
No, you
seems
have
like you
to-
figured out a way to jump over that obstacle.
No, yeah, I think you have to embrace it. The customer that comes from the outside has two advantages. One, comes with a predisposition of spending money, and it has a budget, which is usually above your local, resident.
Okay.
That will spend more money, and they have that mindset. So that helps you on your sales end a lot easier to get, because at the end of the day, yeah, we have passion to cook, passion to do restaurant, but you're running a business. And if you don't generate, volume enough to compensate that everybody, not just our employees, us as owners, get paid, what are you doing?
Right.
I mean, that's the reality that a lot of people don't want to face. Yeah, I want to do a restaurant. I says, people tell me, I want to do a restaurant. I says, good luck. They says, why good luck? Because the challenges are many. They're not one. It's not just putting good food on a plate getting a good server. Now you got to get the crowd in. Then you got to get a crowd that spends the money that justifies you having all of this around so people have a good experience. The pack helps a lot. Prudential helps. Even Red Bulls helps. Every little bit helps. But those people that come for an event, if they have a budget of $500, they're going to spend the $500.
Gotcha. Right.
Well, where does the local person, okay, I can only spend 100. They're probably looking to spend 75. They have 100 in their pocket, because reality of Newark is that most people's income in Newark is not what it is when somebody that comes, let's say, see a Red Bull game with 5 kids and a wife. So it's, the person bought the tickets, is going to pay for parking, is going to have dinner. So this person is doing rather well to come to Newark. So when he comes, he can spend the money. So I think you have to embrace that more.
I love that. I love it. I think it's very key.
Yeah. Prudential, it's one of the busiest arenas in the country, and I don't think the Ironbound or in general the restaurants do a good job enough to try to get them to come and eat and spend 2 or 3 hours. And it's
Okay, so that's another good way that we could improve as a city, if we get those actual attraction locations to do ways to promote the surrounding restaurants and where people can go after you come here for the show, go down the street, to the cafe or over to Silmar.
And Tiziano's, he's a prime example. If you have let's say a show, if 20, 30 people walk in, have a cup of coffee, and they buy a Danish, it's a big difference. Same thing with us. If a group comes in, okay, we're going to go see a show. We'll take reservations. Okay, we have a group of 10, 15. Those 10, 15, besides your regular customers, that's the ones that make a difference.
Right, because we are looking at this as a business, and we look at it as a business, because with Destination Newark, I have the same thing, right? I have this passion where I really want to energize the Newark people. How many people here live or work or go to school in Newark that's actually here? Okay, great. How many actually live here? Okay, so which is the great thing. How many people are just visiting here? Okay, wonderful. So with Destination Newark, we try to focus on those 4 elements, realizing that that's what's moving about in Newark, right? You're either living here, you go to school here, you work here, or you're visiting here. And visiting here is, 25% of what our population is made up of. The visitors are actually part of it, but then the people who live here, and we have to do that balance of engaging all 4 of those people, which is kind of hard, because traditionally in Newark, and I've been working in Newark for a good 20 years, and back from Mayor Sharp James's era, God bless his soul, he, that era was very much like from Newark, by Newark. If you're not from here, kind of go. And the Ironbound was looked at as it's Portuguese, and if you're not Portuguese and from the Ironbound, just don't come. It was very kind of like segregated, but in a good way. Like everybody was like, no, we segregated ourselves, and we're really okay if you don't come across this line. And now we're getting to the place, under the Cory Booker administration, where I was press secretary for him for a bit, and then also worked as comms director for Mayor Baraka when he first came into office. And so seeing how the administrations have changed the tone of the city, and now under this administration is a lot more embracing of all the different groups that are here, but it's still something that we have to be mindful of and being open to. Let's all just get along, as Rodney King said back in the 90s. Let's have this melting pot, but we have to energize the people that are actually here. And I'm hoping that the people that are here, that are next door, that are in the Irby building upstairs from where your restaurant is, will come downstairs, because they'll be like, who is that long line of people outside? Like, I actually live here and I'm missing this great opportunity. I think it's taken them a minute, because a lot of them who live here came for cheaper rent, and they keep going back to wherever they just moved from. But eventually, thanks, I'm so grateful for you guys being here and for Invest Newark, for having something here that's going to keep them here. I think we're on the cusp. And as long as you guys keep going, I think we're gonna turn it where the residents of 2 will buy in. But you have some tricks. So Martin, I shouldn't call them tricks, I can call them tips. Now, somehow Mother's Day, you got 300 seats, but somehow you got like 1,000 people in there. And then you have these videos that are just like kind of popping off and going viral, you know, with hundreds of thousands of people looking at them. And so it's even more than what the population of Newark is. So what's the secret to that?
Well, it became, I think initially became a financial decision. How do I get more people in here comfortably, for example, for Mother's Day, and still generate, volume? So we thought, how is the best way to do, and this is a process. It took us about 5 years. All our customers are used to this now. Okay, you want to come for a holiday? We have a 12 o'clock seating, a 2 o'clock seating, a 4 o'clock seating, a 6 o'clock seating, an 8 o'clock seating. The initial reaction was like, what are you, crazy? I got to come at 1 o'clock. I'm like, I'm sorry. So we've done a process. Now we get the calls, and we're a big predominant of Open Table. Open Table is...
Open Table, the app?
The app.
Okay, do you use Open Table as well? Okay.
Open Table helps us structure the restaurant in a way that you can sit more people. So if you come Mother's Day, if you came Mother's Day at 2 o'clock or 4 o'clock, I'm like, it's not that busy. Yeah, but it's been constantly busy from 12 until 8 o'clock. So at that point, he says, how do you do so many people? Yeah, well, and you can't, I think in general, especially because of COVID, people don't like to go to places who are chaotic, meaning super busy. So if you spread people out when they're coming, and everybody accepts. Initially it was like a battle, but everybody now accepts it. Says, "Oh, this makes sense that I can come and I have a lot of space and I'm comfortable." And
where do you get those people from? So that you had this 300 people seated at a certain time, and then 200 more people coming in. Is that from the surrounding area, or you had people coming from all over?
From all over.
Okay.
Especially Mother's Day. Mother's Day, everybody wants to show that they are they're going out of their way to make sure their mother's okay. But we do the same thing for Easter, Father's Day, for Valentine's Day. So all the holidays, and the idea is to maximize the space that we have to get the most amount of people according to what we have. So that initially I got a lot of pushback, even internally. My guys were like, this will never work. It works. It works because now, instead of us serving 300, we served 1,000.
Okay.
And that's the difference. To address your other point on a viral. So we have our social media person. So she posts pictures left and right, and she's posting.
And let me get in here for a minute. You have a social media person, so you're not personally doing it. It's not Luis back there on your cell phone.
I'm a strong believer of this. You stick to what you know. I don't do videos. I'm not good with social media. That's not what I do. What I do is, make sure there's 2 basic rules in my house: good food and good service. Then I gotta surround myself around people who will give me the support to bring customers so I can show them good food and good service. That's what it should be. So when we brought this person on board, says, listen, what's our activity? We have a monthly report of what our activity is, our followers, who's looking at our stuff. So to me, that was important because now I have data to see if I'm progressing on the right way or on the wrong way.
Right.
And then I says, why don't you post some stuff really like traditional stuff? So she posted 2 traditional dishes. Both of them went viral. One got 150,000 views, and she was engaging with them for 3 weeks, where it was a fish, very traditional from the Azores. So she was engaging with them for 3 weeks, where it comes from, how to cook it, how to prepare it.
Okay.
And people appreciated that. And it's not just local. You're talking people from overseas saying, okay, I know about this. Oh, I know this. And the other one was a bean stew with feijoada that went, and everybody had their own take on how to cook it. Same thing, 3 weeks she was engaging with them.
Okay. So it's great. So you just pretty much social media, like Elizabeth said, you're using all those tech tools, open table, that tech tool, hiring a social media person, letting people help you do what you do. So there's a business to it. Plus there's make good food and good service. I love that. I want to let David chime in. So what are some of the unique ways that you guys have had such a success from people who are saying, I can't even get one place out off the ground. You were in there building it, the plumbing and everything.
Yeah, wherever Luis said, we have the same. We don't have an open table, but we have the similar program. It's like there's a lot in the industry, so that you can use different kind. We have the specific that integrates to our system.
Okay.
And again, when they do the reservation, we can track that customer. We have a social media person as well, which is our business partner that works and does videos and everything at Five Corners. He's a local. He was raised and born in Newark, in Ironbound. He's a Portuguese, Gabriel Ribeiro.
Great. So you don't do your own social media?
We do.
No, I mean you personally.
Me personally, I don't. No, because
which is a good point. I'm just saying to everyone, because everyone's always feeling like I have to do social media. I have
no,
to
because
do
we are like a small group that has our job to do. So everybody does their own specific thing that benefits restaurants. But again, so everything we're doing the same, everything the same, but everything needs time in sense of build the customers. Again, the Luis restaurant has been from 52, correct?
Yes,
And then,
the restaurant's been there.
Yes, and then from in 82, entire my life. So our restaurants are only 5 years, and that's what I'm saying, that it takes time to build the clientele. Then when you build the clientele, they tell another friends, I'm pretty sure a lot of generations go to your restaurants. It's not only they're been coming and coming and coming. So, but we don't have yet that clientele to be. Yes, at Sihana Cafe, we build like a lot of customers that we know them by the names. We know their pet names. We know their families. Like
Isabel
we
and
became
Carlos.
very, very close in the cafe because it's been 5 years. But now we opened another and third restaurant, so it still needs time. So for example, on Mother's Day, we do the same. The social media, this, that, but we have not seen that big impact.
Right.
Like Luis has seen.
Because it's over time. So your advice to anyone, I guess, starting is like it's
Obvious.
consistency and it takes time, to keep building.
And when you are doing the restaurant, obviously you have to have a good food and good service. There is no question about it. But everything, again, it takes time and it needs time. Or also we have to, the city and all the small agencies has to tackle and find the ways to bring people who still live. I think that there is a huge number of people live in Newark that they don't go out in Newark. And why? Because I have a lot of friends, and when I ask them, well, why you don't go to my restaurant? He was like, and they were like, why would I go to your restaurant and pay, example, $15 per cocktail when I can go to Manhattan and pay $15 there? So that's.
But they live in Newark too.
They live in Newark.
They rather take
unfortunately,
transportation and pay more to go pay the same price.
We need to promote better, and we need to do better job in marketing in all over than everything else. So I don't know. So there is a huge. I know in fact that there is a lot of people that they don't go out in New York. So that's the problem. Main issue is to make sure and do something for them to somehow bring them in. Social media is beautiful. Social media, but I can only look at it, scroll it, and that's it.
Right.
Right. It doesn't mean that I see it, but it doesn't mean that I'm gonna go to that restaurant, correct? Or any of other restaurants. I'm not talking about my restaurants. I'm saying in general. So that's the
one thing that we did that was, I think it was a side effect from COVID, is we started delivering. We never delivered except after COVID. Now it became 10% to 15% of our business. The convenience that they want. It says, oh, well, don't you use a platform? We decided not to go with the platforms. We're going to go one-on-one. We changed our POS system to accept the orders, have our own drivers, And
So you're not doing like the Uber Eats,
or
DoorDash thing?
we don't do Uber Eats, we don't do DoorDash, we do our
Okay.
own. Because what happens is Uber Eats and DoorDash has one big problem, I think, more than not just selling your food. You don't have access to the data. They're not your customers, they're their customers.
Oh, that's very
So
interesting.
our mailing list is up to almost 2,000 people. So that whenever we have an event, we can send out an email. So, but why do we do? I always wanted to control the data, so I have access to my customers who are used to coming to my place, so I can get them. If I need to get them back, okay, here, I'm doing this. Come and see us. Or we're doing a promotion. Come and see us. And once you go Uber Eats and DoorDash, that's gone. You don't have control. They have
Gotcha.
control. It's their customers. It's their data. It's their, so you have very little say or control of your market. Because the hardest point, and Shiana, you can tell me it's true or not true, is to get them in through the door. Once you get them once through the door and you get their info, they're yours. You should be able to email them and saying, listen, I'm doing a seafood special and I have all of this. Here's pictures. Come and see us. If I grab out of 1,000 emails that I send out, if I get 100 people to come, that's a home run.
Gotcha.
Because they're used to what we do. So they'll come gladly, not like you, okay, I have to experiment. They're not experimenting. They've been there.
Because they know it and you keep doing a touch point.
I think there is a big, I've always said the platforms are great, but I said, not for me. And the people says, why? Because our goal is to have a mailing list of emails up to 5,000 people.
Okay.
That we can move the needle any way we want. Meaning, we are doing something different. So now we're going to tell everybody that used to come to us, here, we're doing something different. Why don't you come?
Right,
try
and
it?
you have the contact info yourself and you're owning it. I love that. I appreciate you both, David and Louis, sharing your success stories. For those, your success with having 3 restaurants, I congratulate you so much. I know it's hard work for both of you and your success, taking over the business and keeping it going. And Elizabeth with sharing everything that Invest Newark can do, to help businesses and help growth. We have a few minutes left. I was going to just see if we have any questions from the audience before we wrap up. I see we have a question back there.
What challenges do you face with staffing issues? I think it was good.
I have one right now, to be honest. I was working and I had to come. It's difficult. It's very difficult to find good people. But I always in our restaurants we always try to give opportunity to everybody, even though they don't have any experience at restaurants. I prefer them not to have any experience because I teach them the way I like to be done in the restaurant. Because when you bring someone that is very experienced, they wanna they trying to put their own rules in the restaurant. So unfortunately, it's obviously there is more people with experienced people in the industry that are looking for a job, and obviously that helps a lot. But then in the long term, we have sometimes we have different ideas. Yes, yeah. But that's why we always try to hire people that doesn't have experience, and we teach them from the scratch, even from in the back, in the kitchen, and in the front. So far, actually, we've been hiring right now 3 people. We have like every day, 10 to 15 people are coming and leaving phone numbers and names, and so it's not that difficult. It's just difficult to hire very good person. But there is a lot of people who are looking for a job.
For us, I mean, we've been blessed with a kitchen that's been with me, my chef for 30 years, my sous chef for 25, some other guys for 20 years on a kitchen end. On the floor, you've got also guys that have been with us for over 10 years. But I think the biggest problem is to get everybody on your boat, to follow what you want to do. So we have meetings once a month. Pretty much now, but at this point, we've weeded everybody out that's not jumping on our ship. This is what we do, this is how we do it, this is what I expect. You don't want to jump in the way I want, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to look for somebody else. But at one time, I will tell you, we'd hire 10 on Monday, we end up with 1 on Friday. So
the challenge is real. I have one more question before we wrap up.
Good morning. I'm Verlanda Fox-Nixon, and I'm the president and CEO of the Newark Regional Business Partnership. I'm primarily here today, well, number one, to support our members, Plusable, but to find out how chambers of commerce can be of value to restaurateurs.
David, you want to know, how can a chamber of commerce be of value to you?
personally, I mean, we've had experience with different chambers of commerce, but it has not really created a value to say, okay, this. It would create, what it does a lot of times is, and we've hosted dinners, chambers of commerce, different ones, just exposure of who we are at the end of the day. But being a part of a chamber of commerce in general, it doesn't benefit us that much. That's our experience. Doesn't mean that somebody else it would. So.
Thank you for that question, Verlanda, and we can talk more afterwards. I'm really excited about this. Thank you all again. Appreciate it. Luis, Elizabeth, David, Solmar, Sienna Bistro, Sienna Cafe, and Five Corners. Thank you very much. I'm Sakina Cole, Destination Newark. Thank you.
Hey everybody, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy here.
All right, and we're back. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Right. And the future is bright. And next panel is the future of culinary education, shaping the next generation of chefs. To moderate this panel, I'd like to introduce Mark Beal, Generation Z expert, TED Talks speaker, author, marketeer, professor, executive director at Rutgers Global Sports Business. Mark Beal, everybody. One of our panelists, Jason Wallace, culinary strategist, educator, DI advocate, the restaurant scientist. Newark Vocational High School principal, Carissa Nays Lopez. Mark Spite, chef of culinary, Newark Vocational School, the Culinary Arts Academy. And we have a very special student from the vocational school as well here with us. Maldonado.
Carlos, thanks for the introductions. Appreciate it. First of all, thanks to Plusable PR for hosting this and producing it. Tremendous, tremendous event. Outstanding event. I'm just going to stand for a minute while I do some introductions. So for the next 45 minutes, we're going to spill the tea and serve up the sauce on Gen Z. All right? We're going to spill the tea and serve up the sauce on Gen Z, the future generation of chefs. We may even talk a little bit about Gen Alpha as well. Since I am a professor at Rutgers, a little bit of a pop quiz. I've got my latest book here called CEO, Introducing Generation Z, the New Generation of Leaders. What's the first official birth year of Gen Z? First official birth year of Gen Z. Just shout it out. Whoever gets it gets the book. Who said that? I heard 97. Somebody said 97. Here you go. Come on up. Come on up. Well, that was not right. Who said 97? I did hear 97. All right, come on up and grab the book. So, the point of that was that the oldest Gen Zers turned 28 this year. Man, they're old, huh? They used to be all in elementary school, middle school, and high school, and now the oldest are 28. The youngest Gen Zers turned 13 this year. And of course, we've got a special guest in Lewis, who's right in the middle. He's an 18-year-old Gen Z chef. So if you don't mind, Lewis, you're the expert on the panel today. We're going to begin with you. On the first day of class, every semester at Rutgers, I ask every student the same question. What's your passion? What do you love? Obviously, you love, right, being a chef. You love culinary. Talk about that passion a little bit, and where did it come from?
So thank you for the question. My passion for culinary mainly came from being surrounded by my family my entire life. In cooking environments. One of my earliest childhood memories was making rice with my grandmother in Dominican Republic. And from then on, it's always been a part of me. I'd always spend times in the kitchen with my parents, with relatives, learning about different kinds of cuisine. Early on in life, I learned about Portuguese cuisine from my aunt because she spent so much time preparing it because she traveled around the world when I was a kid. Authentic Dominican cuisine, which is where I'm from. I'm a Dominican, Puerto Rican, first generation. And I've always been surrounded by food. That's mainly where my passion came from. And when I heard about Newark Vocational High School after graduating middle school, like COVID with everything going on, it was a crazy time. So I'm like, let me pursue this that I've been surrounded with my entire life, and I've been fascinated with it. Like, it's always fascinated with me what goes into preparing a dish, like gathering ingredients, the preparation that takes. You have to be very specific and careful with all the ingredients in any recipe, and that's mainly it's a big fascination of mine.
Now, Mark, you work with Lewis and many, many, many chefs, Gen Zers now, but previous generations, right? Millennials. Talk about this current generation, though, as far as maybe some things you see a little bit different about them compared to maybe previous generations like millennials.
Sure. Well, it's amazing how much life has changed from generation to generation, and the challenges that this generation faces, with TikTok and social media and all of that stuff. I think it puts a lot of pressure on them in ways we didn't experience, and I'm pretty glad I didn't have to worry about that stuff. The influences are far and wide, and through social media, you know, everybody seems to post the best of the best, and you think everybody's life is just so good. And I think these kids have to try to live up to that, and they're always trying to chase that perfect moment that they can put out there. But there's some advantages for them too through social media. You know, apps like TikTok, they're good and bad. There's so many incredible culinary demos and demonstrations and chefs and young chefs putting out content that is, it's pretty awesome. There's some bad ones too, but there's a lot that we didn't have when we were younger that they get to see. But these kids, this generation, more than anything, they just want a chance. They just want someone to say, I believe in you, I trust you, let's get in the kitchen. It's okay if you make mistakes, but let's give them that chance.
Now, Carissa is the principal of the entire Newark Vocational High School. So it's three elements. It's the culinary, it's graphic design, and it's travel and tourism. So you're immersed with Gen Z every single day across all three of these kind of units of the schools. You want to expand upon a little bit about that as far as collaborating with today's generation, this future generation of, in Lewis's case, future generation of chefs?
Yeah, 100%. Just first of all, thank you for having us. You know, just to refer back to the prior panel, you heard them talk about good food, you heard them talk about good service, you heard them talk about good marketing. That literally is Newark Vocational High School. We have a graphic design program, we have hospitality and tourism, and of course we have culinary arts. So we work really hard to have all of our pathways work together. And fostering collaboration in a Gen Z setting, it's not always the easiest thing, right? Because when you think about self-confidence, competition, I'm always worrying about who am I competing with. So we really pride ourselves on developing well-rounded adolescents regardless of the pathway, but that starts with having them look within. You don't know what you need to overcome until you figure out what you're good at. And you can't really embrace challenges until you can understand and speak for, this is what I know I do well. And that's deeper than I can play basketball well, right? So when we think about what Chef Spate mentions with culinary, that you make mistakes, right? You make mistakes, you learn from mistakes. If you have something that is too salty, how do you combat that? What do you do? How do you change the ingredients? So in all of our pathways, we work really hard to give feedback and have the students understand that feedback is there, not to insult, but to help you grow, which is why we have to make sure we're giving both positive and constructive feedback. And they do it with each other, but I'm very proud, and Lewis has come a really long way, so we're really proud of him.
Now, Jason, the restaurant scientist. I love that title, the restaurant scientist. Do you want to talk? We can go through your resume, but it would take an hour or two easily. And his achievements, amazing, accomplished. Do you want to talk? I know you've got a major project right now that you're really excited about. You want to talk a little bit about that project because I think it hits close to home here.
Yeah, Catherine is my mother. Just lost her a couple months ago, but we're doing a restaurant and brewery right at 110 Edison Place in the Mars Wrigley building, but it's actually owned by Ironside, which is Edison property. So we're talking about 10,000 square feet of space. We'll have 2,000 of that will be an actual live brewery. We'll be brewing our own beer on site. And then we have 2 private catering rooms that will hold 24 and 24 each, where I can open up to 48. And then we have the actual bar and dining room and a cafe. So we just began core drilling on Monday because we didn't know what was in that slab of concrete between the first level and then the second level, and it was all sand, so that's good. We anticipate that grand opening to be soft open in December, grand opening in early January. So we're looking to employ at least 60 people, 60 to 80. So I need prep cooks. We'll be brining our own pastrami sandwiches. We'll be making our own dough. We'll make our own pasta. We have a cafe element as well, which will do cheesecakes, cookies, muffins, tricked out donuts.
So let's flip it. Let's say as the employer,
yeah,
whether Gen Z, millennials, old Gen Xers like me,
yeah,
what are the key ingredients you're looking for in those you're hiring across all the different roles?
Yeah, so a little bit about, right? So I am a chef by trade, Culinary Institute of America graduate, 3 times, master's degree, 2 undergraduate degrees. So what I'm looking for is depending on where they are, right? So I basically have my own internal curriculum because I have to teach you the foundation. I have to teach you the science, right? You have to understand that proteins coagulate, starches gelatinize, sugar caramelizes, and water evaporates. I need you to understand that beef is 60% water, chicken is 70% water, and seafood is 80% water. So when the coagulation process, which is irreversible, begins to happen, as a chef, what do? I'm a master of heat. I apply different types of heat, sauteing 2 ounces of fat, pan frying 3 to 4 ounces of fat, deep frying totally submerged in fat. Right? So there's a scientific process that I need you to understand, the 5 mother sauces. I need you to understand why do we put in the carrots and the natural sugars and the caramelization of that product, and how the egg whites coagulate 144 degrees to 149, and then the yolks begin to coagulate at 149. So you understand the difference of the science of what we do, right? It's different, right? So we're going to approach you. I mean, I have to approach you differently because you are on TikTok, right? And so we'll do $4 million. We'll serve 300 people on a Friday night. Yeah, I see you on TikTok doing 5 dishes, but can you give me a prep team that's going to prep 10 gallons of demi-glace, right? 5 gallons of tomato sauce, right? And have it prepped fresh, and then have the saute cook and the grill cook and the fry cook be able to execute those dishes for 300 people the same way every time, right? So it's exciting. Like, I'm excited about it. I can't wait for this guy to come to me because I'm gonna need him because I can't do it anymore.
Do we know why they call him the restaurant scientist now?
Yeah, right.
Huh? I think we all just got a lesson. Louis, let's go back. We've heard TikTok twice so far. The previous panel talked a lot about social media, talked a lot about content. The restaurant owners talked about social media has been a key piece of the marketing puzzle. Talk about social media from your perspective as far as, when I talk about Gen Z, I talk about the big 3, which is TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Talk about you as a chef, as a future chef, how you use social media when it comes to what you're doing in the culinary space.
So when it comes to me being in the culinary space and how I use social media, I have a whole folder of like recipes that I see that I would like to make and that I've made. And I've noticed a trend that the way that they advertised all the recipes and the final product that always looks perfect, like how when you see on advertisements, you see like the dish, like the food always looks perfect, but when you actually see it in real life and you make it yourself, it's like it looks different than mine, and it creates this comparison, like this comparison from what you see on social media and what you see in real life, and I feel like that could deter a lot of people. But in my case, I did go through a time where this was early freshman year for me, where I would see these recipes and I would try making them on my own time, and it would demotivate me in a way. So I would go to my chefs and I'd ask if we could make these recipes ourselves in class, and they would tell me yes, but to not compare myself to what I see on social media because there's there's a bunch of different factors for everything. So I view social media as a good thing to learn new recipes, see how other people do things, because it's all a learning experience. You never stop learning in this industry, is from what I've learned.
I love that. Never stop learning. Real quick question to follow up for you. What are your preferred channels? What channels do you go to every day, either to consume content or to create and distribute content?
Channels as in
media channels.
So I like Instagram more. I feel Instagram is more, it's more accessible in terms of like options, because there's also apps where you can link these recipes to and save them, and Instagram has sharing options and features that an app like TikTok is more restricted in a way. So I'd like Instagram more in terms of that, like saving recipes and stuff like that.
Now, Mark, Louis said never stop learning, which I think we all probably always talk about, but some other advice, recommendations you have for the students like Louis and others as they go through the program?
Sure. And I've had a very close relationship with Louis now for 2 years. And with all of these students, it's almost like the job of the instructor is to first kind of create that relationship with each student in their own way. And it could be something from an anime shirt that they're working. It could be a skill they're displaying in the kitchen. I always love to find out their nationality, let them know that I'm Cuban, and they look at me and they're shocked when they realize that. But I think finding that commonality and creating that family atmosphere in the kitchen amongst the students it's critical. You have to develop a safe space where these kids feel that the problems of their lives go away as they walk into that classroom. They know you're a figure that can be trusted. They can come to you, whether, maybe they're having a bad day. Chef, I don't feel it today. And you could tell them, all right, you could take today off. Just don't make it a habit. But it's really developing that bond and that relationship with them. Louis came to me last year, and during his lunch period, I had a class, and he said, Chef, can I skip lunch and come in your class? I'll wash dishes, I'll clean, I don't mind. I said, Louis, no problem. He did it for a few weeks, and we have one day that we joke about. He was being a teenager, right? He was being what a teenager could be, but he was not in my class. I said, Louis, you're distracting my class. You got to go. You got to go. And he did leave. And I thought to myself, this is going to go one of two ways the next time I see Louis. Most of the kids will put their head down, kind of walk right by you. They're embarrassed. They're shy. They don't handle it. He came up to me 2 days later, looked me in the eyes, shook my hand, apologized, said, Chef, I know what I did wrong. And I looked at him, said, Louis, boom, it's forgotten. I'm so proud of him for reacting that way. And when these kids get those real life situations, I think that's where you really challenge them. And man, so many lessons can come from that one conversation. And it's something that he'll hold on to forever. But this kid, before our eyes, has matured 5 years in 2. So it's fascinating to watch.
I love that story. Love that. Carissa, yesterday I had about 400 of my students graduate from Rutgers University, and I posted on LinkedIn at the end of the day, I called this generation change agents, transformers, and innovators. And I truly believe that. You're with Gen Zers every day, all day. You want to just talk about this current group of students that are in your school and kind of where you see 4, 5, 6, 10 years from now, as far as especially the impact in, say, culinary?
Yeah, so we're fortunate in that we have 9 chefs in our school, and all 9 chefs come from the industry. They've all made a conscious decision to not necessarily leave their profession, but go and do alternate route to become educators. So the experience that our students are getting it's really far beyond anything that I've ever seen before, because they're giving them the real life experience of what is it like to run a restaurant? What is it like to overcome a challenge? What is it like to try to figure out how to pay for college? Like, they're not just giving them the textbook, work that they have to do. They're teaching them catering. Like, we actually are caterers too, to your point of mass quantities, right? We became a vendor 2.5 years ago. And so sometimes we host events for 1,200 people. Sometimes we have 800 people. We've got assembly lines in our freshman kitchen where who is pounding chicken, who's seasoning chicken. So we're teaching a higher level of collaboration, just to speak to what our Gen Z looks like in the future. And we're taking that real industry experience to show them how to do that, what to do when I fail. How do I build a resume from my sophomore year? How do I figure out where do I want to work? What qualities do I need to have in order to be able to work here? Just the stick-with-itness and the ability to say, you know what, I am a teenager, I did make a mistake, but I'm going to learn from it. So I do like to say that because of the trusting adults, particularly the chefs in this situation, our hospitality teachers, our graphic design teachers, the academics, everybody pulls together to make sure that the students are really becoming aware of their full potential. So they're not typical. We're trying to really push to graduate someone who's not typical, but the grit and the motivation is something that we find we have to really talk to them about, not giving up and sticking with what is your goal. So when we talk about who we're recruiting at Newark Vocational High School, yes, we have culinary, graphics, hospitality, and that's fine. But what do you want to do with that? So the students that we're attracting have to have a plan to be able to say, in 4 years, I want to go and be a graphic designer. I want to go and be a chef. I want to go into the military and cook there. So we're trying to work, and every one of our students leaves with a plan.
Jason, Carissa talked a lot about collaboration, right? And I think we had a little bit of a call the other day via Zoom, and we didn't get too far into it. But as you hear more about this, can you talk about maybe potential collaborations that you can envision here with this group here?
Yeah, 100%. So there's an entire ecosystem that happens in the entire restaurant industry. So the National Restaurant Association categorizes us into multiple categories, right? You have fine dining, you have casual dining, you have QSRs, that segment of the industry. Then there's the military segment, and then there's institutional, right? So you have commercial and institution. On the distribution side, we have to understand the ecosystem associated with where do we get our produce from, right? Our proteins, our starches, our vegetables. How does that impact my business? So for me to have Gen X, Gen Z come through and they have that entrepreneurial spirit, I need them to understand that I want that spirit. I want that grit. I do have to collaborate with them. I want them to leave my establishment and literally go open their own and become James Beard award-winning chefs or entrepreneurs. The students in the hospitality program, I need that for front of the house. So for me, it was the same thing. When I transitioned from actually executive chef to general manager at the Met Museum, then I understood that, okay, I work with Gerard Pangot, French chef, great guy, but he didn't understand the business side of it. Right? So it doesn't matter how good my soup is. If my soup is not profitable, yeah, I don't need you or your soup, right? So there's a recruitment side, there's a human resource component, the finance, the understanding the balance sheet, the income statement, the statement of cash flow, and how all of that works. Many things that you see in America, there's over-management and under-leadership, right? Many of these corporations have over-managed and under-led. So you have someone like us as educators. It's actually my job as the restaurateur to educate everyone in my organization about the policies, about the procedures, about safety, about sanitation, about workers' comp, slips and falls, all of those things that collaborate together to make the entire ecosystem. And we need to teach that as well. That's why I said earlier, it depends on where I get him, right? Yeah. So, of course, we're going to start with culinary arts. We're going to start with understanding how we order, food costs, beverage costs, labor costs. More importantly, on the production side and the service side. How can I feed 300 people a la carte, a la minute? Why we have these policies and procedures, because I can't have one cook do the recipe one way and another cook do it another way the next day. So collaboration is huge throughout the entire ecosystem, even from our purveyors.
Overmanaged, underled. I love that.
100%.
I love that. Let's make sure we get that out later, please. All right. As you're going through that, I have a follow-up for you. I'm looking at Lewis and thinking of you. So
yeah.
And you gave us so much there, but what do you know now that you wish you knew when you were this 18-year-old Lewis?
18-year-old Jason Wallace. I was an athlete coming up in high school, 3 sports, baseball, basketball, football. I joined the Navy. I started cooking in the Navy, United States Navy. And I found out about the Culinary Institute of America. When I got out of the Navy, I didn't know where I was going to go. And I went to the CIA. And when I walked up there, it had that military structure, right? I'm still on the board. I judged Pro-Start competitions last month. I've never been on that campus and the floors were not polished. Never. You're a graduate, right? Have you ever been on campus, right? The windows are always clear and clean. The landscape is always pristine. Our uniforms, we would get kicked out of class for a piece of garlic fell on my shoe yesterday's class and I didn't polish my shoes today. So my point is that structure is discipline is not punishment. Discipline is a state of order. The other side of not having order is chaos. And in the restaurant industry, the margins are so small. There's so many moving parts that I'm a control nut. I have to be though, because I can't put my $3 million investment in my employees' hands. So I have to, at some point in time, I have to transition you from that prep cook to that line cook, to that sous chef, to that executive chef, to that kitchen manager. And then depending on where you want to take your career, we come back and we do it again. And now we go front of the house. What does it look like? Wines, champagne, IPA beers, right? Iced tea, lemonade, all of those other components that make up hospitality. Because that's the passion, right? The passion really is the hospitality of serving others. Warm hospitality, great food, great beverage, efficiently, profitably, right? Because if we're not profitable, right? So what I'm passionate about now is money, right? I'm passionate about profits, and I need to teach everyone in my organization everything. I'll even open up my balance sheet, my income statement, and my statement of cash flow to them because that's part of the educational process.
I love this. This is like the business of
absolutely
restaurants, the business of culinary, right? I love it. Yep. Chris, I'm going to go back this way, if you don't mind. You know, at the university level, for the last couple of years, we've been putting a bigger emphasis on creating courses that are all about experiential learning, hands-on. You do that every day. That's what you do every day, right? Across graphic design, across travel, across tourism, across culinary. So you're already ahead of the game. But talk about that idea, because you kind of talked about it earlier, the idea this is hands-on, experiential learning that they can then apply immediately to all these industries.
So we also have dual enrollment classes. So we have dual enrollment for each of our pathways, which means that our school has collaborated with a university to enhance our curriculum to be able to match theirs. So when students leave, they do get credits in that university. For example, we work with Kane for graphic design, Hudson County College for culinary arts, and Fairleigh Dickinson for hospitality. So between the expertise of our chefs, as well as collaborating with the universities, we've been able to tailor the curriculum to make sure that we're aligned. Where we're looking to move to the next level is to work with additional industry partners to hopefully create a pipeline where you say, listen, these are the key ingredients, to the question before, these are the key ingredients for who we're trying to attract. Let's take a look at how you're teaching that. How can I give you my expertise to where we say, you know what, maybe you have a gap here. Maybe you need a little bit more social etiquette, or maybe you need a bit more food science in your culinary, because I don't know what you said earlier about all those temperatures. But if you take a look at our curriculum and you say we need to do a little bit more with the chemical side, maybe we take a food science class and we enhance it. So we're always open to that feedback, but the more partners we make, the more exposure we have, the more people understand what's happening in our school, the more possibilities we're opening up for people like Lewis.
As I listen to this, I see this through the line, right? 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds getting this education, then bridging it through collaborations and connections, right? I can just see it, how it works. It's powerful. It's incredibly powerful. Mark, I'm going to throw you a curveball, complete curveball that just came to me. We're talking about the next generation of chefs, but let's talk for a moment about the next generation of, I'll just call it food. We're in 2025. Where's restaurants, culinary going over the next, like, by 2030? Are there some things you're seeing that are trending up where you're just seeing maybe some innovation, some new things out there? And I'm just curious because I think the audience would be really curious about that too.
Well, I would say in the culinary world, the world itself has just shrunk down so much. Everything is available. You're seeing things from the furthest corners of the world pop up in Manhattan, pop up in Newark. I think the student today has to be versed in things outside of the norm for them, especially. You know, we get kids, they come and the first thing they all want to learn is mac and cheese. How do we make mac and cheese? And as a chef, yeah, we can make a great one, but that gets a little frustrating. You want to let them know there's life outside of mac and cheese. So I want them to experiment. I want them to open their palates. You know, most of the kids, I'll ask them to raise their hands. How do you want your meat cooked? And we get well done all the time. And we try to educate them. You know, as a chef in the kitchen, you hear well done, you're probably not looking for the best quality center cut steak. You're looking for one that might be a little bit more fatty or whatnot, because that fat's going to cook and that customer won't know. And we try to educate the kids. Don't be afraid to try something medium rare. I love doing beef tartare in my class with filet mignon because these kids gasp. You're eating raw beef? Are you out of your mind? But when you get them to try it, you see this life change go through their eyes immediately. Like, I never knew something could be like this. My favorite is frog legs. I love French cooking. I love to make frog legs. And it's that shock factor with high school kids that makes it even more fun. Today we're doing frog legs. They're, again, the gasp. I did it at one school for 42 kids. They all complained. And after trying it, 41 asked for more. So it's just opening up their eyes and letting them realize you've got to let your palate grow. You've got to just really get out there and don't be afraid. At least you could say you tried it. If you don't like it, big deal, you tried it.
So we all learned a few lessons there. Never order well done, right? Because we know what goes on. Carissa, I hope you get to taste test all this. I hope as the principal, you're eating the frog legs and everything else. I hope so.
We feed her well.
I guess go back to your original point, which is interesting. This world has become so small that, to your point, at one point there were dishes that were very regional that you could only get in a certain country, a certain region. But to your point now, it's really, no, it's we can go anywhere around the world and bring it right here to Newark and cook this dish.
Absolutely. One of the best things that Principal Neese allowed us to do is last year we opened up a breakfast club. I did it at a past school, now we have it at this school, and it's so dynamic on so many levels. The first thing I tell the kids is, look, I know how to cook breakfast. I don't want to cook breakfast. If you're in the club, you guys run the club. I'm there to oversee it, make sure you're safe and sanitary. You need to bring me the ideas. And to their credit, and again, social media is part of that, these kids see videos and they'll come to me with the video. I think we should make this, chef. I think we should try this. And the excitement is just contagious. It really is. I mean, Lewis has been a rock star in the Breakfast Club. It's taught him to come in. He's got punctuality. It's helped kids with lateness. It's helped kids with attendance. And it's a family atmosphere. To get 25 kids to volunteer to come into school between 6 and 7 in the morning, I thought it would be a hard feat. It really isn't.
My creative side is thinking there's some sort of TV show with the four of these folks up here. There's something, there is. We've got the scientist here, we've got the breakfast club here, we've got the young chefs, of course, the principal. There's something going on here. I love that. I love that. Lewis, there's a great quote from John Lennon, and I'll explain who he is later. No, a great quote, right? When he was younger, some of you may know this, but John Lennon, when he was in school, 2nd or 3rd grade, teacher said, what do you want to be when you grow up? And he says, I want to be happy. And she goes, you don't understand the question. He goes, no, you don't understand life. So when I ask this next question, this is a question I ask my students all the time. On the first day of class, I say, what's your passion, which we just talked about. And then I say, pursue that passion, dream big, anything is possible. Anything is possible. So I'm not going to ask you what exactly you want to be, but talk about some of your passion, not your passions, but where you may want to take your passion for culinary, where you want to take your passion for, and where you may want to go. And we don't need the specific business plan, but just talk to the audience a little about 18-year-old Lewis and kind of where you want to go from here to next couple phases.
So right now, I was accepted into the Culinary Institute of America.
Congratulations, congratulations.
I'm currently working out the finances for that, and all goes well. Hopefully I will graduate with my bachelor's degree in food business management, and I'm hoping to again continue on and get my bachelor's in accounting as well after that.
That speaks to what Jason talked about, right? Is the business side as well as the,
And hopefully I'd start my own catering business, but I do wish to own my own little restaurant. Like I'd like to do a fusion, but I haven't worked out the fusion that I want to do just yet. But the way I look at it is that there's so much that I could do with the knowledge that I've gained, and I've basically learned, like I've learned this much, and there's the mountaintop is all the way up there. So I feel like there's a lot there. I can go a lot of places, but as long as I continue to be passionate about this, because I love to cook, I love to make dishes for people. I like to make people happy with dishes. Sky's the limit.
Completely agree. There are no limits. There are no limits to what you will achieve. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. You've probably thought about this. Have you come up with the name for that future catering company or that future restaurant? Any kind of name?
Not yet.
All right.
I'm open to suggestions.
All right. I heard a little bit of rumblings earlier, and I think, again, don't mean to throw you a curveball, about competitions and, right, you compete in competition. Can you talk about any recent ones or just how those have gone or how you've learned from competitions and maybe built on those lessons from previous?
So I've been in 2 major competitions that have given me lifelong lessons. The first one was last year. I came up short because I took too long in preparing my dish, but it taught me time constraints. It helped teach me more discipline, to be more disciplined with what I'm making and just in life in general. And most recently, our school had a reality show called Newark Chops, where there was 3 teams and 3 people per team. I was in charge of a team, and I was in charge of finding their strengths and weaknesses and giving them tasks to complete so, we could win. And it taught me that you might not see eye to eye with somebody, but you have to work with them to complete the job at hand. And that was a great life lesson to me, and it taught me to be more understanding in a way with other people.
Do you realize why I'm so bullish on Gen Z? I mean, this is an 18-year-old chef. I see where we are with the clock, and I want to open it up to a couple questions. So what I'm going to do is give the panel time to prepare for this final one. What I want to do is go through, starting with Jason, just kind of a final comment, final word on this topic of kind of the future of food, the next generation of chefs, the next generation of culinary. And then we'll get a final word for everyone, and then we'll open it up to a couple questions in the last kind of 10 minutes. So Jason, you want to just close out as far as just kind of your final thoughts on, we'll just call it this next generation.
Yeah, the next generation, artificial intelligence, we have no fear for culinary arts because we're blue collar, right? We have a trade that your job is safe, right? Your career is safe. Now, the marketing person in your organization might get replaced by AI. But plumbers, electricians, so I came from a blue collar mentality and I learned a trade. I'm a glorified cook. A chef is a glorified cook. I think that you are right. You can pivot in the restaurant industry, same as I did. You will be able to pivot from physical cooking in the kitchen to general manager, to catering director, and or to restaurateur, right? So I've worn all of those hats. So continue doing what you're doing, but just know that we do have to reinvent ourselves. The restaurant industry will have to reinvent ourselves. Uber Eats and DoorDash are really not our friends. They're really not. They bamboozled the entire industry. The supply chain is a problem. The middleman is my enemy as well. So I need to go directly to Jersey farmers. I need to go directly to Jersey wineries. I need to go directly to Jersey breweries. I need to go directly to Jersey liquor manufacturers who produce in spirits, and I'm buying direct from them. So the enemy is the middleman and the future of the restaurant industry. And when you understand the finance, the income statement, the balance sheets, which I'm going to teach you, we're connected right now, just so you know. You're never going to get rid of me. And anyone else that you want to bring along, because I can't grow. There's 300,000 people in Newark right now. If we continue to get the population that we need in order for my restaurant to survive, I need another 100,000 people, right? Median age is 34. We got to understand the business side of economics. We have to understand how the restaurant industry relates to the entire ecosystem of Newark, right? And I think we're going to be all right as long as we produce quality product and good service and understand our true job is hospitality.
I asked for a closing statement. I got one. Holy smokes. Jason kicked off with AI, which I'm so glad he brought in. We couldn't have a conversation like this without AI. But I always like to say, and I know everyone on the panel knows this, we've got to continue to complement AI with what I call HI, human interaction, right? This business is about human interaction. You're seeing it on display here today. I'm going to go to the principal next. I keep calling the principal Carissa, but I should say the principal. So
okay.
The principal next.
So I feel a huge responsibility to make sure that every student in our school leaves with a plan. My son is a freshman in high school, and I know I want the best for him, and I treat them all the same. But that means that we have to consistently keep up with the ever-changing times. So the commitment from me and from everyone that's in our building, because we have super dedicated staff, is to make sure that we are continuing to partner to make sure that we are keeping up with what's happening in the future, whether it's AI or going to these local businesses or just figuring out what food insecurity variances and making sure that we are educating them to the best of their ability, but teaching them to be able to compete with society. So we're going to remain committed to making sure that you guys have the absolute best so you can be the best.
That's powerful. Mark?
Yeah, I would tell you from my perspective, 10 years teaching in Newark, I've had 15 kids accepted to the Culinary Institute of America, and one went. And that's heartbreaking to me. The kids need support. They need scholarships. They need corporate money. They need businesses to get more involved, because for a student to not be able to go there simply because of finances, it's just the biggest shame to me. This city has taught me something in 10 years, what a vital, lively city this is with such dynamic, diverse groups of people here. All these kids want, I said it before, is that opportunity. They want that chance. And that the fact that finances might get in the way and that becomes their struggle and the reason they can't do something they really want, it shouldn't be that way at all. It shouldn't be that way. They need support.
That's powerful, guys. Very powerful. And that support, as you said, can come from anywhere, corporations, individuals, and a whole bunch of others. Louis, you are the future. You represent the future. You represent the next generation. So you get the final word. Anything you want to talk about?
I'd say this goes out to anybody, no matter how old you are, whether it's Gen Z, Gen Alpha, mainly Gen Alpha right now, because they're making me feel old. Right. I have a lot of y'all.
By the way, Gen Alpha, age 1 to 12.
They're making me feel old. But it's just the next generation, even after me, because I'm like an old man now. If you have a passion for something, pursue it. And always find connections. Connections are some of the most important things that you will have in this life, and build good relationships. That's what I've learned. That's one of the biggest takeaways after my 4 years of high school and now about to graduate. Your connections and your relationships with your teachers, with any adult you meet, and always be respectful. And what I used to see a lot, I still see it sometimes. There's a lack of discipline, as Chef said earlier. There's a lot of discipline in the teenagers, which is normal. Teenagers, they still got to mature, but there's a lot of lack of discipline, and building that early on will set you up very, very well in life. I'm not saying that I'm already set up for life, but the lessons that I've learned, the discipline, the punctuality that I've learned from high school, from Breakfast Club, it'll stay with me for my entire life, and I know for certain.
Louis, you've inspired us all. I'm so glad that Chef Mark and your principal took you out of school today. This was tremendous value. Why don't we do this? We have a couple minutes. Any questions out there for any of the panel members? I mean, there was incredible insights and takeaways here, but we want to get a couple of questions in the last. Looks like in the back of the room we've got a question, and I think there's a microphone coming your way. So hold on to that question for a moment. If we want to go all the way to the back, someone has their hand up back there.
I think your message was very strong about connections, because that's how a lot of things happen in business. I wanted to say to you, you should try for Next Level Chef. And it's a great show for young kids, and I think you would make a great character on television. So try it. You got nothing to lose, and good luck with everything.
Thank you so much. And I'll give it a shot, since I do have a little bit of TV experience now.
Any other questions, Carlos, out there? It's hard for me to see from here. No? Good. First of all, again, tremendous insights from the panelists around the next generation of restaurants, the next generation of chefs, the next generation of the culinary industry. This panel is incredible. Thank you all for being here today. Really appreciate it. Once this new restaurant opens, Catherine's, let's make sure we all go there, okay? Let's make sure we support it. Let's make sure we figure out ways to support the students in the school. As Chef Mark said, they all need our support, right? They've got the passion, they've got the talent. They want to take that to the next level. They do have big dreams. They want to reach those dreams, but they're going to need it. It takes a village, right? It takes a village. It takes all of us. So thank you to the school for everything you do for these students and everything you do in collaboration with the students. And Louis, just, I don't know, you inspired us all today. So keep pursuing those passions, all right? Keep pursuing those passions. Oh, I knew he had the closing comment. I was just waiting for it.
It's my chance to be inspirational, you know? Don't let anybody shut your dreams down or your creativity. If you have a dream, just make it happen. If you believe in that dream, make it happen. That's all.
On that note, we're going to close out. Thank you very much. I think all the panelists will be sticking around and open for one-on-one discussions. Thank you very much for joining us today. I appreciate it.
That's right. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? All right. This has been quite the flavorful morning, quite the flavorful day here in Newark. But now we actually are going to have a specific moment, specifically and specially wonderful moment with our great friend, Michelin star chef Gil Fernandes from Portugal. Welcome to Newark. It's an honor to have you here. We're going to be calling this moment Navigating Global Flavors, a culinary demonstration with Michelin-starred chef Gil Fernandes and local chef Brian Lopes, and also directly from Portugal, chef João Tomás. And while they get things ready here, we're going to show your video. Anything you'd like to say, our friends here today?
Hello. How is everybody doing? Everything is okay? Are you enjoying? Cool. So the show must go on. So let's rock it. Huh? So I'm Gil Fernandes, executive chef of Fortaleza do Guincho, one Michelin star for 24 years in a row. So, and for the people who don't know, is located in Cascais, near to Lisbon, in Portugal, a very beautiful region, and in a beach called Guincho, is the western corner of Europe, and there we have a beautiful landscape and a hotel called Fortaleza do Guincho. It's an old fortress for the 17th century, and is a great honor to be part of that team and be part of that world. So now we're going to show up a video that showcases a little bit what we are doing about cuisine. Our cuisine is focused on Portuguese legacy, tradition. Also, we work a lot with seasonality, produce, local ingredients. So in a lot of them we collect ourselves, such as seaweed, such as flowers and leaves, because we have a beautiful mountain nearby Fortaleza do Guincho, and you can collect also that beautiful leaves. And seaweed just near to our restaurant. But you're going to see it better here in the video.
Any disclaimer about the video? Well, the video is going to be in Portuguese, so it's going to be good for you to brush up on your Portuguese skills. But it's subtitled, and it's called Memories, right, Chef?
Exactly, because our menu is called Memories. So in each dish tells a memory, tells a story. Yeah, exactly. So every dish for example, I'm gonna give you this example. We call it sand comb. It's a memory that when I collect the seaweed, I collect also this sand comb, and that's why the dish is called sand comb. But this is only one example. So I'd rather that you see first the video, then I explain dish by dish.
Memories, Gil Fernandes.
Como chefe, tenho a sensação que o tempo nunca é suficiente. Somos os primeiros a chegar e os últimos a sair. É uma luta constante. Os segundos tornam-se minutos, depois prolongam-se por horas. Por vezes, vejo-me diante de um espaço vazio e silencioso. Estou dentro da minha mente. Aqui encontro energia para me recordar, para juntar os vários fragmentos das minhas memórias e das minhas ideias. Memórias não é apenas um menu, é um diário criativo. A imaginação e a criação podem vir de memórias vivas, mas também distantes. Todos os momentos fazem sentido. Procuro perceber a essência e o aroma dessas imagens. Dou por mim finalmente a parar e a recordar. Lembro-me da minha avó. Morávamos na casa de cima e ela pedia-me para ir buscar ovos. Andava sempre atrás dela. Acabei por descobrir um mundo de plantas e de sabores que nunca tinha imaginado encontrar. Ela usava-as para tratamentos e eu uso-as para cozinhar. Passei grande parte da vida entre a terra e o mar. Sempre vi na natureza um lugar de refúgio e de experiências, o meu verdadeiro laboratório. Naquele tempo, eu e o meu avô saíamos de manhã, descíamos à riba com um camaroeiro, um caranguejo atado à ponta e ficávamos junto às rochas à pesca do polvo. O tempo é engraçado, não deixa pegadas. Lembro-me perfeitamente do meu pai quando trabalhava na agricultura. Chamava-me para ajudar e muitas vezes tinha que organizar a rega conta-gotas que distribui a água pela horta. Na imaginação não existe tempo. Por vezes tenho recordações distantes, mas às vezes são os pequenos momentos que preenchem a minha mente. Um livro que li, uma notícia interessante, um lugar, uma cor, um cheiro. Tudo se pode transformar numa ideia. Sempre me preocupei com os problemas ambientais. Criei um de gelo. Uma ilha que se afunda em frente aos nossos olhos. Todos temos os nossos medos. Uma vez li que existia uma planta que poderia curar o Covid. Apanhei-a, criei uma infusão e apresentei a minha própria vacina. Tento replicar os sentimentos, os desejos e as questões que enfrento no meu dia-a-dia. Não existe um final, não existem limites. A minha exploração está em contínua mutação. A linha do tempo vai ter sempre asas para voar. Vai haver sempre espaço para criar e para imaginar.
present to you. Our pastry chef is here with me to help me. So, what you had to eat, just to explain you, you had this spoon, which were representing the dish of the sand comb, with some cockles, some clams, some sea urchins. Puree is called cataplan, is a traditional dish from the south of Portugal, with some bell peppers, some tomatoes, some onions, like a stew, and then you blend it to make a puree. And this was the first spoon that you ate. I hope you like it. And then you had more the broth. So this broth is with all these flavors I mentioned. So sea urchin, cockles, clams, some fish, some tomato, in all in here on this cup that you had. This represents a lot of Portugal because you have 900 kilometers of coast, I guess so. So we live with the sea. So in our menu is 90% of fish and seafood. And just to end up the dish, we have here on top of the sand comb a cracker done with some bread dough and some mustard to give this sweet flavor, which is sometimes is needed. Some of the seaweed we collect is called fucus, and with this broth that we have when you cook the clams, we make a fricassee with some eggs and some coriander. This you're not going to try, unfortunately, but anyway, is here the complete dish. To explain you what you had. Now, in the meanwhile, I explain you a little bit my past. So I'm from a zone called, in the west corner of Portugal, called Ribamar. And I was, my mother, she's a baker, and my father is a farmer. And I was always connected to the produce. And this also turned me into the gastronomy, and which is very important. When we have these connections, then we more connected with the produce and in this case with my family. Then after that, I went to the school in Cascais, where I actually work now. A beautiful region. We have here Bernardo is our president of tourism in Cascais. Is here with us. Also to showcase our beautiful area, and called the Mataloto that you heard in the morning. She's also with a very beautiful project called Food Lab in the Cascais market, and she also helping the area in the region to grow. So after that, after Cascais, I moved to Spain to a restaurant called Martín Berazategui, 3 Michelin stars, to work. And then after that, after 1 year and 2 months, I went to De Libraia, is a restaurant in Holland, in the Netherlands, called with chef Johnny Boer. Actually, he passed away 1 month ago, unfortunately, but he left his legacy. That's the most important thing. And I was there 1 year and something. Then I went to a restaurant called The Ocean, is in the south of Portugal, with 2 Michelin star. Hope they're gonna get the 3rd star because they don't have 3 stars in Portugal. Unfortunately, it's very unfair. Hope we had here some Michelin star inspectors. But anyway, in the future for sure we're gonna have it. And after The Ocean, I moved to Fortaleza do Guincho, and I'm there for 10 years almost. And we create this menu. So I explained a little bit my past. So now you move forward with the dishes. So I explained the sand Kong, and now I will explain you the octopus fishing. It's a dish with a very important memory for myself. Is when I was young, I went down in the rocks with my grandfather, and we collect some octopus. I think you saw in a movie, but anyway, I can explain you. We had two wood sticks, one with the bait, which was the crab. That's why we have here a dish with the crab, a spiny crab. A Portuguese one is another thing that is very important for us, is our produce. We use Portuguese produce. We are not buying for no place else.
It's a way to empower locally as well.
For sure. We have, if we don't help the guy who is next to us, who's gonna help? Yeah, I think that's very important. You know, my father was a farmer, and actually he had issues. He's struggling against the market was crazy. I think 20 years ago, 30 years ago, the market was crazy. And then when sometimes he had to sell his things, and then came his tomatoes, for example, and from all over the world came products, and then his products sometimes were not sold, and then he got pissed off. And I felt this struggling. So from that on, I understood that we have to use what is around us.
You're on a constant mission also to honor your past as well.
For sure. My mission with my past, but mainly with Cascais region, with the people who work with me, very important. The producers who are nearby us. So we are now working also. There's a very, very beautiful project called Quinta do Pisão. It's a farm just 2 kilometers from us or 5 kilometers from us. And they produce for the community. For everybody from Cascais can go there, pick his own vegetables, biologic, go home and have nutritious food to feed themselves. Huh?
We were having this conversation the other day, and you were telling me that food is so much more. Obviously, he's clearly very, very talented. By the way, how old were you when you went to the school, to Cascais school?
14.
He was 14 years old. So, and he's, I don't know if it's clear, but he's the youngest Michelin star in Portugal. So, here with us today. So, obviously, the talent is clear. You elevated Portuguese food to whole new heights, and you don't have a problem putting your heart and your creativity to serving locally as well. But food is not only about being creative, it's about sharing, it's about impacting the local region, promoting the local region and the traditions.
For sure. And actually, that's why I was mentioned this project of Quinta do Pisão, because I can serve my guests and sometimes our people, our staff, with biologic products. And they it's much more nutritious. It's much more important to take care of our guests, our people, with good food, not only.
And for you, it's very important sharing with the people that you also.
Because sharing is caring, right? Yeah. And I was telling you, this project is very important for us, because then we also help Cascais. Cascais is helping us, and we have better final dish for our guests. Okay, but I was speaking about our dish. So we had one with spiny crab, and another one with octopus, with this net. So the other wood stick that you saw there, I had the net, and then you caught the octopus with this net when I had this with my grandfather. Here we do dish. This net is done with some sweet potato, and we have some underneath some salad of octopus. It's very traditional in Portugal, octopus salad. And we always in our dish we have, we are serving now a little example of the octopus salad, very traditional in Portugal. And we do here do a sauce inspired in tomatillo sauce from Mexico. Not using tomatillo from Mexico, from Portugal. Very important, very important.
Very important.
Hey, please.
From Cascais.
Very important. And then with some coriander and some tomatillo that roast on the oven with some shallots and some garlic. And then this is gonna give the sharpness we need in the dish. All right. So we have this dish we serve simultaneously, and it's called octopus fishing. It's one starter we had in our menu. All right. So we must go on. We had this snack, starter. Yeah, we put the sauce. So I spoke about the octopus, and now you're gonna have the spider crab. That we have to cook it and take all the meat out, give some flavor, and with the shells we do a broth. With a seaweed we collect ourselves and we dry it. It's a combo. We have a combo in Portugal, the seaweed, we collect ourselves, we dry it, and then we add to this broth and give this umami which we need on the broth. And then we serve like this. People first start with the octopus and then finalize with the broth with the spiny crab. All right. So this is over. We move forward with the fish course, and we call it, because we are speaking about memories, we call it Sunday memories, Sunday meal with the family. When we gather the family on Sundays, we cook a very traditional dish called cozido à portuguesa. Is a big pot with some turnips, cabbages, and carrots, but mainly meat and sausages. Very traditional in Portugal, and it's a dish that I'm proud of, and I really like to eat it. So we did it here in a version of, we intensify a little bit the sauce. This broth we call cozida portuguesa, but in the meanwhile, we also we were creative and we combined with fish. It's not normal, but we have to be risky sometimes, right? Yeah, and so we combined it with some fish, which is, here we have the grouper, but normally there we do with rackfish, and what we did is rackfish, the broth, and with the vegetables from the cozida portuguesa dish, we do a terrain, layer by layer, as you can see maybe here. Layer by layer, we do some cabbages, some turnips, some carrots, some chorizo, very important.
Chorizo.
And
Portuguese.
Sorry?
Also local chorizo as well.
Yeah, it's from Alentejo, from the south of Portugal, because we have the black porks, and there has so much fat into the muscles of the animal. So which means you have this fat all the time on the meat, which is very good and very unique. I would say the best pork in the world, but maybe I'm being too risky again.
It's part of the being a Michelin ambitious chef, to risk. When you risk like that, I'm looking at that cozida portuguesa and the elements of fish and beautiful dish, but definitely taking tradition to a different route. Do you feel that the audience is receptive to that creativity, or you still feel some resistance from some critics, or?
Sometimes, but when you taste something good, you shut up, right?
True.
Yeah.
I guess you got me there.
Yeah. You can be, I don't know if it's working, just try it. And if it's nice, then yeah, you risk in a good way.
Of course.
Yeah? All right. So we keep on going. So I show you the dish. This is the broth. Terrine is there. Cabbage puree is there. Because cabbage is very important on this dish. Gives this own sweetness and balance. This sausage is smoky sausage. Then we have this balance, which is very important because we have a menu with 15 courses, so must be balanced. That we end up in the end of the meal, you still are okay. You can still go sleep with no big belly. So it's important. It's very important. So this is the dish. Then when people eat it, we serve another one that we call cozida à portuguesa soup. And again, traditions, which means in the Portuguese house, in the Sundays, when you eat the cozida à portuguesa, we have the leftovers, the broth, right? So in the nighttime, then we cook, there's some pasta on the broth, and you eat it. And it's very comfort food.
Reminds me of my grandmother, actually.
I make you cry now, huh?
You know, in a very good way. Let's put it that way.
Good. Joking is in a good way. So this is our version of cozida portuguesa soup. The broth is there, cabbage is there, and we have a technique called mayonnaise from chorizo, that we cook the mayonnaise and then looks like pasta, but it's not pasta. All right, then you have this dish to end up the fish course. And just to go back over here, we have a very important technique that we use on this dish, on the spider crab, that I forget it. It is important to you to understand that I use tradition, but you cannot forget that we have an open world, and you need to take techniques from all over the world, because then we cooks we are very all the time stressed, all the time we need creativity, we need to taste different dishes, to taste different cultures, and from that then we can add something to our knowledge. And as a cook we always need to get more inputs, more information, more knowledge. We need as a cook. So we are always searching for this. So on this spider crab, we did a preservation technique called achar. It's from Goa, ex-colony of Portugal. They had there in India. They had there this very beautiful technique to preserve a lot of things, but here we did it with lemon. So we fermented the lemon with some salt, and we had chili, and we have this hot sauce, and then from that we can add to a lot of dishes. To explain you that we have to be open eyes what is going on in the world, and to observe a lot of techniques is important also for us, and to keep doing it through the menu, and we will do it again more and more times. So to explain that technique, it's done, and we go to dessert now. So we call it, I have to read because I had to translate. So protected the designation of our origin is, we have this in Portugal to protect some produce or some special produce we have there. And here we combine it three. So the main one is this little sweet. It's called queijada de Évora, and has inside some cottage cheese. Then we combine it here with pineapple formações, and this one we do a lot of things. Which one? The dehydrated, chewy one, puree one. And this is very acid, but is very good flavor, very intense flavor. This pineapple, and end up with olive oil from north of Portugal, one of the best regions, Trás-os-Montes, to produce the olive oil. So we did kind of ice cream. He is not ice cream, but he's an amlaca. Anyway, yeah, and we have here the gummy, also from olive oil. John, can you finish this maybe? And then this is the three produce designated, protected, designated of origin used on this dish. And John is just finalizing with some basil sauce to give this freshness, this herby flavor, and with the peels of the pineapple, we do a nice syrup. Because this is another mission of us is go against the waste, food waste. So we don't want to waste nothing. So you use the product in a whole, everything. For example, in a fish, heads, broth, in the bones for the broth, heads can be for another sauce. The eyes you can use to gelatin a little bit more the fumé, we call it fumé, so the fish broth, and so we use everything with the scales. We do crunchy, and also with the scales we can give some collagen, some more thickness to the broths. So very important for us to use all the product. And actually with this dessert we end up the menu, and actually we are quite in a good way to finish.
Very good.
Thank you.
Beautiful work. Again, congratulations. You're a true inspiration for all of us, obviously Portuguese, and a great ambassador of Cascais. This was also teamwork. João Tomás. I would also like to recognize and acknowledge here the role played by Chef Brian Lopes, a local chef that lives here and from Jersey. Brian, so if you could also come and say hi, because I mean this is teamwork. And speaking of team, of course, our chef is a great ambassador of Portugal, but also a great ambassador of Cascais, and he's been taking these flavors in Cascais around the world with me. We also have Bernardo Correia de Barros, the president of Cascais Tourism, that it's my pleasure to host as well. Claudia Matalot, you already saw her in the earlier panel. How do you feel today having Cascais here in Newark, receiving that Newark love, and obviously putting Cascais and sharing the wonders of Cascais here with Newark, Bernardo?
Hello, everybody. First of all, it's an honor and a privilege to be here. As you can tell, I'm a very shy guy, so I like to start to thank Carlos and Isabella, the organizers, for this amazing, amazing event. Please, a big hand of applause for Carlos and Isabella. They are doing an amazing job. I would like also to thank Claudia Mataloto from the Food Lab, from Cascais team, and Gil Fernandez and João and Brian for this amazing presentation and amazing food they are giving to us all. So thank you guys for joining this. So answering your question, it's an absolute honor to be here. It's a privilege to be here and to find so many similarities between Cascais and Newark. We are 20 minutes away from a big city as well. For us, it's Lisbon. For you, it's New York City. I see so many things that we could do as a combined cities effort and combine the efforts of both cities and learn from each other's. We had the same challenges we still have some challenges that you have here. How to bring more people to Cascais, and you have the same thing, how to bring more people to New York. How to take advantage of the community. And we also believe that a strong community brings a strong destination. We believe and we work a lot in Cascais, not in a welfare state, but in a welfare society. We are working together because we also believe that either we win together or we fail separately. And I heard today in many talks about them working together, talking to build something even bigger. And that's what we are doing in Cascais every day, working with the restaurants, but also working with the museums, working with the artists and the street artists and the street food. I heard today about street foods, but we do always positive discrimination towards our own. We always privilege the local ones, either in the major festivals that we put local artists open for the big artists, the big pop stars. Always the local band opens for the big ones. And we do that on contracts. And it's easy. If the big artists don't want that opening band, they are not suitable to play in Cascais. Okay? And we do the same for the street foods. We do the same for the opera. We do the same in every aspect that the city touches. If we are supporting, then we demand to work with local artists. And that's the way to grow together. So being here, it's an honor. I would like to come again. I would like to host you in Cascais. I would like to share knowledge. I would like to share the opportunities that we have here, but also take advantage of the opportunities that we have here in Newark, because we have so much to learn. So thank you for hosting us. Thank you for working with us, and let's grow together. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Any last words?
So, just to thank you, Brian. Actually, he's Portuguese too. Yeah, and he was helping us since a few days ago, but mainly yesterday. He gave us his house that we can produce something. So I really have to say thank you for Brian, because he showed up that he's a very good friend. So we will continue speaking for sure, because he proved himself a very good person and a very good cook. So I think you should applaud him. Yeah. And Marta, yeah, but then you have to say some words about Marta.
Marta is from my team, and she was helping serving. It's that thing that I've told. Either we work together and win together, or we fight separately. So thank you, Marta, for your amazing work.
And also, João Tomás, our pastry chef, he came up with us and helped us a lot. and without them and without him, we will not be the same. Okay, so applause him to him. Maybe some questions. Do you have some questions? You feel free. You can speak about it, or not.
So that alternative or not. Any questions?
Okay. What do you want to know about the 13 course?
So what does that look like? A 13 course, what is the experience when folks come to your space?
All right. So, yeah, degustation menu or experience menu has to show in our version has to show what they have the best in Cascais, in Portugal, in our tradition, and about our produce and about our philosophy. So we cannot show it in one course. Impossible. So in dish by dish, we explain the memory, the tradition, the produce, the foraging, and our philosophy. And with that, people in the end of the meal, after 2.5 hours, they understand more what we are doing. And that's why we need to do a bit more courses. Anyway, people can choose a la carte. But for sure, then they don't have the same experience as if they have the 13 courses.
Wow. And so when folks come in, it's like reservations, they can walk in. Kind of how's it set up for that?
Normally reservation, because we have a restaurant with 12 tables, so we should reserve, otherwise cannot be possible to be there. It depends also the seasons, because normally in summertime we're more busy. In wintertime, less to do. So reservation, but we always ask for you to make a reservation, and it will be easier to guarantee the table. Yeah, otherwise it can be complicated. Did I answer?
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a beautiful experience.
My pleasure. And thank you for the coffee. You give me a coffee in the meanwhile. Huh? Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Some more questions? Can have a conversation.
We have all day. It's fine.
Yeah.
How you doing, Chef? What was it like getting the Michelin star?
How is it? It's a lot of work, you know. It's a lot of work, daily work, daily challenge, daily difficulties. Hard path to have this knowledge, to have this Michelin star. And I know they give us Michelin star, but they give us because they know we're going to keep on going. We're going to keep on pushing, keep on developing. So it's not like I give you a star. No, I give you a star, but we have to keep pushing, keep learning, keep developing. Myself, my staff, my region, everything. So they give you, like, it's not sweet. They give you something that you can keep on working. So for sure it's nice to have a star. It's a huge proud, a huge honor. But we know ahead of us have a lot to do. Yeah.
Any last question? Because we're kind of going over our time. I understand it's not every day, so of course it's fine. But any last questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to have a brief intermission, and then we'll have more panels. So
and visit us, please. It will be an honor. Obrigado. E estava as palavras por isso?
We heard it from our Mayor Ras Baraka. Now it's time for Governor Philip Murphy's video remarks.
Hey everybody, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy here. And I want to thank everyone at Plusable as well as the East Ward. And I want to thank everyone at Plusable as well as the East Ward's very own Councilman Michael Silva for organizing this wonderful celebration of Newark's long and proud tradition of culinary excellence. Newark has always embodied one of our state's greatest strengths. We are a vibrant tapestry of diverse cultures and communities. People travel from all over the world to the Brick City to find their home away from home. And for those of us from Jersey, Newark brings the whole wide world, along with all of its cuisines and traditions, right to our backyard. Now, while I am really sad to miss out on his cooking, I especially want to thank Chef Gil Fernandez, Portugal's youngest Michelin-starred chef, for taking part in Savor Newark as a testament to the global connections Newark has fostered through food. Today's festivities reflect the wealth of culinary diversity Newark has to offer and the many small businesses that bring their own unique flavor to every corner of the city. And yet, as we celebrate Newark's world-class food scene, we must also confront a harsh reality. Too many families in Newark and across New Jersey struggle with food insecurity. That's why my administration launched the $30 million Feed NJ pilot program to help eliminate food deserts across our state and bring much-needed relief to communities like Newark, including right here in the East Ward. On top of that, we have secured historic funding increases for food banks, as well as created a first-in-the-nation minimum SNAP benefit. And much of our success has been made possible by the incredible Mark Dingleson, the very first executive director of New Jersey's Office of the Food Security Advocate, and frankly, the only executive level advocate of his kind in the entire nation. So here in New Jersey, we don't just take pride in our world-class food. We take pride in our commitment to making food security a reality for every family. And as the Ironbound Business Improvement District celebrates its 25th anniversary and the Ironbound's well-deserved reputation for culinary excellence, we are grateful to every small business owner and advocate working to fight food insecurity in Newark and preserve its rich heritage and cultural traditions for many, many years to come. No matter where you hail from, whether it's Portugal, Spain, Brazil, the DR, or West Africa, we are all members of the same big New Jersey family. So thank you all, and please, one more thing. Can you save me a
You might know the moderator from CBS News. It's my pleasure to introduce Carissa Lawson. And our panelists, Ashley Mays, Chief Marketing Officer, Newark Alliance, and the President of Newark Happening, and Vince Maglivo, Executive Director of the Ironbound Business Improvement District, that this year is celebrating 25 years.
Carlos, thank you so much for that introduction, and we are so happy to be here this afternoon. Thank you so much, Ashley Mays, for being here. Vince, what are you doing on your phone? What's going on? Tell us what's so important. Well, we appreciate you both being here. How did you like the food that you just had? Wasn't the food fantastic?
Oh, it
Wasn't
was
it?
fantastic.
Yes.
Tears to my eyes.
Oh my goodness. We were lucky, a Michelin star chef in the house at Savor Newark. Wonderful. Well, let's get right to it in terms of the questions that I have for you. And I have a lot, so we do have a lot to get to. You know, there is a saying that we've all heard, those who know, right? So that could pretty much sum up Newark's food scene right now. Those who know about the culinary experience going on right now, they know and they just keep coming back. However, both of you believe that the authenticity of Newark's restaurants is definitely what is making that happen. That's the magnet. So what do we do to change the fact that those who don't know really need to find out? Let's talk about that first.
I think we need to get to the heart of it and kind of go back to basics. And I think one of the biggest challenges that we have is a lack of awareness about what Newark's offerings are. Changing perceptions. We're still kind of burdened by outdated stereotypes about the city. And, we really need to develop more storytelling so that we can start converting those people into visitors and believers.
Sure. When you think about how many people have roots in the city of Newark, dispersed throughout New Jersey, the metro region around the country, there are people who have ties to Newark. And they know the authentic Newark. They experienced it either through family connections, through work, for where they went to school. And we need to amplify that. And I think that's one thing that Ashley and I agree on, is how important that is. We have a base of people who do have an understanding of Newark, but we need an army to fight back against those misperceptions that people still carry about the city. And those people and Newarkers themselves, and we'll talk more about that, need to be the advocates and bring more people into their world, share their experiences of what's great about Newark.
Yeah, the word of mouth is what's needed, and the change of perception. Primarily that change of perception, because I know there's times when I'm saying I'm going to go to Newark to eat, and they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Yes, come on, let me show you what's going on," and they're surprised. Isn't that what you find happens?
Oh, it for sure. And so, and we'll continue to talk about this, but storytelling, and making an investment in storytelling, featuring the entrepreneurs, the people of the city, and showcasing what we have to offer visually nowadays, more than anything. Investing in a digital strategy is going to be super important.
Sure. So what role does that authentic culinary experience that you guys just talked about, which has cultural pride basically at its core, play in shaping Newark's evolving urban identity, and how does it strengthen its social and economic foundation here? Who'd like to take that first?
Oh, you take it. You take it first. Well, supporting entrepreneurship is at the core of it, and giving opportunity for folks to start businesses, restaurants are really at the core of it. We know that neighborhood restaurants, small businesses are a catalyst for employment, and oftentimes newest Americans get employment opportunities from restaurants. So by supporting restaurants, we are supporting small business ecosystem and neighborhood vitality.
Yeah, and authenticity was great to hear from our Michelin-starred chef friend who came here and ate in the Ironbound last night and gave generally a thumbs up, which I think is great.
That says a
when
lot.
it speaks to the authenticity
Exactly.
of the food that we have in the Ironbound. But it's not just the Ironbound. Newark is such a culturally diverse place, and those cultures have brought their food traditions with them. So whether you love Portuguese food and the Ironbound, that's great. If you like African food, you're looking for the best jollof rice in the state of New Jersey, good chance you'll find it in the West Ward. You want some excellent Peruvian food, ceviche, tiradito, the North Ward of Newark, okay? So I'm an Ironbound guy, but I like to eat, and I like to eat, focus on what is authentic, reflecting the cultures that are here in Newark or any city that I visit. And I'd like to think that people who come here would be looking for that same kind of experience.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm looking at some of my, I'm not texting, I'm looking at some of my statistics because I will not remember them. But, 27.5% of visitor spending in New Jersey is spent on food.
Right.
And so that's a $13 billion market that we can, but we really need to seize and direct towards our local businesses.
Yeah. So our panel is basically, how food is shaping Newark. Answer that question. How is food shaping Newark at this point, based on everything you've talked about already?
It's creating cultural connections. It's showcasing kind of, creating pride and retaining the history of communities, cultures that people are bringing from abroad here and setting roots. And so it's, really creating that social fabric and continuing legacy that really creates that special place that Newark is.
Yeah, and food ties everything together. I'm a soccer fan. I root for the Red Bulls, among other teams. I'm not a hockey fan, but there are plenty of hockey fans who come to Newark to go see the Devils play. People visit NJ Pack for opera, for dance, for ballet, for jazz. Symphony Hall, the museum. So we have all these great things. Newark is really Newark's cultural capital, education capital, although New Brunswick may argue there are more students in Newark than there are in New Brunswick on any given day. Okay, so we are the leaders in a lot of things, and people are coming to Newark to experience those things. And while my taste in entertainment and sports may be different than yours, one thing that unites all of us, and I'm sure the people are here today for this reason, we all like to eat. You know, if you're going to go out, part of the experience is
Right.
where are we going to eat
Right.
when we go to the show or the game. And it was referenced in one of the earlier panels. One of the hard things we're having to do is beat back those misperceptions about Newark so that people do experience the city in a real experiential way. Meaning that if I'm coming to see Maritza, the fado artist from Portugal, is playing at NJPAC, well, you should eat Portuguese food.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, you should be building, because people go to other cities, they do exactly that.
Right.
And they have the same opportunities, if not better, here in Newark to do that.
We're going to get into that some more as well a little bit later. So how can the diversity of Newark's restaurants be used more effectively as sort of this economic development instrument, right? That's needed. You talked about how much money it's all about. And how are you seeing some of that already impacting the city?
We have a ecosystem of organizations that are doing a lot to provide those opportunity for business owners. For instance, we heard from Invest Newark earlier. Invest Newark spearheaded a program called Newark Retail Reactivation Initiative to help fill vacancies downtown, really centering small business owners, as the occupants of those spaces. It was a collaborative effort with bringing Prudential to the table, Audible, Newark Alliance, and now we're starting to see the fruit of that labor, where they gave grants to business owners to open up restaurants. For instance, Sweet Jeans just opened up right outside of Tubman Square, and so we're really excited about that. Michelle, Newark native, is opening up there. And Audible has, and I think I saw Aisha floating around, Audible has a really impactful business attraction program to help create more neighborhood vibrancy by supporting small businesses. And Sweet Jeans was one of those recipients, and numerous other restaurants. We're seeing the impact of that investment now.
Huge impact, huge. Talk about the vital importance of a destination marketing strategy, right, for Newark. Is the city taking steps to help it become known as sort of this foodie town? We've heard about that, right? But with the authentic twists that we talked about earlier, could Newark one day compete with, let's say, Montclair, right? We all know Montclair. Everybody knows Montclair is a foodie town. Right. And should we even try to compete with a Montclair?
Newark is Newark.
There you go.
Montclair is Montclair. Newark.
There we go.
Yeah.
Love it, love it.
We're experiencing a big shift in Newark right now, and particularly at my organization. Newark Alliance has merged with the Greater Newark Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Newark Downtown District, our downtown special improvement district. So now we're combining economic development, marketing, and downtown services into kind of a unified vision. And we think, and really the mayor's vision has been inspired by municipalities around the country who have done similar unification efforts to align marketing directly with economic development. And so we think that this is really going to help direct effort to benefit Newark residents.
Yeah, and it's great to partner with Ashley now, our organization. We have a broader purpose, just as they now find themselves responsible not just for marketing, but clean and safe programs, things that make people want to come to visit your location. If people don't feel safe, they don't feel welcomed, they have other options, like that aforementioned town that we won't go back to. People have choices. They don't have to come here. And if the decades and decades and decades of misperceptions about the city of Newark makes it even harder. I mean, I won't mention names, but I've had restaurateurs in the Ironbound district tell me that to this day, they have customers or prospective customers will call the restaurant and say, You know, I've got tickets to see this act at the Prudential Center. I'm not really down with Newark, but I really love this band, so I've got to go to Newark. And I went on Google and I found your restaurant. It looks really great. But can you answer this question for me? Will I be mugged if I walk from Ferry Street to the Prudential Center? Will my car be broken into? Where does that happen? Who else asks these questions of other places?
Right.
Okay, and it's so wrong and so out of step with where the city is now and where it's going that it is frustrating. I've been working in Newark for 40 years, most of it on perception management, I would say. And because of the challenge we've had, it's kept me employed for 40 years, helped me get my kids through college. But it's frustrating after all of this time and the efforts of so many people and organizations working to promote Newark that we still find ourselves behind the 8 ball. It's very, very frustrating. And I'll just add this. After the pandemic, NYC Inc., their destination marketing organization, was given tens of millions of dollars by the city of Newark. Why? Because they were afraid people would forget about New York City, that they needed to fight to keep New York top of mind. I don't think the city of Newark has spent $10 million marketing the city in 360 years. So that's a problem in terms of emphasis. If we want to achieve, we have to invest.
Absolutely.
And there's organizations willing to work together to do that. But we really need a boost in the corporate community and others to support this effort to lift everybody, to lift Newark.
The perception is not catching up with where Newark is right now. It just isn't.
Yep.
Right?
I think we'll start to see a shift now with, again, combining forces with, a deeper connection with private sector support aligned with the Visitors Bureau work. We'll start to see kind of a ability to have more investment. And I want to shine a light on a running theme, I think, that we've heard throughout the day, and that community voices have really not been at the table when it comes to the destination marketing work, and kind of how this moment presents an opportunity to really shift away from the kind of old school heads and beds type of mentality of destination marketing work, and how connecting it with community and telling the stories of the people is really at the root of it, and that will help an authentic message come through. And connecting destination marketing with community groups, CDCs, and a deep partnership with Invest Newark and the city will really make the work impactful.
And frankly, more events like this, right?
Exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah, we have to connect the dots for people. I mean, years ago, our organization did a very elaborate mailing piece that was called the Ironbound Explorer's Guide. And that's what we need, is people to be exploring the great things in Newark. We have to build up a comfort level with people that not only do those experiences exist, but you're going to be welcomed in the city of Newark. You're going to be taken care of well. You're going to have great service, and you're going to have a wonderful time. But we have to coalesce around how that comes together. If you're going to do this, you should do this. If you're going to go here, you should go here. Not just run back to your car and leave the city, because it's a mistake and you're not going to get...
Fear is not valid in a lot of places.
And I would say this, Carissa, that, when you find a new restaurant, a new experience, for me, I call it culinary capital. You go to a party and you talk about like a longtime restaurant that recently reopened, the Ironbound Sabor Unido. And you talk about how wonderful it is, and people say, oh, I've never heard of that. Really? Okay, so now you've got some social culinary capital to share. You've had an experience somebody else hasn't, and maybe they'd be interested. That's the kind of thing we need to do, to have people in Newark be advocates for the great experiences. And I know you don't want to have your favorite place get overrun and you can't find a table. That would be a great problem for Newark to have.
Exactly, yeah. Sometimes you want to keep the secret to yourself, but that doesn't help the restaurant at all. All right, let's talk about the economic power of food tourism in New Jersey overall. Ashley, you sent me some figures, some pretty powerful figures at that. Touch on those figures. Tell us about the market trends. And both of you, please, talk about what could counter the price sensitivity many people have right now when it comes to that economic power. When I'm talking about that, I'm saying people are trying to save money right now, okay? So that's what we're talking about. So go ahead.
So $49 billion is being spent in the visitor economy in New Jersey. And again, I referenced it earlier, $13 billion is being spent on food. People are spending money on food. And as customers we're seeing the research that people are getting a little bit more price sensitive. People are still willing to pay more for authentic experiences. So we have an opportunity and a niche to target, and I'm really interested in how the work can be directed to those people who are willing to spend more, even though pocketbooks are being strained. People are coming to New Jersey. Let's direct that traffic to Newark and get that spend into the authentic experiences that people are craving.
Yeah, and there's different levels of spending too. Actually, we're talking about it. You know, my favorite places to go for lunch when I don't bring my lunch, I can get a chicken fillet sandwich on a fresh baked Portuguese roll for $8. I can get 2 empanadas, less than $6. Okay, maybe just because I'm cheap. I don't know, but those experiences are available, and it's really, really important in that. You know, if you want to go to Somar restaurant, Mr. Noberg was here earlier, and have the Mozambican prawns, which are like the size of lobsters, and you can pay the appropriate price, you can do that.
Right.
You can have a high-end experience in Newark, whether people leave that or not. Great wine, great food, to match any place in the world. But there are also affordable options. A Portuguese barbecue place in the Ironbound, for $20, you can feed your family. A whole chicken, 3 pounds of rice, 8 pounds of French fries. It's how they can put that much food out at one time for that price, I don't know. But it's available.
Right.
And the point is that Newark has something for everybody at all price points. Whatever your interests are, it's here someplace in Newark.
So that message needs to get out as well.
Yes.
In terms of, we know you're trying to save money, but there's places in Newark that you can get really good food for, bargain.
Sure.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that authentic experience.
we've gone through economic downturns where, we've had to tweak our messaging in the Ironbound to say, hey, you're going to go out sometime, you need affordability, we've got you.
Yeah.
There's other times when people are more flush, you can pitch a more higher end opportunity and experience, but you kind of have to read where things are at, what's in people's minds, and what their tolerance is.
What's in their wallets, right?
Right.
Well, what's being done to advance the idea of an integrated Newark experience? Vince, you touched on this earlier. Explain what that means and give us some more examples. Both of you can do that for me.
I'll open up with this one. Newark Alliance, again, and everything that we do is in partnership with others. So we started kind of dipping our toes with this with a pilot around March Madness. In March, the Sweet 16 was at the Prudential Center. And so that was, again, an unprecedented kind of opportunity to capitalize on thousands of visitors that came downtown. And so what we did, recognizing that there are going to be tons of people with extra time on their hands, how do we introduce them to Newark and kind of get them out of the arena and into the businesses? So we engaged with tourism ambassadors and hired a tour company, Have You Met Newark Tours, to kind of stand up tourism ambassadors that were stationed at Penn Station and outside of hotels, sharing information about where to go, maps, partnered with small businesses to have events so that people would have things to do outside of going to the games, and really connecting the dots for folks. In a couple of weeks, we're really going to start off festival season in earnest, and we're going to be doing a similar promotion in June. You'll start hearing more about that in about 2 weeks, called Experience Newark, where we're attempting to do just that, kind of connect the dots for people. At the end of the month, there's North to Shore, which is about 10 days
Yes, that's huge.
of music and comedy, but there are actually many other events happening in the month of June, starting off with Portugal Day. And then we have Brown Mill, a local business on Halsey Street, is going to be having their big block party. We have Juneteenth, and we have many other events in between. And so what we're trying to do is connect all of the people that are coming into the city for those events, curate kind of pairings of experiences. If you are going to go to a comedy show, then how about you plan ahead and you get a drink before, and then after you go out to dinner. If you're going to see a Brazilian jazz show, then go to the Ironbound. So we're doing exactly that, trying to curate and handhold people through these experiences.
And Vince, you talked about that earlier.
Yeah, I mean, and it's an interesting time we're heading into with the city of Newark. Ashley mentioned the NCAA regional finals, but soccer fans, non-soccer fans, you've heard the World Cup is coming to New Jersey in 2026. A lot of people don't realize just how easy it is to get from the Meadowlands to the city of Newark. But what I want to say is that we have local events that are taking place that people can connect the dots on here in Newark with part of their experience. But we also have experiences happening regionally that also can involve the city of Newark. And a lot of people are working very hard to make that happen. Invest Newark hosted an event 2 weeks ago now at the Standard Cafe on Wilson Avenue, talking about all the opportunities for small businesses that come along with the people who are coming into, I think they said $4 billion, $6 billion is expected to be spent around the World Cup.
Wonderful.
Newark needs to, has to, deserves to get a piece of that.
Right. All right. So what are some of the strategic considerations that we have not actually talked about that could position Newark to become more of a food tourist destination?
Yeah, so, I mean, when you think about Baltimore, what comes to your mind? Foodie people? Crabs, right?
Crabs, yeah,
cakes,
seafood,
boiled
right?
crabs, right? When you think about Chicago, you think about deep dish pizza or Chicago-style hot dogs, drag them through the garden. If anybody from Chicago know what that means. Newark has plenty of those things here, and in the Ironbound, people debate every day about who makes the best natas. Okay, there's natas up there, the little custard cup things. Okay, now everybody loves them. I've never met anybody who doesn't love them. But people in the Ironbound will debate who's got the best ones.
Right.
People from outside, why don't they go on a nata tour as well? I mean, you can do that. We have that available for people to figure that out.
Right.
But people have to have a little bit of a sense of adventure. I remember back in the 80s, my wife was living in Lower Manhattan, and we'd come to Newark to eat in the restaurants on the Ironbound, and people freaked out. You're never going to come back.
Oh, boy.
You're not, so this misperception problem has been going on and on and on. And at some point, people like us in this room have to put our foot down and stand together and say, we're not, this is wrong. In a world of, fake news or whatever you want to say, there's real news here. There's real value for people here. But they have to be willing to, like we would say, you can lead the horse to water. That's what we have to do.
Right.
Once people get here, I think they're going to be blown away by what they will find here. But you got to get here first.
Yeah. How does it? Oh, go ahead.
One thing I'll mention, maybe I shouldn't summon their name today, but New Jersey Transit presents a huge opportunity and a partner that's kind of at the table to kind of be our marketing partner. They have a ridership that are prime that are 2 million people a day that are passing through Newark. We have an marketing opportunity to connect with those passengers and direct them in town. So there's some low-hanging fruit with some strategic partners that we're excited to kind of bring to bear.
Before we go on, I would also say, it was referenced earlier, the people of Newark, 300-some thousand people, and it's a transient city in that more people are moving in every day, some moving out, but there's a lot of movement among people. So to expect that everybody knows what the best of the best is in the city, their city, is unrealistic. So we really need to communicate much more effectively with people within the city of Newark. I've been a big fan of hyper-local advertising, patch, tap into things like that, because not only are Newarkers going there for their local information, but people who are thinking about Newark. Oh, maybe I want to live there. Maybe I want to visit, open a business. They want to see what's real and what's going on there. But I think we've barely scratched the surface of what is possible in terms of mobilizing Newarkers themselves. Because if we can't get Newarkers to believe in Newark, how are we going to get anybody
Wow,
else?
that's powerful. That's really, yes, right? Absolutely, absolutely. Before we take a couple of questions from the audience, last question for you. How does an event like Savor Newark, right, help to give the city the recognition that it so deserves when it comes to the authenticity of our restaurants and the multicultural food scene that we have going on here? How does something like this help?
Well, first of all, I think the idea sharing, the learning that's been happening, I've been taking notes all day. If people see me kind of talking and then emailing myself with connections, it's an amazing opportunity to make more connections and get creative. And the platform is incredible for sharing about what's going on. And I just have to say, Carlos and Isabel with their kind of creative prowess, I'm just really excited to kind of continue this dialogue and build on this, the message of America's, food capital, authentic food capital. So
you can only see it getting bigger from here.
Exactly. It's just a start.
Yeah.
There's strength in numbers. I mean, it feels like sometimes the world is kind of against us. And here we all are in Newark for whatever reason, because we have businesses here, we live here, we go to school here, we like the restaurants here. Whatever the reason, we're already on Team Newark. Right. Okay? There's a Team Newark and there's those who could be on Team Newark.
All they have to do is find out what's going on.
Well, right, and by bringing people together in this forum, and like Ashley, I've met some people here and learned some things and introduced some ideas to others, sharing how we can work together. Newark has never been known, I think, in its history as a collaborative place, kind of a silo-y mentality, take care of your own, protect your own, do what's necessary to succeed. That attitude, in my experience, again, in over 40 years, in recent times, you're seeing that. Why? Because I think people realize it's very difficult to move a mountain by yourself. If we're all behind it, pushing in the same direction, we got at least a shot.
That's right.
And you have to start there. If there's no collective belief that Newark has what it takes, then we're not going to fool anybody. We can't. Back to authenticity, right? The food here is authentic. The people here are real. The experiences are not made up. I say to people, as far as the Ironbound goes, the languages you're not hearing English as primary language on the street usually. You're hearing world music as opposed to, pop music you'd hear in a mall. It's a unique and individual experience that more people need to get behind, and all parts of the city in all ways. Ironbound is Newark, Newark is Ironbound. Again, we're all on Team Newark.
Right.
So happy to be working with Ashley now in this new arrangement, because we share, in just a few weeks of working together, I think common goals and common purpose when it comes to what can we do to help Newark succeed.
And something like this brings us together.
Absolutely.
You guys have a lot of passion. We appreciate it. Any questions for Ashley or Vince this afternoon before we wrap things up here? All right, we have one question there and another question here. So we'll get to you, sir, in a second.
Thank you, guys. This is a great panel. I enjoyed the discussion. I just was wondering, is there any city that's doing this really well that we're looking at? I mean, besides just knowing a city for their French fries or their pretzels, but is there any models out there that Newark could share or
emulate, sort of?
Yeah.
Yes.
What they're doing? Mm-hmm.
In our research, we've been taking kind of inspiration from bits and pieces of different places. I think Detroit is doing some really cool things. We talked about Detroit with Eastern Market from all different perspectives, from small business support, a really interesting community real estate strategy, food access, and even in their branding and storytelling and spoon feeding experiences in their marketing. I think they do a great job. Tulsa is also another one. They're doing really interesting things. We were inspired, or City Hall and Bloomberg Associates kind of shared information about what Tulsa did in terms of the merging of economic development organizations and the power that came from breaking down those silos. Oakland, I think, has another, aspects. Philadelphia, we draw from as well. And Philadelphia is the largest market of visitors that come to Newark. So I think that there's a lot of connectivity with Philadelphia. So those are a few. And there's even some from abroad as well that I think are doing really cool things. Wow.
Yeah, I agree with Ashley on the city she mentioned, because there are pieces of them that, kind of line up with us. When I think of Oakland and its relationship to San Francisco, to me, in many ways, Newark is like Newark and New York is like Oakland and San Francisco in a sense. We're just miles apart, but our vibe is different. If you've been to the Bay Area, Oakland has certainly got a different vibe than SF does, and that's okay. Uniqueness of place is something that I think, destinations are always trying to strive for. What is unique and different and special about us? Not the same old, same old. It goes back to the authenticity, right? And how anybody goes to an Olive Garden in the state of New Jersey, I don't know, all right? But in other parts of the country, that may be the peak of Italian culinary. Okay, all right, we're from New Jersey, okay? I'm half Italian, I understand, right? But this is really, really important for people to get a sense of identity, a sense of place. And right now, it's so screwed up for the city of Newark. And there's so many people working so hard to change that. I'm just glad to be able to be part of the crew of people here in Newark who decided we're not going to take that anymore. We're going to build a better path forward for everybody. And if I can make a contribution to that, then it makes my life worthwhile.
Yeah, that was a great question, especially Ashley, you mentioned, Detroit. Detroit is definitely one of those cities that had a bad reputation. So if they're succeeding in doing what Newark wants to do, that's remarkable. Now, you had a question over here, sir, right there. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was curious to know, I've noticed that in the summer months, more food trucks emerge on the streets of Newark and in New Jersey in general. I was curious if you guys had any ideas for how to activate food trucks a little bit more in Newark and New Jersey in general, because I noticed that they often end up just spending a lot of time in one location, and there aren't necessarily a plethora of activations for them to participate in throughout the year in order to retain the same amount of revenue that a brick and mortar business may be able to achieve.
And there are some delicious food trucks in this state, for sure.
There are. Our challenge, honestly, in the Ironbound District, we have almost 200 restaurants, cafes, bakeries, food production places that are brick and mortars. For my position, I represent them, and they have to come first. Other parts of the city, for sure, I think there's opportunities for that that would make sense to me. There was some talk and some preliminary sketches about the redo of Newark Penn Station, and a consultant from outside of Newark, which we seem to get a lot of, said it would be great to have a whole bank of food trucks right outside of Newark Penn Station. And I raised my hand and said, what about the 200 restaurants down the street? Oh, you have restaurants. Okay, goes to the problem we have of perception and lack of understanding about the city of Newark, all right? And last thing I will say on this is that there's plenty of people in the city of Newark who can sell the city of Newark. There are people coming into the city for decades now with better ideas because they come from someplace where it's perceived they're smarter, better, more knowledgeable, more capable. No, Newark has got everything we need right here. We can do it. We have the people in place with the expertise, the knowledge, the skills, and the passion to make Newark what it should be and will be someday.
With respect to leveraging food trucks to where there are not brick and mortar businesses, we're having a conversation with Ironbound Soccer Club, who sometimes plays games on Rutgers or NJIT, and those people, there'll be a couple hundred families that are coming on the weekends, and they need some place to eat. They might, bring their own lunch, or they don't know where to go. So we can leverage those types of opportunities, and we're working to figure out how we can kind of operationalize that. Though, so there are plenty of events and opportunities and food, places where places where people are gathering where there's no restaurants, where food trucks are.
And they could help drive people to parts of the city that maybe are not recognized destinations yet.
Right.
Okay, and it's happened in other places, in the Bronx and in Brooklyn. These gatherings of food trucks have become destinations in and of themselves. That could work in Newark too, and I think it's. Are you a food truck operator, sir? No. But
Marketer.
hey,
He said
if
he's
we
a
can-
marketer.
If we can move this along, maybe.
Yeah, right?
Never say never, right?
All right, if we don't have any more questions from the audience, thank you, Vince. Thank you, Ashley. You guys have been great. And the questions from the audience, we do appreciate it. A round of applause for them this afternoon. Wonderful.
Just not that light. Camera. Yeah, but just in case, like, to be on the light. Yeah. Whatever you feel more comfortable. Hey, it's like, it's gonna be a long, like 45 minutes.
And now we have a special presentation. During a noisy digital communication era, marketing our restaurants and establishments is definitely needed. And to help us navigate those waters, we have Sarah Bunge, Senior Community Director of Yelp, New Jersey. And this is a special presentation, Yelp 101, Building Consumer Trust Through Online Presence. Sarah Bunge.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to everybody for coming to watch my presentation. Really excited to be here. And if you didn't already get the chance, make sure you scan the QR code on our Yelp banner. It actually links to a collection on Yelp that has over 80 amazing local places in Newark to eat and drink. I know that barely scratches the surface, but those were just some of the places that I came across on Yelp and wanted to share with everyone. And it's a public collection, so share with, friends, family, colleagues, anyone you think would benefit from it. Great, so if you want to just go to the next slide. So just to introduce myself, my name is Sarah. I am Yelp's community director here in North Jersey. I've been with Yelp for 13 years, so it's been a really long time. I live in Morristown currently, and I lived in Jersey City for several years before that. And over the course of my career at Yelp, I've gotten the chance to have a lot of really incredible events in Newark. So I'll get into this a little bit later, but a large part of what I do is I aim to connect our community of active users with local business owners. And a big way that I do that is by hosting events at various local businesses. And we do it all the time in Newark. Almost 10 years ago at this point, we had an event at the Hain & Co. building with over 50 local Newark businesses there. It was an incredible showcase. We raised money for charity. Around 2 years ago, we had another similar large event at Newark Local Beer Co. And a lot of what these events are about are bringing in North Jersey Yelp Elite, who are our most active users, in from other parts of North Jersey to experience what Newark is all about. So these folks are coming in from Montclair and Hoboken and Jersey City and Morristown and towns like that. So it's been a really wonderful way to raise awareness. Just last week, we had an amazing Yelp event at Caribou, which is a new Haitian-owned coffee shop in Newark. So That's been really great, and I'll talk more about that later. And just a little bit more about what I do. Really, I like to say you could think of me as the face of Yelp in North Jersey. So it's my job to answer any Yelp-related questions for business owners, help out our most active Yelp users, host these events that I mentioned. I'm behind the Yelp New Jersey Instagram. So just really any way that I can kind of be a resource for Yelp. And today, I'm going to be talking about all of the free things that you can do to really make the most out of your Yelp page so that you can ensure that people know what you do when they're in your area looking for the goods and services that you provide. So before I get into the agenda, just quick show of hands because I'm curious. Raise your hand if you're a local business and you have a page that's on Yelp. Okay. So we have some. So I guess today, a lot of what I'm going to talk about is why it's important to be on Yelp and how you can claim your page and all of the tools and things that we offer. So first, I'll talk about consumer behavior and why it's important to build consumer trust and stay top of mind. Then I'll talk all about Yelp's free tools, what you can do when you log into your business page, and then we'll talk about review response strategy and how you should respond to positive versus critical reviews. So you can just go to the next slide. Great. So consumer behavior. Most people turn to online review sites, and on Yelp, these are people who know what they need. They just don't know who they want to spend their money with. So if you go to the next slide. So just some stats that really highlight that. 72% of folks rarely visit a new business without checking the online reviews first. 61% trust reviews about the same or more than referrals from friends and family. And 85% trust reviews with written text more than those with only a star rating. And on Yelp, I like to say, like, these aren't just college students who are looking for pizza. 75% of these folks are over the age of 35, 77% are college educated, and 55% are earning more than 100K annually. So Yelp really gives you the ability to communicate who you are and what you offer in a way that helps you connect with people who are looking for what you do. So all of the tools and resources that I'm going to talk about today are really effective so you can connect with your customers, both current and potential. So we did a survey at the end of last year that showed us why consumers are looking to review sites and what information they're looking for. And what we found is people aren't just going to review sites to read reviews. They're going to really get a sense of who you are as a business. So they're checking out your hours, looking at your pictures, getting a sense of your pricing, figuring out how to reach you. So making sure that your Yelp page is up to date and has current information is ultimately going to help these folks transact with you faster. So now we'll talk about all the free tools and areas of your profile that you'll want to complete when you claim your business page on Yelp. So whether you're already on Yelp or maybe you're interested in adding yourself for the first time, you're going to want to start this process by going to business.yelp.com, and that's where you can search for your business, or if you're not already there, that's where you can add your business. So again, that's going to be business.yelp.com. And when you log in, this is what the homepage looks like. So in the center there, you'll see a graph that has all of your user activity. And then on the left-hand side, you'll see a menu that has all the various things that you can add to your Yelp page. So here's where you want to start. This is obviously all the basics, things like your name, your address, your phone number, your website, your categories, your attributes. On Yelp, you can add up to 3 categories. If you just want to go back for a sec, you can have up to 3 categories on Yelp. And here, that's where we really want to encourage you to think about the customers that you serve. So let's say you're an Italian restaurant, but you also have a bar with TVs. Here, you might want to label yourself as Italian and a sports bar. Or maybe you're a real estate agent, but you also offer mortgage services. That's where you can let them know that, hey, I'm a realtor and I offer mortgage services. So utilizing those 3 categories is important. And then on Yelp, we also have attributes like women-owned, Black-owned, Latinx-owned. That's just a great way to help identify who you are as a business owner and connect with customers who are intentional about where they spend their dollars. So the next section that's really important on Yelp is hours, not just on Yelp, but really on every review site, because sometimes customers will search by open now or open at a specific time. And if you don't have your hours filled out correctly, you're just going to be excluded from that conversation. We also have a special by appointment only button. You can let people know when you're going to be closed in advance for things like holidays, temporary shutdowns. So obviously all really important. That way your customers aren't showing up to a business that's closed. And then the next section is the additional info. So this is things like specialty, histories, meet the owner. This is often a really underutilized area on Yelp, but it's a great chance to tell people your story and what you're all about. Oftentimes, you've already done this on your website or your social media. So just use that same language here and let people know why you're different and what sets you apart. And anything that you include here is also going to help you appear in more search results. So I'll give a quick example really quick there. If I'm searching, let's say, for a Mexican restaurant and my friend is doing a search for fajitas, we're probably going to see similar search results, but the search for fajitas is going to prioritize businesses where reviews mention fajitas, photos mention fajitas, the about the business mentions fajitas. So for anyone here that's a business owner, we just encourage you to kind of think about, like, what is your fajita? Like, what is your specialty and something that you really want to be known for? So the next thing that's really important is photos. In that same study that we did about consumer trust, we found that photos are a huge indicator and influence on consumer trust, and they're a great way to set expectations for what people can expect when they come to your business. So if you're having a hard time, oh, you could just go back, sorry. If you're having a hard time thinking about photos, here's some inspo, things like photos of your team, the exterior, services that you offer, your specialties, little details, pictures of the owner. You know, oftentimes I'll have like a home service business tell me, I'm a plumber, like I don't really know what to do here. But I would argue that, like, if I'm looking for a plumber or a hairstylist or something like that, these kinds of photos are still really important. And then always caption your photos too. And then finally, you know, let folks know that you're on Yelp and spread the word as a way to get people to give their feedback naturally. So next, we'll talk about reviews, everybody's favorite part. And something that I just kind of want everybody to reflect on for a second is, are you embracing feedback that you get from your customers? So not just feedback that you're getting in person, but also online. And a lot of times business owners tell me, it's obviously frustrating. People can be negative. These are people who hide behind their screens. And I totally get how that's frustrating. As I mentioned before, I've been doing this for 13 years, so I've had my fair share of review conversations. But the thing that I like to remind people, and if you go to the next slide, is that on Yelp, we have more 5-star reviews than 1, 2, and 3-star reviews combined. So what this shows us is that consumers overwhelmingly want to share places that they love. And if you're not engaging with online reviews on Yelp because you're afraid of the criticism, then you are going to miss out on a huge opportunity. Online reviews are a great chance to connect with customers who love you, but also a chance to see what your customers think and maybe provide some insight into things that you haven't noticed. And responding to reviews is super important to build trust. So if you go to the next slide, that same study that we did at the end of last year found that 56% of respondents say that an owner replying to a review makes them trust the business more, and 87% of review readers say they're more likely to look past a critical review if they see that the business owner has responded. And I like that bottom stat because this is something that we've said for a long time and we know that it's true. And what this means is consumers know that things can go wrong, but if you as a business owner respond and are proactive in making it right, that's what's gonna make them trust you. So really, if for no other reason than to reflect customer services to potential customers, this is why you should respond. So now we'll kind of break it down and I'll give you some advice on how to respond in positive situations versus negative situations. For positive situations, we'll put 2 buckets here. The first is if you have something to add. So maybe, you know, they mentioned a dish and you're really excited about that. That's a great chance for you to write a public comment. That way other reviewers can kind of see like, hey, they're engaging with reviews. That's awesome. You only want to do the public comment if you actually have the time to write something that's unique. Because one thing we always say is you never want to sound like repetitive and canned on the front end. If you don't have the time to do that, totally fine. You can use a canned message and just directly message them, or we even have an automated thank you for your review button. So if you go to the next slide and also share the love, right? If you're getting good reviews, share it on your social, share it on your website. I've even seen business owners who print it out, hang it up on their wall in a frame. This is just a great way to naturally encourage folks to review your business. So now if we go to the next slide, we'll talk about critical reviews. I also want to break this down into 3 buckets. So first, we've got legitimate. Obviously, we're all human and businesses are run by human and things happen and less than 5-star experiences take place. And the best thing you can really do here is humanize the business in your response. So publicly thank the customer for bringing that concern to your attention, let them know it goes against your standard business practices, and then give them a way to get in touch. You know, let them know that you also reached out directly and let them know in a timely manner. The next is going to be a review that contains an inaccuracy. We really don't recommend or you can go back. You don't want to get into like a back and forth argument if something's inaccurate. there's only really value in correcting information that's incorrect here. So if you just want to go back for one sec, maybe they mention like your happy hour was actually wrong and you want to correct that publicly, or your hours were wrong. So that's what we recommend a public response for, but otherwise you don't really want to like get into a back and forth. And then the last bucket would be a rant, which I'm sure we've all seen. It's kind of like those cringy reviews that make us feel a little bit uncomfortable. And if you're having a struggle with how to respond here, the first thing that we do is recommend actually clicking on the Yelp user's profile, and then you can kind of get a full breakdown of how they typically review. And if their reviews are inherently negative, that's maybe just somebody that you'd want to avoid. So maybe just let it slide, but if not, you can always send them a private message on Yelp. And the thing we want to stress here is that responding is really not for the reviewer. It's to reflect who you are as a business to all of your potential customers. So keep that in mind next time you're thinking about your review response strategy. This goes for Yelp, but obviously it's anywhere else that you get reviews, you know, Google, TripAdvisor, wherever else. And what I always encourage is first just pause, take a minute, maybe let a few minutes pass before you get kind of heated about it. And it's okay to step away, you know, and then take the high road, right? You're a business professional, so you always want to make sure that you're maintaining that professionalism in your response. And lastly, just take comfort in knowing that you can't please 100% of people 100% of the time. And it's all a normal way to feel because this is your business and this is your baby and this is something that you've devoted so much of your time and energy into. And the next thing that we always want to remind people is that you never want to interfere with the natural flow of reviews on Yelp. On Yelp specifically, it's against our terms of service to ask for reviews. So you don't want to send out an email blast asking people. You don't want to put an iPad in your lobby asking people. You want to try to get them to do that naturally. And there's a lot of ways to do that, like by responding to reviews or sharing reviews like we spoke about. And then just the next slide is some of the other rules that we have about incentivizing content and maybe reviewing competitors and all that nitty-gritty kind of stuff. So just as a quick high-level checklist on the next slide of everything that we covered today. First, claiming and managing your free business page. That starts by going to business.yelp.com, making sure that your profile is complete with all the important information, adding high-quality photos to capture the attention of your customers. Don't attempt to interfere with the natural flow of reviews, but do try to respond authentically within 24 hours. And then on the next slide, you'll see that we also have a business owner app. It's blue, so it's not the typical Yelp red, but this is just a great way to track your engagement, respond to reviews, do all of this right from the palm of your hand. So to wrap everything up, just remember that consumers turn online to both search for businesses, but also to verify information that they get from friends and family. So making sure that your business page is claimed and complete on Yelp and other sites is super important. Obviously, Yelp has a ton of free tools that you can use to complete your profile, add photos, tell people all about what you do. And of course, responding to reviews is extremely important. And on the next slide, you'll see that we also have an extensive list of on-demand events. So if you go to business.yelp.com, that's the same place that you'll go to claim your business page. On the next slide, you'll see that we have a lot of really amazing resources here for you to check out as business owners. And then on the next slide, you'll see that we also have a business owner blog. And this has been curated for business owners to give advice, guidance, everything from putting together a marketing plan to more help on how to respond to reviews. And of course, if you have questions, kind of like I mentioned before, I like to consider myself the face of Yelp in North Jersey. So if you have questions, my email's on the next slide. It's quite literally my job to answer any questions about Yelp, so please don't hesitate to email me there. And then the next slide, we'll talk about kind of like the fun stuff. So a big part of what I've been doing for the last 13 years is connecting local business owners with Yelp users. And as mentioned, I do that in every city all over North Jersey, but we love doing it in Newark because oftentimes we have these events or we do these Instagram features and people are like, oh my gosh, I never knew that that business existed. And a great example is when we had this event at Caribou last week. It was Haitian Heritage Month in May. This is a Haitian coffee shop. And we had so many Yelpers coming in from North Jersey that hadn't tried them before and were like, wow, this is amazing. I can't wait to come back. And we always want to feature you. I run the Yelp New Jersey Instagram. If you want to play this video, I'll show you what we do. We come in, we film fun content, we show all of our followers what you're all about. It's not playing right here, but if you go to the Yelp New Jersey Instagram, you'll be able to see the videos and the things that we do. And then if you go to the next slide, there's other fun ways that we feature businesses. We do like meet the owner spotlights, we share stories, we do giveaways for fun local events. And then another really big thing that we do is we have events for our Yelp Elite squad. So our Yelp Elite are our most active users on the site. These are the folks who write really high quality reviews. They add awesome photos. Essentially, they're just foodies. They love spreading the word, telling their friends. You'll see the stats on the right. These are folks who have money. They spend money with local businesses. And when we have these elite events, we go to local businesses and we throw parties. We do really fun things. So if you go to the next slide, it's everything from, having something at a small coffee shop like Caribou where Yelpers stop in to having, a larger event at like Newark Local Beer Co. or we've had events at All Points West. I don't know if anyone knows Gill. We've had tours of their distillery and done like amazing things. So they're just so fun and it's not one size fits all, right? When we had the event at Hain, we had like 1,000 people checking out like 50 local vendors. Essentially, it's just a great way to get new folks from all over North Jersey and beyond here. And on the next slide, you'll see like we handle all the fun stuff. When we do these events, we're bringing in Yelp swag, we're bringing in music and balloons, and we do printed menus, and we just want to make it like a really fun party. So we handle all that for you. And then the next page is just the example of the larger events that we've had at Hain and at Newark Local Beer Co. On the next slide. And yeah, we'd love to do stuff like that again. So if you're a local business owner and you're interested in an Instagram feature or a Yelp event, please email me. Of course, any other questions about Yelp, how to claim your page, any of that stuff. But otherwise, thank you so much for the opportunity to chat today. Hopefully everybody learned something that's relevant to them. And if you have any questions, definitely let me know.
And now our next panel, Michelin stars and local chefs, honoring tradition with innovation. It's my pleasure to welcome my guest speakers, Chef Gil Fernandes, Michelin starred executive chef, Fortaleza do Guincho, Cascais, Portugal, Vonda McPherson, founder and CEO of Vonda's Kitchen, and Brian Lopes, executive chef of Mercado in Montclair, New Jersey. And to moderate this panel, it will actually be me. So thank you so much. Let's go. Well, a little bit, let's warm it up. Okay. I'm good. Exciting times. Wow, what a panel. So we're going to be talking about Michelin stars in tradition. And we just watched a video of Chef Gil Fernandes under the title Memories. And a lot of the experiences that we have and that then translate, as I've seen in your careers, have to do a lot with memories, the way the previous generations also inspired you, or your father was also a chef, your mom also. So those roots and those family traditions. The same thing with you, Vonda. And Vonda, you've came from the corporate world, transitioned to becoming a wonderful entrepreneur in this field, have worked with NFL and celebrities, and have a wonderful catering business, but also inspired by maybe not necessarily your mom being a chef, but someone who had a dynamic that made you actually learn how to cook from a very young age. Would you like to share that with us, please? So when you, it was because of your mom that was studying, right?
So my father had a restaurant in Florida, and he had an event space, and my mom wanted to come back to New Jersey. Okay, so my father had the genius of cooking. He really did. And then my mom went to Essex County's college in the evening. So my dad already had a restaurant, and my mom taught me how to cook. And so I was only 7. She would leave out certain, and then we were, let's be real, we were all eating out of can back then, right? So it was all good. And then she just told me, here are the ingredients. This is what you need to do. And then I just started to love it. And I was like, I really like this. And then it turned into me going to college, cooking I had a whole situation in my dorm room. Okay, I'm talking about a 2 burner, and I was cooking and selling out of my dorm room. And it just I didn't and then I went after I finished college, I went into corporate America. I started selling coronary stents, and I wasn't thinking about cooking, but it just stayed with me. And then eventually I was like, I want to open a restaurant. And I did. I opened a restaurant in Elizabeth. It was a barbecue place, kind of take out 6 seats, very successful. I was next door to a Bales Bonnet. Amazing. And then I started catering, and Cory Booker came over and said, we have a space for you in Newark. And I couldn't believe it. He was like, we're going to build it out for you. You are? Who are you? I didn't even know him. And then Cory was the one that said, listen, you cater for us for Newark housing. Listen, you're going to like this. And sure enough, and that's where it all started for me. And having my own restaurant and coming to Newark. It was amazing.
Very good.
Yeah.
So there's a legacy there as well.
I can't hear him.
You can't hear me?
No, yeah, I can hear you now.
So there's a legacy there as well.
Yes. But my dad wasn't that great of a cook. Let me just add that. He didn't like to cook. He cooked because he had a establishment. His brother was more of the cook, but if you can tell when people are not really into, cooking. Yeah, you can.
Your dad wasn't much of a good cook, apparently, but you know who's a good cook? Brian's dad.
Yeah.
And he also had a great influence in you as well. And how did that tradition, now you obviously took that to a different level, and now you have a different approach to your cuisine as well. Tell me a little bit of that transition from tradition and how you keep tradition, but then innovate it as well with your younger approach to your Portuguese and worldly cuisine.
So yes, my father had a few restaurants growing up. One in Harrison. I believe that was his first one before the lunch truck with my mom. It was Lisbon Chateau on Frankie Rogers Boulevard in Harrison. And then his second endeavor was Solar Dominio in Belleville. A lot of people call it Solars. We're going to Solars for sangria. And then he had the other place in Roselle Park, also Solar Dominio, but this one was an event hall and space where he did beautiful venues for weddings, gatherings. And I didn't want that life because, I grew up not always the best. Like my parents were divorced, so I grew up in a broken home, if you will. And I didn't want that for, my future. I mean, as a young self, you don't want those things for you and your family. And I couldn't imagine to do that to the family that I would soon have one day as an adult. And so I wanted to pursue something else. So I went into a little bit of business. That didn't work out. Then I went to architecture for a little bit, and I studied a little bit at NJIT here in Newark, and did a short stint there. I didn't finish. And then I just said, you know what, I'm just going to work for my dad, because he had another restaurant that he had just recently opened in Belleville as well, called Porto. And that was Portuguese Italian. It was a little bit of a fusion. And that's where I said, I'm just going to take over my dad's business one day. And I met my wife there. I was a waiter. I worked from the ground up. Started, peeling potatoes, doing the shrimp downstairs in the basement. Then, as I was explaining to Chef the other day, then I started as a food runner, then just bread baskets, and then waiter, and so on. And then I became a manager of one of his other restaurants down the shore. But I met my wife at Porto, and she kind of pursued me on a first date. She's like, so what do you do for work? I said, I work for my dad. And she's like, okay, well, do you have any other aspirations? And I said, no, this is it. And she goes, oh, that's sad.
I guess it worked.
Yeah, it works. So she's the one that really pushed me to go back into something that I would like. And I said, okay, well, I do love people. I love talking to people. I grew up in the industry, and I was always running around my dad's restaurant, and my dad would say, this is my son, this is my son, this is my son. And then I would just talk to people and have conversations with strangers all the time. I would keep strangers company sometimes if they were alone at the bar or at the restaurant. So they actually ended up like being family, most of them, our patrons that came into the restaurant. And so my wife was like, you should do maybe business hospitality. So they have a great school in Jersey City, Hudson County Community College. And I studied there on the third floor. The fourth floor was their hospitality program. So I could have studied abroad and learned I could have been going into the path of being a general manager of a hotel once you have that career path. But I chose not. And then downstairs, they had their labs. And there were a couple times where I would just like be so impressed, and I just was hungry. And I would leave, and I would sneak into the refrigerators, and I would take some snacks. I used to steal a little snack here, a little snack there. And then one day a professor caught me. He's like, what are you doing in here? And I was like, listen, I don't know. The food is so good. He's like, why don't you take a class? And and I took a couple classes out of what I was doing upstairs, and business hospitality and tourism. And I fell in love with it. And my wife's like, if you like it, stick to it. And I stuck with it. And that professor actually was the one that took me under his wing and guided me throughout the entire time that I was there for the 2 years. And he said, you should continue because you have something that I haven't seen in other kids. And it might be something that you don't like, but you have something that I don't see in other kids nowadays. And I want to work with you. And we still talk from time to time now. And he's been a great mentor. And we actually, our school is not a well-known school like CIA or the French Institute of Culinary Arts, but we actually went to competition, and we have an in-house competition in school where we talk about, where we select the top best students in the school, and then they go on to go and represent Hudson County Community College at the San Pellegrino competition in Manhattan. And we went up against schools like CIA, French Culinary, and we came in second place. For a Hudson County Community College, we made it. So the teachers, that also goes to the teachers. So hats off to the teachers and the professors there that dedicated a lot of their time to the students, love and care, because that's what children need in school. They need that humble support. If they're not getting it at home, they can at least get it from the teachers as another way of pushing them to pursue their careers and their dreams and whatever else they may have. And then that landed me, becoming a chef, working my way up, and it's been a great journey. And I've always liked Portuguese and Spanish food. It's always been close to my heart. I grew up in Newark, and I used to eat at all the restaurants in Newark and hang out at all the restaurants, and it was something that I wanted to do. And what I found Newark lacked, and this is at the time, I'm 33 now, and what I found that it lacked was innovation. After years of coming to Newark, I was tired of eating the same shrimp and garlic that you get at every single restaurant, the same clams and garlic you get at every single restaurant. What's the difference? Sometimes the pricing's the different. You know, one restaurant's a little cheaper than the other, but it's the same shrimp and garlic, plated the same way, with the wedge of lemon, with it's, you know, and I wanted to see something else. So when I started working for George Minch, who's a Michelin-starred chef in New York, I really enjoyed my time there, and he was a true innovator of the Portuguese cuisine, at least for New York, because at the time there weren't many. And it's kind of scary, and to say this is also, there's not many Portuguese restaurants in New York City. New York City is a mecca for all these great cultures and countries that come in, and you don't really see Portuguese restaurants. I think there's only one now, it's Leitão. But before it was Jorge Mendes at Alfama.
But Leitão is interesting, but it's already a different approach to the Portuguese cuisine, you know. So you eat a francesinha there, which is a very typical dish for Portugal, and it's almost like it tastes good, but almost tastes like a lasagna kind of thing. It's not really the authenticity that you can find in Newark, which I find it pretty interesting.
It's the ingredients too. So this, you know, this weekend, just us cooking together at and prepping for this event, you know, just noticing even though we were trying to I tried to gather for them the best of the best that I could get as far as the fish. Excuse me, it still wasn't the quality that you would see and the freshness that you would see. Fresh, yes, it's fresh, but it's not the quality that you would see in the cold ice waters of Portugal, where the fish thrive. You know, in warm waters, that's when fish and other amphibians start to spawn. They start procreating. But in cold waters is where they thrive, and that's where they're at their peak, when the freshness. And you get that all year round in Portugal, if I'm not mistaken, right? Quase todo ano. In Portugal, marisco. It's extraordinary.
Very good. So, Gilles, Chef Gilles, you showed us your video called Memories, and I specifically started this conversation by asking Vanda and Brian a little bit of their path, because their paths and their approach to food and their approach to cuisine, it's also based on those memories, and how can those memories taste the way you also showed us with your curation. That was, by the way, very good. The importance of memories in the shaping of a modern chef.
Memories, they're very important, very important. I used to remember my grandmother cooking, and when you taste something, it keeps in your mind. So you're always going to remember that, more than some conversations we have, or more than ever. Really, when you taste something, that flavor is in your mind. So that's why it's very important. And in Portugal, we have so many traditional dishes, so many, that for sure you can have these memories and reproduce it or reinterpret it in a fine dining menu. For sure, 100%. That's why we call it more memories, our menu. Because you want to express this kind of feeling to the people, this kind of tradition, but mainly to connect people, to touch people, touching their hearts. You know, because food is about that. It's about love. It's about being connected with the people which is around you, and for sure, mainly family. You know, family, they are always there. So, but in my case, I started in the kitchen also because of my parents, for sure. But then was something that I was studying in a school and not 100% sure it was that I wanted. But when I went to the practical classes, then I said, this is amazing. And then first internship, this is amazing. Then when I get to a chef called Dieter Koschina in Villa Joya, 2 Michelin stars, the level was like this. And that expectation, that demanding, that challenge, it make me feel or say like, I want to do this. I want to do this really on this level, because this is being professional. This is being reaching the perfection. For sure, there is no perfection, but we always try to reach perfection, I guess. Yeah, and with that Michelin star mentality, I said, "This, is this what I want to do?" For sure, in my personal philosophy is connected with the tradition. Must be, because I'm a proud Portuguese. Really, yeah.
Very good. And your mom also cooked.
Yes, 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 yes. She's a very good cook actually, but her mother was even better cook. So this I remember. Yeah, when she made the tongue stew, veal tongue stew with the rice of was something kind of vegetable. But anyway, it was this flavor is in my mind. Yeah. So in Portugal we have a lot of this. When the grandmothers or the mothers that cook for us is an event, and everybody sit at the table. Don't eat sandwich, but really have a big pot in the middle of the table and eat really tasty food. And this kind of memories, it stays forever. Really.
Is it a similar feeling that you want to share with the people that also taste your food? Is there a message behind it? What would you? I know that we've been having these conversations, and you've been telling me that the world needs more love.
Yeah.
What do you mean by how can you share that love through your approach to food?
All right. So cooking is an act of love, right? And when I cook for my kids, I want them to enjoy, to feel happy, because when it's tasty, we are happy. So that's why it's an act of love, and we need more acts of love. So if food is one of them, let's eat more then. Mhm.
That's back because we're live.
You can feel when someone is cooking something for the sake of cooking it, and then you can feel it when somebody's cooking with, how you say, with the whole foot in it. You put your whole foot in that, like something, right? Like I love that. I used to hear that expression all the time at school, and I was like, what do you mean? It's like when you cook with love, like when you cook from the heart, you can taste it, and it transcends into the food. It transfers into the food, and you feel that evoked emotion. Like if you want to cook well, you do it with love, and you want to evoke that same feeling that you once had, or that same memory that you once had as a child. You want to evoke that onto the person that's going to enjoy that food, and it's clearly shown when it's cooked right.
Vonda, yes.
I think those two answers were brilliant, but I also think that the quality of love that you're going to get is basically the quality of the product, whether it be the meats, whether the naturalness, the vegetables, or whatever. That's the best part. That's the best quality that you receive, and you can do so much with it because it's giving. And so for me is when we get quality food, especially for a lot of our catering events and things like that, we actually are so excited because it becomes extraordinary, especially for weddings and things of that nature, because we have some of the things that are just organic in its own way and organic. You see what I'm saying? So I just think the quality of food sometimes makes the biggest difference. We can implement things that can change the game, but the quality from the root is where you get your best dish.
If I'm not mistaken, a very highlight of your career was when you catered the NFL at MetLife, an event for NFL for 11,000 people. How do we keep that love and make sure that the quality is there when we're actually serving 11,000 people?
If you have 11,000 people, your budget is going to allow you to do that. Because if you're feeding 11,000 people, the people that are having this event, they have a lot of money. A lot of money, because it's going to cost them a lot of money to not only to pay for someone to make that level of food in that situation for so many people, right? So normally it's the best of the best, and they're putting up a lot of money. That's really the point on that, because you would have to, if you had 11,000 people, you would have to have a farm that is normally giving able to put out so much food in one day across many miles and things of that nature. You see, so it's got to be broad, and that that's going to cost you. Yeah.
Food is sustainability. Food is not only just the taste. This is not
Yeah.
only just the how fancy we can be and how modern and creative. That's obviously we're talented, and that's an approach of our creativity and artistry. But food is it involves supply chain. It involves being sustainable. It involves more love. It involves health. How do you navigate these waters if there are some changes as far as taxes, prices, as far as the food and produce is concerned? How do you navigate those waters in a way that you don't compromise that love nor the quality of your dishes and preserve the levels of quality? As Vanda, by the way, as her approach is more soul food, and has been considered one of the best restaurants in
Right.
the state.
I want to point out the point that quality for, say, for example, of a smaller event, right? You can have a mid quality and a great chef, because your seasonings and all of those things, they work really well together, and especially the presentation, all of that, that can happen. I mean, there are weddings that I do, and there are limits per dish. But at the end of the day, I might go to Restaurant Depot or have it something delivered. But if you have the quality of the chef that could do all that and really kind of sacrifice some things, but create other things and other ways to do it, and it can work. It really can work, and it's really about creativity and what you place into a meal. It really is about that. And if it seems to me as if it's love, it's going to work. You know, it's going to work. And for me, I do all different types of catering, very high level, sometimes abundance, and sometimes just small church things, right? At the end of the day, you try to get the best food that you can get because that's how you shop. But at the end of the day, the price point, you know, you have to adjust, and it might be minimal as far as the amount of food that they receive, but the quality is still there.
Do you agree, Brian?
I agree with Vanda said. It's very much on, like, if you have a mid product, but you have an excellent chef that can change that product or into something much more elegant and beautiful, and it's respectable.
Chef Jill, I was watching one of a special that Time Out did on you, and you were sharing a dish at Fortaleza do Guincho. By the way, you've been consecutively with a star there for the past 24 years.
Exactly.
Quite impressive. And you were sharing that experience with a more traditional chef. But both of you can have a more modern fusion approach, more intellectual, if you will. But one thing that both of you agreed upon was the flavors and the quality. And if you're just going for, or if a restaurant is trying to, as we say in the States, cut corners, in Portuguese, uns atalhos, it's going to be compromising, and then it becomes a disservice to whoever's eating that food. Can you try to elaborate on that idea of quality and the respect that we have to have for our approach to culinary, from in your case, you as chefs, and the respect for people that are actually sharing that experience with you?
About the quality, if you don't have a decent produce, there is no way to do it in a good meal. No way. So quality is the most important thing, no doubt. Without that, if you have a chicken cooked already, normal kitchen in your fridge, and how can you cook it in a perfect way? For sure, we have our skills to make the sauce better, to make it on point. But if it's not good enough, then you can be the best cook ever, but it's not going to work out. It's not going to work out. So it's very important, the produce, and that's why sometimes when we have a huge amount of guests, then you can compromise. I understand what you meant, because it has to be a lot about the budget, what they give you to buy the products. So this has a lot to be with that. And once you have not good product, then forget it. So for me, it's very important. And when we have 11,000 guests, then this is another numbers. It's another numbers. Then free range chicken. They don't have 11,000 free range chicken. So it's complicated with that numbers. Then for sure for us that we serve 30 guests per day, then we can control the quality better, because you know that supplier can give you, I don't know, 10 kilos of lamb, but that quality. And if I ask, okay, 100 kilos, okay, maybe not possible, right? Okay, if I consume 10 kilos of scalloped prawn per week, they can guarantee me that kind of quality. If I order 100 kilos, 200 kilos, or 1,000 kilos, the demand is not possible. So I understand this complicated to manage quality versus quantity. So.
I guess, Fando, you wanted to say something?
And let's be realistic. I mean, one chef can't do 11,000. I don't care what kind of team you have. Basically, you're going to hire at least 4 or 5 additional chefs that work with you, and they're going to give you.
4 or 5,
Yeah, I'm
we're
telling.
good. One, no, but if we're 4, we can cook for you.
Yeah.
Fando is
Yeah.
pretty impressive.
Yeah, and the only reason I know that, because when I've done the Super Bowl on many occasions, it's just that you cannot, how it's set up is that they might say, we need 30,000 of this particular thing that we're buying from you. And the reality is you can't do 30,000 as a one person and it be fresh. It just can't, right? And then so what you have to do is you have to have a team of people, but they pay for that. So, so when you have those big weddings and things like that, people pay for those type. And you just bring some really great chefs, tell them what your menu, what your ingredients are, and we just work at it and just make it happen. Yeah.
Anything you'd like to add, Brian?
Okay.
We're talking about tradition. We're talking about commitment. I'm a big fan of your father as well, Brian. So I'm a big. He lost his touch. One thing that I must confess, Brian, your father is also a big fan of your cook. Every time he talks about your modern approach to cooking, no, my son, you got to taste him now. And I'm like, oh well. He has a great reference as well, So when you started reinventing the Portuguese tradition food that your father is such an expert, at first did you feel that he was a little bit hesitant, or he encouraged you, like, just pursue your vision as a chef?
He was, my dad was very hesitant. No, what are you doing? O que é que estás a fazer? Like, this isn't how you do clams ao milhão de pato. This isn't how you do cozido à portuguesa, or my favorite, arroz de cabidela. Quando uma vez eu pus queijo.
English, Brian.
Sorry.
I understand that the Portuguese food brings that
brings
Portuguese
it out,
root,
yeah,
but we have to be
I
in
made
tune with our audience.
Yeah, I took arroz de cabidela, which is a rice stew made with the blood of the chicken, a little bit of vinegar so that the blood doesn't coagulate. It's one of my favorite home comforting meals for me, one of many, and it's just truly one of a kind. And I tried to make it one day with the techniques that the Italian use, and trying to make it a very nice, luxurious risotto. And my dad is like, no, this rice is supposed to be wet, loose, very wet, loose rice. We call it malandrinho. It's supposed to be a rice, lazy rice, where you run it through the plate and it's a lot, it falls together in the center of the plate much faster than a risotto would, whereas risotto has a very slow coming back together. And I added some Portuguese cheese, a little bit of São Jorge, it's from the islands of Madeira, or no, sorry, Açores. and I made a risotto. And he was like, "You're crazy. I'm not gonna eat it." And then I made it again. I was like, "Please, can you just try? I want to test it out. If it works out, I'll put it at the restaurant." And he tasted it and he's like, and he kept going. And then he got another bite, another bite, and he actually really enjoyed it. So, but he still didn't. He didn't say that he enjoyed it. He just ate it. He just ate it.
Well, that's playing hard to get.
And he still doesn't admit to it. But it was
Probably
great.
doesn't
yeah.
admit to you, but he admits
No.
to me.
Yeah, no, but he's a great supporter. I think now we get along more in that aspect where he'll come to me and ask me, "Brian, how did you make that sauce for this dish? Like, I want to try and do something new at the restaurant that's fun." So that's great. As far as it makes me feel great that my father, an old chef, where sometimes you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and my dad is asking me for, because he wants to be relevant. He feels that Newark is also sometimes in a way fading, and he wants to see the innovation that other future restaurateurs bring into the city of Newark, and he also wants to be a part of that change. So he comes to me and says, "How can I make this a little bit more relevant? Help me out. What did you do for that sauce? Can you help me with this?" And it brings me good joy. Because me and my dad have a.
No, keep trying. This is good for our audiences.
It's a tough relationship, but just seem. Nah, yeah, just pass it on.
We're all a family, you know, and it's about, and that's what we like, to have like these honest conversations, and that's what Savor Newark is all about: honesty and stories and immigrants and migrants and traditions that are kept alive here in Newark. I'm a big champion of Newark, as people who know me know that, and I think that whether you appreciate I'm also a musician, so I'm all about innovating as well. So I understand that, and I also have a little bit of a hard time when people stick to so much of the tradition, especially when it comes to music, when there's so much more coming from Portugal nowadays. But there's something to be said to people that travel and come across the world to preserve generally these flavors, and what they cook is. It's not only Portuguese food, they're cooking with their nostalgia of Portugal, keeping it alive here, or Portugal, or other nations. You know, Newark is not only about Portuguese people. You know, it's a melting pot. Now, we had a conversation as far as the cozida portuguesa, the Portuguese stew, very traditional. I mean, it's that and codfish, pretty much, the two staples of our cuisine. And Chef Jill Fernandes, also a risk taker, has an approach to cozida portuguesa that he also introduces fish. And I asked him that same question: what do people react well to that? And he told me the same thing: if they like it, they're gonna eat it. That's it. So how do we? This is a question for you. You in Portugal, you truly want to push that innovation. So because you live in Portugal, you don't really feel, and you don't cook with that Portuguese nostalgia because you don't feel that, you're there.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of where tradition meets innovation and we keep on evolving, where do you think that frontier lies? Could tradition and innovation coexist, or these dishes should eventually develop and change with time?
It depends on the dish. It depends on the dish. Some dishes needs that you take the dish and to work to make it better. Some dishes are so good that at the base. But for me, it's the tradition is the base, the basement of everything. So we have to start with the tradition, learn the tradition in a proper way. Then you can go for the innovation. For sure, tradition and innovation can be together. There's no doubt about it. So just with tradition, you can innovate. You can make innovation. You know, this is my honest opinion about it. So, but we just go a little bit back. You know, is it truly Portuguese? You know, because we Portuguese, we always when we are here and we feel what we are doing here. I'm looking at your eyes and I'm checking what you feel, and he's doing the same. So we are here, we feel what to do. It's like cooking. When you cook with heart, we are tasting all the time, trying to make it a little bit better here, put more salt, put more pepper, put more spices, put some freshness. And this is when we speak about cooking with heart or with all the whole food on the pot. So this is when we speak about really cooking with love. And when we feel, we sometimes we get emotional. And Portuguese people, we are emotional. Emotional.
We should. We're very romantic.
No, no, yeah, it is. It is. We are like that, and sometimes then our feelings just come out. Yeah. So for sure, he's a truly Portuguese, and your father for sure is proud of you, and you are proud of him. Yeah, and there is space all the time to touch the tradition and to make it better, but also use tradition and innovate that dish. There is always time. So it's not that his father is wrong and or he is wrong. No, nobody is wrong. We're trying to do our best. In our best in about gastronomy, sometimes you take a dish and it's missing something. But you need to know that that dish is the base of our culture. So everybody needs to know how to do it. That's why we, as Portuguese, we need to spread the word of our culture because we have a huge amount of dishes. Not only cozida portuguesa, not only we have plenty. Arroz de cabidela. We have plenty of desserts. We have caldeiradas, cataplanas. We have so many dishes. So many dishes. Every region has some different dishes, and it's such a rich scenario. So such a rich culture in Portugal, and it's very important what you are doing too. That you asked me to come here to spread the word of Portuguese gastronomy, but I understand the communities here, how the effort of the communities are, how much work they have to do every day. So, and with that, we can understand that even if sometimes, answering you the question before, even sometimes maybe in the menu they're not total Portuguese, but they play a role on the Portuguese food all over the world. That's the most important thing.
Yes, and the immigrants in any country, they're ultimately the best ambassadors of those cultures in the world. I know that Vanda as a personality larger than life. Everybody loves Vanda in Newark. Vanda is an ambassador of Newark to the world. And do you think that that lovely person, that bubbly personality that you have, that it translate into the way you cook, into the way you want to obviously impact and positively impact your
I do, because you, as a chef, one thing for certain, for sure, is the egos that we have, and it's important to have those because you can make something or create something, right? But the bottom line is that you're literally almost making it for the other person, but it has to come through your level of greatness in the sense that what you really like, because that's the style of food you're going to cook.
People will taste it.
Yeah, I think I do think that you have to have you really have to care about that meal, and it has to come from you to make you it's for the love of it. You do it for the love of it, but you want to show your best work, right? If it's just friends, right? You want your best work, but at the end of the day, it's based on your palate. And if your palate is where it should be, it'll tell you. Financially, it's going to tell you. If your palate and you're cooking and you're making food, your palate's going to tell you if you're good or bad. Because who's buying and who's not? That's a fact. And so when you have these things, you're basing it on what you love and the quality of your work. So if someone loves that about you, they're going to tell 50 other people. You understand? So my point is that, yeah, I do. I think that we want to present our best selves. And that only comes from caring about food and the quality of that food. And so, yeah,
And
comes
you
with
do
that.
present your best selves because you obviously do an amazing job and are extremely talented. It's my honor to be here with you, having this wonderful conversation, emotional conversation, but a conversation that ultimately comes from the heart. And speaking of coming from the heart, I would like to open the session to some questions, if you may have.
Chef from Montclair. I may have missed it, but the conversation was Newark versus Montclair. Is there? It's not. They're different places. What took you to Montclair?
What
Yeah.
made me choose Montclair? It sort of chose me. I just had been working at another restaurant in Aberdeen, and if you all get a chance to go to, you should check it out. It's Lita, Lita. It's a modern Iberian restaurant in next to Mattawan, and I was there for since the opening. I was the executive chefs of opening, and I was working at their other restaurants because they have a hospitality group, and it's a Heirloom Kitchen in Old Bridge. They also have the St. Laurent Social Club in Asbury Park that just went through a rebranding. Now it's called Judy and Harry's. But that place has a special place in my heart. It was a Portuguese restaurant. The chef is Portuguese, and he wanted somebody. He had tried my food, and he wanted somebody that would do Portuguese food well in that area and be an innovator, like I was in, pursuing that. Where many other people did not want to pursue and try to change the Portuguese food. And I say that you don't always have to change Portuguese food. Like innovation comes with respect. As long as you respect the tradition, then you can innovate it. It's having that respect for the tradition. Without that and understanding the base and the fundamentals of the origin of the dish, some of my favorite things were the stories behind certain dishes, like sopa de pedra, fun stories that come with the food. I think that's what brought me, yeah. But your question, I'm sorry. That's the reason why it brought me. Montclair chose me. They sought after me. I had been consulting for Montclair for the last 2 years, on and off. On my days off, I would work at Mercado, and I would develop menu for them, and then I would go back to my other job. It was my true, what I was more passionate about, and then I dedicated some time to them twice a week on my days off. But now with the second baby, I wasn't doing that so much, and then they just decided, okay, well, we can't just have the menu not continue. We need you. So they offered me a contract, and I stuck with them, and also with the wanting more of that family value and core, spending more time with my kids at home. But the hours are completely different. I'm no longer working that 11 to 1 o'clock in the morning or 12 o'clock in the. Now I'm working from 7 a.m. to 4. I'm home by 5. So that's the other reason it made me change. That's why I'm in Montclair, and it's great. I love Montclair.
We're running out of time. I would just like Chef Gil Fernandes, in your first visit to Newark, what was the main thing that now you're going to be bringing back to Portugal?
Yeah, for sure. Because this community of Portuguese community makes me proud to see the effort of yourselves here, and I know there is more places in the world that we have the same effort, and this impressed me and give me the will to keep on traveling through these communities and or teach or also bring some knowledge from them and to play this role on the Portuguese gastronomy, to keep on giving more knowledge, more recipes, and where I go also to bring some knowledge. This is the most important thing, this exchange of knowledge. Like is what I bring to Portugal is that, yeah. And good friends too, good friends like ourselves.
And other friends that weren't only Portuguese. I mean, you met other people.
For sure. But yeah, I had more time with you. That's why I'm saying about the Portuguese. Yeah. So
one last question.
Thanks for letting me ask my question. What I wanted to know are sorry, there's some feedback. What are some of your drivers of innovation? What I'm thinking is possibly it could be sustainability or considering different health reasons. For instance, like I have African American heritage and we love our soul food, but then sometimes we think about the health concerns with eating sometimes food that could be like fried or carb rich. So can you just explain what some of your drivers are for innovation and whether that includes sustainability with the environment or health concerns?
It's for me, question? It's a lot about our philosophy, about the Portuguese produce, about the quality, about mainly every dish has to have plenty of flavor. This is the most important thing. And then for sure, we see the world so struggling with so many issues, mainly about sustainability. So for sure, we have to adapt a little bit. So seasonality, we have to respect the product in the season. Is when is the best season you can get. Asparagus May, so you should respect and use asparagus only in May. Don't force the seasons or ask asparagus in January. It makes no sense because otherwise it must to come from Peru or something. So for me, it makes no sense because you are making a product bringing from 1,000 kilometers. It's not good for the world, and for sure we have to adapt about that. And seasonality is very important, and this new feeling of biological and regenerative too, we have to be more focused on that because they really respect more our world, our soil, our ground, our animals, and we have to adapt. And we have to adapt, and for sure, more years to come, we have to make the right choice. Right choice is see where the product is coming from and check if it's really good for ourselves, for our nutrition, but also for the world and for the next generations, our kids. It's the most important thing, that you know that you're gonna leave a world for our kids, and the world must be healthy, healthy, 100%. And we have to adapt, even in our menus. I think I answered your question, but if not, just tell me. Thank you.
Speaking of future generations, we got to meet and take you to a vocational school here in Newark, by the way. Amazing. My last remark would be a request. What would you like to tell these kids that look at you as a reference, and what would be the best advice if for one day for them to become Michelin stars like you?
I have to love what you do, mainly, and be passionate. You need to use your passion in your job for sure. Otherwise, it makes no sense. When we have 40 or 50, we just do what we do because we love it. Otherwise, we should move away. So love and passion is the most important thing, and don't step back of work, or don't step back on believing, because without it, it's not possible. The world is nowadays difficult, so we have to know that we have to work hard. It's not only 8 hours, man. We have to be aware that so many people working for us, that they need our attention. So the staff is very important. So we have to give importance to them too, and it takes time. So 8 hours is not enough. So be able and be open that maybe the lesson or your job needs a bit more from yourself, and you cannot forget that. You cannot forget that. So is but be passionate is the most important thing. Don't you agree, or want to add something? Because you have
I didn't really hear all of the question that you had. Are you talking about the question? I didn't hear all of it.
How to keep sustainability, innovation, and health, and this approach to a sustainable, innovative approach to food, right? what the drivers of innovation are, either health,
Yeah.
sustainable.
I guess really the same way, and if I'm understanding you correctly, because I didn't really hear what did,
What are your, like, if you're innovating a dish?
I just think that you have like people that love food and understand food, they and not even if they let me take that back. People that love food. I don't know if sometimes people understand food and how to make it. But I just think that it's the creativity and the artistry that makes it for people to want to say, I want to taste that. I want to like that. Whatever the case may be. And it's also there's food that comes in and out of style, right? So the excitement with food and learning how to make food and what kinds of food is really giving your creativity or something that you've seen that you wanted to put your spin on, but it's artistry to me. And that's how I see it, because there's so many things that I could make a Portuguese dinner, right? But it would be a take of the base that I am on, and that is soul food. So it's going to be a little bit of soul. He could do the same thing, and he could have a Portuguese take on soul food. And it's just the creativity and what comes out of it, based on the artistry, as far as I see it. Because if you think about it this way, because of social media and everything that we have information from, there's a cookbook on everything that's made in this country and around the world, right? There's a recipe for it. Now, the recipe normally is a base recipe, but it's what you do with it to spin it to make it your own. And I think that's the brilliance of food, and that's why sometimes people come up with great ideas just based on something they started out with that was something about their heritage, and they added something different and created a whole new vibe that is working and delicious. So it's really creativity and art for me.
Creativity and passion. Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. What a wonderful conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Such a pleasure.
And our next panel, Building Culinary Communities, Food Justice and Access. I'd like to welcome our moderator, Dr. Saul Batista, Director of Medical Education and Community Engagement, Ethos to Farm Health. Panelists, Mark Denglassen, the Michelin-starred executive chef, NJ Office of Food Security Advocate, Hunger-Free New Jersey. Nicole Hewitt-Cabral, Chief Sustainability Officer, City of Newark. And Barbara Mintz, SVP, Social Impact and Community Investment, RWJ Barnabas Health.
Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Before we begin, I would like to thank Carlos, Isabel, and the whole Plusable team for organizing today's symposium and allowing us to have these conversations. So, round of applause to you all. Now, today, we've learned that food has many different meanings for many of us. Food is a way to share stories, to share culture, to share love. Food is an art form. Food is a form, at its most basic form, it's a form of human sustenance. Now, for those of you on the panel today and myself, we also understand that food can be a vehicle for advancing equity. And in advancing equity, a component of that is food security. Now, Mark, I've had the pleasure of sitting on multiple panels with you, and there's a statement that you have made that impacted me very profoundly a couple years ago. And you said that food security specifically, is not about food. Now, that may seem counterintuitive. Can you share with the audience how you came up with that statement and what do you mean by that?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Saul, and thank you as well to Carlos and Isabel and to everybody for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be with my fellow panelists and with you. So I am New Jersey's food security advocate, right? I'm in the governor's office, and we get to build out the food security strategy and the food system strategy for the state. And to do that, and this is the definition that you're mentioning. To do that, we center a lot of our work on the international definition of food security from the United Nations and its Food and Agricultural Organization that says that true food security, in order for it to exist, all people at all times have to have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food for both dietary and cultural preferences, for both an active and healthy lifestyle. It's very different than emergency food, right? Because, and this is, I think, the thing that you're talking about that I say so much. People ask all the time, you know, we want to work in food security, and I'll always say, well, are we trying to fight hunger, or are we trying to build food security? Because it's two very different things, because ending hunger has nothing to do with giving people food, right? Feeding people is about giving people food. But ending hunger is about wrapping supportive services around families, empowering communities, and building resilient food systems.
So people tend to conflate providing people with food to provide emergency relief with food security, and the two are not synonymous.
They are not. One, hunger is a physiological condition that occurs when we don't take in enough food. But experiencing food insecurity is a highly complex socioeconomic issue. It's about public health. It's about people needing better resources and jobs. It's about people needing to live in more stable living environments. So you can't mix the two.
And people say, why are you pursuing trying to eradicate sort of food insecurity, and that this is something that has existed throughout all of human history? But what you're alluding to is that these problems in contemporary times are essentially man-made, right? And if they're man-made, we can also find the solutions to them. I want to loop in Nicole, who works in the Office of Sustainability in Newark, and Barbara, you as well, because both your organizations are trying to solve this problem as well, along with Mark's office and his leadership. Could you speak a little to and expand upon what Mark has said?
Sure, and I think it's helpful to understand a little bit more about who I am and what I do. So I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of Newark and the Director of the Office of Sustainability. So our office is tasked with working in collaboration with other partners to foster a greener, healthier, more sustainable, resilient, and cooler city for all of our residents, but especially the most vulnerable. So we do that in a number of ways. Right now, we are focused on a tree canopy initiative called Rooted in Newark. Most of Newark has very low tree canopy, meaning just there are very few trees. And you can feel that, especially here in the Ironbound, that has, in some streets, no trees. So this is, for us, a life or death issue. I do say that because 1 in 4 Newark children have asthma. And as a mother of a 5-year-old, this is a very deeply personal, real issue. And when we think about all of our work, for example, our Tree Canopy initiative, we also think about how to connect it with other initiatives. So we have another initiative called Nourishing Newark. So part of both Nourishing Newark and our Rooted in Newark Tree Canopy initiative, we've been giving away free fruit trees to residents. So although we're tasked with making sure that they're street trees, a lot of Newark, we can actually plant trees on private property. And we found that since I've been the Chief Sustainability Officer just over a year, I've heard so many stories about residents, you know, climbing their grandma's apple tree or the pawpaw tree, or making blueberry pies. And there are these stories, these intergenerational stories that were brought down from the South up to here, brought over from Portugal, Jamaica, Brazil. There's stories that link us together through food. And there's a deep desire for dignity. I also think of food security as a dignity issue. and being able to go back to the way that we were ancestrally and having control over the food that we eat and how we grow it. So we, over the course of a month, gave away 350 fruit trees to residents, and we capped them at 2. So there's a deep, deep desire for folks to grow their own food and have power and dignity over what they eat, and then connecting that to a greener Newark. So I really am encouraged by residents taking control over our own food systems and determining how that works best for us.
Okay, so I am Barbara Mintz. I'm the Senior Vice President for Social Impact and Community Investment for the RWJ Barnabas Health System. I'm a dietitian by training, so this is definitely a labor of love for me. I've been doing this work for 20 years now. It began as a counselor at Newark Beth Israel Medical Center, really living social determinants of health with my patients almost every day, knowing that it was more, as Mark mentioned, than just giving them a diet prescription and expecting them to become healthy and well. And as the system now, we kind of take a three-pronged approach to all of this because we really do know that only 20% of what determines someone's health is access to safe and affordable health care. So we are out in our communities doing lots of different things, doing very upstream work as it relates to providing access to healthy food and healthy, nutritious food. There's lots of food in the city of Newark. It isn't always the healthiest. So we want to make sure that the food that we grow in the Garden State is coming into the places that is needed the most. And then we also tie that in with education. We want to make sure that folks are armed, especially in environments like this at times, to make sure that they're making the right decisions and that the food is available to them. We also want to make sure they understand the connection between health and the food that you eat. Not everybody makes that connection. Again, we can call it food insecurity, but it's also nutrition insecurity that we are trying to address. And then the third for us is really making sure that folks are connected to those social services that give them that economic stability, like SNAP, WIC, Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program benefits. All of those we want to make sure that folks have access to. So some of the programs that we are doing now as a demonstration to this, we have a greenhouse at Newark Beth Israel Medical Center and a farmer's market that accepts SNAP, WIC, and Senior Farmers Market benefits. We have 4 food pharmacies with plans to expand more. These are more than just giving out those bags of food. We want to make sure that we are addressing food insecurity at its root causes and looking for more long-term solutions to the problem. Especially as it relates to health. We all know that some of the diseases that are so prevalent right now in the country are food related. So with these pharmacies, there's nutrition counseling from a nutrition professional with oversight from doctors and other specialty services. We have a nutrition curriculum. It's actually a nutrition education curriculum in over 100 schools in New Jersey that really help families make those better decisions. As well as making them or helping them to understand the connection between what they're choosing to eat, how they're cooking it, and how it affects their health. And then we do have a SNAP program. I mean, in partnership with the state Department of Family Development, we have hired 12 SNAP navigators, and there is one embedded in each one of our hospitals so that they can outreach to their communities that are surrounding the hospital area, getting folks connected with this needed social service.
And thank you for that. And for the audience, you can hear that not only, as Mark, as you alluded to, the problem is complex and requires many stakeholders, but the solutions themselves have to be elegant and also require multiple stakeholders with multiple approaches. And I want to go back to something that you said, Nicole. You talked about this fruit tree initiative, right? And at surface value, people could maybe take it saying, oh, they had 300 trees, they planted them. Now, in a community like Newark, that's very important because it touches on a pillar of food security, which is agency, and the importance of agency for a community. Can you talk to us about what you've heard from community members and how that program with planting your own fruit tree, how it's impacted residents? Because We know it impacts our community environmentally, but can you speak to that pillar of food security?
Thank you for that question. And I just wanted to mention another initiative that we, similarly, we purchased 5,000 seedlings and partnered with the Greater Newark Conservancy to give them away. So we did it in conjunction with the fruit tree giveaway. And the impact is incredibly empowering. Over the last few weeks, I have folks coming into our office showing me pictures of their seedlings and fruit trees. Sometimes they're asking me, what is this seedling? I'm not sure what it is. And sometimes they're excited because their fruit tree, their apricot tree, leafed out, and they can't believe that it leafed out so quickly and that they may have fruit either this year or next year. So there is incredible, again, I bring up the word dignity because I think that's so important. It's something that is a through line through my work in environmental sustainability, but also community building and self-empowerment. There's an empowering element to actually being able to create and nurture something. And I think overall, it makes us better human beings. It makes us interconnected. And I think that is really, really important as we think about food and food systems. I really think it's really important from a justice lens, a food justice lens, to have autonomy and agency over your food. From a personal standpoint, I'm a Newark resident, and in my backyard, I have 3 raised beds, and I have an orchard, and I have a 5-year-old who walks around and picks the fruit, figs, peaches, off the tree. It's all organic, knows them, knows how food is grown, and can explain that, and there's a sense of power in that. And I'll just say I live near a housing development, and I have residents from my neighbors are checking in on me, very excited, wanting to learn more about that. And again, it's really empowering. And in communities where sometimes the only place to get groceries is a dollar store. And I encourage everyone to check out a dollar store and see folks filling their carts with canned food. That is very that is very detrimental to their health. Sometimes it's a corner store where sometimes they might get some fresh fruit and vegetable, but it's marked up 3, 4, 5 times over. There's something very, very empowering and an agency and dignity to being able to create, take land and take a small seedling or a tree and actually nourish your family and provide for your family. So, and what's beautiful is that it leads to interest in other things. Well, if I can do this and plant my own, garden, maybe I can then, participate in a volunteer program and plant a tree or check in on a neighbor. There's kind of this exponential spillover effect add-on to these small steps that actually builds community dignity and it can actually lead to much more, basically.
It's incredible how taking care of a little plant can lead to such a transformative effect in people. It not only gives them agency, but to your point, it changes their relationship with nature, and it's a form of self-development and education. Now, Mark, you're hearing what's going on tactically, right, from the people on the ground in those initiatives. You operate sort of at a strategic level. And so what are the sort of strategic points that you have developed at the state, and how would you like to see those sort of reach people that are on the ground that are executing on that strategic vision? Could you share with us just maybe 1 or 2 points?
Sure. So first, shout out to you for referencing one of the pillars of food security. So he actually does listen when I talk. And we've done many of these things together. So I also think that was a wonderful setup, because one of the most strategic things that we're doing at the state as we define what the food security strategic plan for the state should look like is creating consensus about this definition of food security and the pillars of food security. And why that matters to strategically addressing strategically combating food insecurity and building true food security is because the 6 pillars of food security are measurable, right? What is never measured is never addressed, right? And so at the state, when we say that we are now defining food security and the food security strategic plan for New Jersey as having to focus on economic access, social access, physical access. When we talk about this having to be about justice and equity and you know, culturally sensitive food. When we're talking about all of these things, the 6 dimensions of food security are availability, access, utilization, stability, agency, and sustainability. If we are not all collectively working on these 6 pillars together, if we are not addressing these 6, and I'm holding up 5 fingers, 6 pillars together, we are not making a family or a food or a community truly food secure. So strategically, we have to bring people together to agree to this definition of food security and get them to work together on this. And we have to get them to agree to how we measure success, right? Because especially in the emergency food sector, a lot of how we have been measuring success in this country is defined by poundage, right? We have successfully combated hunger and built resilient food systems because we have distributed 1 billion meals or 1 million pounds of food, but we have not actually asked a family, did that 1 billion pounds of food give you agency? Did it teach your children how to eat healthy? Did it help you combat your type 2 diabetes, right? It's just a measure of one pillar of food security, which is physical availability of food, poundage, right? But strategically, we have to start redefining what success looks like for us. And because we're now doing it at the state level, the next thing that we're hoping we can do is we then have to take that down and supercharge what they're doing, right? At the city level and at the organizational level and at the community level. If we can get their consensus and buy-in, right? And they're the ones that are on, because I used to be on the front lines of this work, I'm not anymore. So it is incumbent upon us as a state to lift up what they're doing, right? And say, hey, we can come to you with this definition. This is where we strategically want to head to in the state. And I do have to emphasize as well, New Jersey is leading the country in this. National experts, I was just in DC, 4 days ago, national experts continue to reference how Jersey aspires to do this work. We're not perfect, we're not there yet, right? But strategy can be fed by measurement, by consensus, and by community work.
This is why I love our conversations and always being on a panel with you, because of the points you always make. Earlier, they talked about how innovation is very important, right? And it seems like here in the state of New Jersey, sort of we've taken that to heart, that how do we take something and improve upon it? And when it comes to this problem, one of your approaches has been, how do we build consensus around metrics that we can all agree on, right, that are actionable, right? And it seems like downstream, we have folks like Nicole and Barbara that are executing on creating the infrastructure and then evaluating that infrastructure on the metrics that you propose. So I want to bring Barbara into this conversation because RWJ is actually executing, has a lot of interesting, innovative projects that they're developing, again, to address not just food access and availability, but the integration of how it plays a role in economic development and supporting social enterprises, how it impacts people's health. There's this new wave of food is medicine. Could you elaborate a little bit on that, and in what you can, talk about some of those social initiatives and the organizations that you have worked with?
Okay. Well, food is medicine for me as a dietitian. I went into this whole career because I knew certainly how it made me feel when I was eating right and doing the right things and making the right choices. If you look at the data, it will show you that, on a macro level, that all of the diseases that are really plaguing us are from our food behaviors, if you will. Type 2 diabetes, heart disease, things that come from obesity, people that don't have access to food and they are suffering from food insecurity. There's also this, what we call the hunger obesity paradox, where a lot of this is happening in areas where there is fast food after fast food after fast food. So I could go on for hours about what the problems are, and they are systemic. It is an economic issue. It is a systemic issue that has happened over redlining over the centuries of what we've done to certain cities and how we have kind of crippled a healthy food system over the years. So, I mean, I'm a clinician, so I try to stay in my lane as much as I can, but it's very difficult not to go out on all these other platforms when you see how it is affecting human lives. It's difficult to measure in areas like this whether or not somebody's clinical outcomes are improving, because people come and go in and out of the healthcare sector. It's a treatment model. It is like treat and release in an emergency room, so it's very difficult, and we know what the problems are. So what we're trying to do is create something that we call a food pharmacy, FARMACI, so that when folks do come in with some of these conditions, or really any condition when you think about it, because food is actually linked to cancer, some cancers, not just obesity, heart disease, and diabetes, the ones that you think of. We want to make sure that we help them manage their condition. I mean, food can actually treat, manage, and prevent many diseases, and we try to make sure that they're educated on that with a nutrition professional, and that they also have food, and that the pharmacies that we have, in partnership with the Community Food Bank of New Jersey, but primarily with farmers in the state of New Jersey, to get them to choose, help them shop in the pharmacy to pick the right foods for their families and themselves, not just to manage, but to prevent disease as well. We also consider ourselves an anchor institution in many of the communities that we're in, particularly here in Newark, and we think that a lot of this, from a business standpoint, is creating this business model for farmers. I come from a family of farmers on both sides of my family, and my grandmother was from Portugal, so this is kind of a thing for me.
Oh,
so I really do believe that we have to give some power and some business opportunities for the farmers in New Jersey. I mean, we are the Garden State. The food is out there, but it is exported out of here. We need it here. So we're trying to create ways with local farmers to create what we're calling a food aggregation hub right here in Newark. Farmers will be able to bring their food in, give them a business stream, give them a distribution, because it's really a distribution issue at the end of the day when you think about it, right? The food is here. It's just a matter of getting it to where it really needs to be and making it affordable for people. But this hub will also have which is the other prong of what we're doing, that education piece. There'll be 2 kitchens in it. One will be a teaching kitchen for the, open to the public at large, but we also have a commercial kitchen so that we can start to train chefs in schools, to get some entrepreneurialism to some folks who want to start a business, who want to start a restaurant, teach them what some healthy ingredients would be, make it available to them, let them use the kitchen to cook healthier things. All of that has to play into it. I also think one more point I want to make, so it may not be a clinical point and a food is medicine point, but if we don't have the food, we can't treat, prevent, or manage the conditions. So we need to create this model for these farmers, and that is to get businesses, big anchor institutions in Newark, to purchase locally, not to do it based on a budget line. I know we're guilty of it too, and we're working on trying to get that changed, because food isn't a commodity. It's not a surgical cap or a booty, or it is medicine. So we want to make sure that we are purchasing and helping that farmer bring that food in and make it available to our patients and our community members.
It's phenomenal. And this is why I'm so excited about this food hub that should be coming hopefully in the fall. I'm going to knock. Because to Mark's point, it addresses multiple pillars in an integrated fashion. It's addressing accessibility, availability, economic development, education, clinical outcomes, right?
All these things.
All these things in unison, right? And that's powerful. That's powerful. I know we have a bit of time, and I wanted to ask you all, I mean, this is very complex, but for the audience, if they had to do something in their own lives, something pragmatic that they can do that will contribute to addressing food security what would that be? What sort of suggestion would you make to them? And again,
I know.
That's it. Thanks, Barbara. Thank you, Saul, for the simplest question at the end of the.
I saved the best for last.
Yeah. So I have two thoughts on this. The first, and I'm not. It sounds like I'm being facetious, but I'm really not. The first thing that we should all do is go hug a farmer, right? If you know a farmer, go hug a farmer, right? Because by and large, the agricultural community has been left out of the conversation about how to build resilient food systems. And I know that today's event was about, savoring Newark and celebrating the food system and the resilient food system here in Newark. I know that today was about celebrating what Newark can do for the New Jersey food system, right? New Jersey has more than 10,000 farmers, and we have 6 commercial fishing ports. Fishermen are farmers as well. We have 6 commercial fishing ports that are supplying the entire East Coast and the rest of the country, and we are harvesting more than 10,000 species of seafood, high quality, beautiful seafood off of our shores in these 6 commercial fishing ports. And we are $295 million into fighting hunger in this state, right? Through one pot of money alone. And yet in that time, food insecurity in New Jersey has continued to go up by about 1.8% since 2018. And it has become harder and harder to stay a farmer in New Jersey. It is 12 times more expensive to be a farmer in New Jersey than anywhere else in the country, right? If we lose the people that are producing our food, we are in a world of hurt as a state. And so if you're a chef, if you're a business owner, if you're in healthcare, if you're in government, we need to go hug a farmer and we need to bring them to the table with us. And the second thing I will say, because I actually do this with my friends and with my family, they love me when I do it. I would challenge everybody to really take a good, long, hard look at what success looks like for us. There is always going to be a place for volunteering at a food bank, at a food pantry, for preparing food at an emergency soup kitchen, right? And these are incredibly important frontline organizations. But for most of us, we do that once, twice, maybe 3 times a year, usually on a holiday like Christmas. Hunger doesn't take a vacation, right? So how can we redefine what we want to do and how we want to participate in this movement, and how do we want to bring our loved ones along for us? That we can do that as individuals, and we can really think about that, as individuals.
What's great about what you just said was that it goes back to a comment that Chef Gill made earlier today. He said that it's for us as consumers to do this with intentionality, that when we source, who we source from, and that matters, right? So Chef Gill earlier today, he says that when he goes to source produce, he sources exclusively from the community and from Portugal. He does not import. And because he learned that lesson from his father, that he saw struggles from past generations because people did not source and support their local neighbor, right? That there's power in community when we support each other. And one way that we can do that, to your point, is think about our farmers when we make that decision about where I'm gonna get my kale or my spinach. You can order it via some online platform, or you can be intentional and go for that walk, right? Maybe it takes you 20 minutes away, but now you're supporting your neighbor.
Yeah. Right? Okay. May I say something, and then I promise I'll give up the mic to Nicole and to Barbara on this, because I think to Chef Gill's point about, and to what you just emphasized about intentionality, and this is for anybody and everybody that's listening to this now, right? This is why intentionality and sourcing as to how we source and where we source is so important. We have an amazing, nationally renowned nonprofit agricultural operation in Hunterdon County, New Jersey, that's producing 3 million pounds of gorgeous produce every year. And the state that benefits the most from that operation is Texas, right? And also through my work, I have seen for myself, direct line, we in terms of our food waste, we plow over gorgeous fields of lettuce. We dump fresh tomatoes. We dump fresh seafood because of a lack of infrastructure, because of a lack of intentional sourcing and an intentional focus on that sourcing. The food is here. The food that could be in our restaurants and on our tables and that could be combating obesity and type 2 diabetes, the food that can build agency in Newark, it's here, right?
It's let's keep the garden in the garden state.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar, not as eloquent, but yeah, buy from your local farmers, support your local farmers market. I used to live in New York and I go there every weekend. And when I go to the farmers market in Brooklyn, I ask the vendors, where are you from? And most of them are from New Jersey. And in my own community in Newark, we have no permanent farmers market. So those are things that I think about, how to support local farmers here in New Jersey and make sure that they're not sending their beautiful lettuce to Texas and not going across the river paying congestion toll pricing to sell in New York when we need it here. So as much as we can do that, supporting local produce. There's so many ways. I mean, I just think of simple cook. Let's cook for ourselves and share that meal with others. I think just building that community, checking in on your neighbors, making sure that folks are okay. Sometimes we're not okay, and it's hard to say that. So as much, I think of us taking ownership and not waiting for others to do it, and making sure that we are okay, and then advocating for what we need. So you have a state level official, a local government official, a funder, and a hospital systems worker, just really advocating and expressing so that we can then create policies and programming, or co-create it together, that work for all of us.
Now, Barbara, I want to give you the opportunity to respond, but I do want to take this opportunity, again, to celebrate your work and your role as the Senior Vice President of Community Impact and Social Impact at RWJ, because you, at an institutional level, have been very intentional with the partners that you work with. You work with, again, local community-based organizations that are hiring local urban farmers, local urban delivery drivers. You're working with local chefs, right? Again, your organization has been very intentional, and you could have done it an easier way, right? But you chose not to do that. And again, I think if more institutions, to Mark's point, did that, things may look a little bit differently. So thank you again for having the courage and taking that difficult step at an institutional level. Again, I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you, Saul. It took partners like these to make this happen, because none of this is done in a silo, right? I mean, in working in healthcare, we're a very large bureaucratic organization, and it hasn't been easy. There's always been some competing agendas between finance and this type of work. And it's still sick care, unfortunately, at the end of the day, but people like Saul and Mark and Nicole, we all believe that we can really build a healthier New Jersey and country at some point if we did just hug a farmer. And we did push the envelope on policy. I mean, go to your kids' schools and tell them, ask them where the local produce is. Go to if you're working in another organization that's serving you cafeteria food, ask them if it's locally purchased. Get involved with the GPO process in your organizations and see if there is something in a contract that says they have to buy at least 10 to 15% local food. It would change the entire complexion of this state and the country if we were to just keep it local. New Jersey is an amazing state. I come from California, and there's all kinds of things growing out there all the time, but here I've never seen such beautiful farms and gardens. When we first came back here, all we would think of was the New Jersey Turnpike and Sea Caucus, right? Because that's what people think when they think of New Jersey. But this is the Garden State. It truly is. It's lush. I mean, all you see is green around here, other than pockets of what Nicole is working on right now to make sure that we do stay green and lush. But it is here, and we need to find ways, and a lot of it is policy, but you can, like, one voice is pretty loud. So if you were going to a supermarket and ask somebody where the local produce is, and then ask them where it's grown, and get them to start to think about it. It's also up to us, I think, at this level to make sure we educate people on what this does from an economic stability standpoint, how it can uplift an entire community if we get involved in things like this. I mean, we really are what we eat at the end of the day, but so are our communities. So I'm encouraging all of you to know that, you're saying there's things, well, what can I do sitting here in this seat, or when I go back home, there's lots you can do. Nicole made some wonderful points about creating a community around it. Maybe you have a CSA in your neighborhood where you're buying farm food from a farmer that you can all share. There's lots of things that you can do to keep it moving, but it's on a simple level.
Thank you. We have a little bit of time, and I'm going to wrap this up here to say that the most powerful voter is your pocket. So choose wisely. Everyone here made great cases as to why and to where. Now, we have about 7 minutes left, so I wanted to open up questions to the audience for our panelists. Give us a moment so we can actually get you the mic.
So there's a lot of changes happening in the overall political system where, people think it's bad that we're giving food to people. Reduce my taxes, not realizing where they're actually ending up. How are we addressing that situation as a society when you look at the future from now?
I guess the state official should.
Mark, you're on the hot seat.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So we were actually thank you for that question. We were just talking about it in the back, right? For 3-4 years, federally, we had so many innovative programs. We were talking about this. We had so many innovative programs that, we're building infrastructure for our Black and brown farmers, that we're providing local farm to school, providing local food from farms to schools. And, even last night, right, we see news about how we just seem to be doing a complete 180 on that. So the timing of your question is perfect, because I was in New Brunswick today, at another event where we were talking about how these changes are happening. And what I said is that one of the best things we can do is that here in New Jersey, I do not see us stopping at the state level, even though federally it might be going in a completely different direction. The real food security advocate for New Jersey is actually Governor Murphy and Speaker Coughlin, right? I would not be here. The two of them would actually come to my facility in Patterson without cameras just to check on us, right? And with this governor and this speaker and our partners in the legislature, I do not see our state policies changing anytime soon. We're going to have to fight really hard, because the federal changes are definitely going to make things more difficult for us as a state. But I think here in New Jersey, and actually even with our gubernatorial race, I will be honest with all of you, we work on both sides of the aisle here in New Jersey. I think policies around making family, in New Jersey, the work has always been about more than just giving people emergency food. It's been that way for going on at least 6 years, right? So I don't see it changing. I don't see it changing anytime soon.
Anyone else? So that's really reassuring, because it sounds like no matter who is at the helm, whoever is there is going to retain the core values of what makes us New Jersey. right? Which is we're going to have courage and we're going to stand up for what we feel is right and try to be the model for the rest of the country.
But I will also say, and this is again related to that question, but just for all of us, the power is with the restaurateurs, the private citizens, with all of you. You talked about how the power is actually in here. The way it works is if you as a society, as a community, as private citizens are loud enough, especially here in New Jersey, I will get a question from one of our legislators. I will get a question from the governor's office. I will get a question from the speaker. Hey, Mark, we're hearing a lot about this. What do you think? Right? That's the opportunity here in New Jersey. So for those of you that care about resilient food systems, we can't take our foot off the gas pedal anytime soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Very powerful. Any other questions from the audience? All right. Well, again, I'd like to thank, always fantastic conversation. It's always a joy having the three of you, Mark, Nicole, Barbara. Round of applause for our panelists.
And now the last panel of our Savor Newark, Navigating the Global Supply Chain Challenges and Opportunities. And to moderate, I'd like to invite my friend Hank Zona, wine and food writer, eater.com, and Edible Jersey. And the panelists are Adam Ciabra, Executive Vice President from Ciabra Group, and Luis Janota, owner and president of Ocean Seafood Depot.
Hi, everybody. Adam, Luis, nice to meet you in person.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
We actually had some phone conversations and Zooms to set this up, and one of the things that crossed my mind is this is not just personal, but it's professional, but it's really personal for the two of you. You've grown up in your respective businesses. You really have an understanding, really from the ground floor, how things work. And we want to keep this positive. We want to talk about how the supply chain is benefited here in Newark. The location here, the importance of that. But I guess the 800-pound gorilla in society right now are tariffs. So we should probably address that first off and what impact that has, because both of you are bringing goods in from a lot of different places. So Adam, give us an idea of what Seabra is bringing in, where it's coming from, and what impact things that are happening now are having on the business.
Well, we started really our company importing a lot of products just from Portugal and Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
But as we've seen, lately in the last 15 years or so, even the Latin community is also growing. So we are importing now from, almost 15 different countries. And, certainly the tariffs are a hot topic, and it's a great time to have this panel because of what we're kind of experiencing. I think Louis can also attest that we're waiting to see what the world is also doing. There's only so much that us as importers can absorb of those costs. So it does fall on the consumer at some point. There is going to be an effect. It's different products. It's a very interesting question with the tariffs because, we just had a couple of food shows, and we have discussions with our suppliers, and that 10% from the EU and from Brazil, basically, there's an effect, obviously, but it's not just the tariffs that are raising the prices. In production, there's seasons that things aren't produced well. Mm-hmm. We've seen, for example, coffee. Coffee is going up, skyrocketing. Brazil is the largest, exporter of coffee, and they just things like weather affects it, and the tariffs are there, and coffee's still there. So with that, for that particular product, we have extended conversations with our suppliers. What can we do? How can we run promotions so the consumer isn't feeling the effect of this? Because we still want to import from the countries that we
Right.
serve. Part of our strategy at Seabra Foods is bringing products in that people miss from home,
Mm-hmm.
that they have that connection with.
Mm-hmm.
We can, certainly do a lot of local outsourcing or purchasing of produce, for example. But another example, kind of the opposite of what I'm talking about, is olive oil. We've all noticed on the shelves, olive oil has been really expensive, but we're seeing that price go down with the tariffs in place. So it's not just the tariffs. There's a lot more to what affects
Well, Louis and I had this conversation the other day. The seasonality is a big issue too. We talked about Percebes, and it has a very tight season, right? And so you're going to bring them in no matter what's happening out there because there's a demand for it and there's a season for it. Also, a lot of what both of you bring in, and I'll address this to you, Louis, is perishable. So it's not like you can go ahead of the curve and say, well, tariffs are going to come in place on a certain date, so let me bring the inventory in now beforehand, because you can't bring fresh fish in ahead of time and just keep it laying around, right? What kind of challenges have you had? It's the uncertainty that really creates the challenge.
So thank you, everyone, for this panel. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you, Hank. Adam, great seeing you. We have the same challenges that they have. We bring products from Portugal, Morocco, Greece, and Spain. The 10% increase that we have now, that we don't know what's going to end up, goes straight to the consumer. You go to restaurants today, you see how much you are paying for food today, the costs. It's challenging. It's 10% added to it without having anything in it. People are complaining, customers are complaining. I mean, we do a lot of restaurants, mainly restaurants. We do specialty fish, for example, to most restaurants are in New York City. They could afford those fishes. But it's getting to the point that it's not affordable.
Well, it's not just the specialty fish, too. We were talking about this the other day. There's other associated costs, right? You have to have special containers for your specialty fish. So they cost you more. So that's another cost on top of the actual cost of bringing in the fish itself, right?
Yeah, we spoke about the boxes.
Yeah, yeah.
A box today is $4, $5, $6. You need to transport the fish in a decent, clean box. That's also very priced. There's a liner, there's ice, there's all kinds of stuff that go into the fish, but to arrive fresh, everything costs a little bit more.
Right, right. And again, it's those associated costs. A lot of people are just thinking, well, it's going to be 10% on top of what I'm buying, but then the cost of transportation, manufacturing, production, all has to get added in there as well. So it's a lot more complicated than a flat number. And again, it's the uncertainty too. There's uncertainty because you don't know when things might change back, when they might escalate, and that's not easy from a business planning standpoint, is it, Adam?
No, I mean, just alone during the COVID time, getting a container over from overseas, just the prices doubled out of nowhere, really. There was that time we had all those containers that we couldn't get, and we have 3 or 4 containers of rice just sitting out there waiting to come into the port. It's cardboard goes up like Louis just mentioned, so it's those little things that it's not just the 10% like you said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there was that little COVID thing we dealt with. It's been a tough decade. I mean, it really has. And when you think about it, we're about halfway through. It's and that presented its own set of challenges, and then trying to get that whole supply chain back running the right way, right? Because I mean, you're bringing stuff in constantly, and as I said to somebody jokingly this morning, I was talking about this panel. I said, their supply chain happens when most of us are asleep, but it's been kind of interesting to once everything started coming back in again, it took quite a while because everything was so backed up, right? And we kind of run that risk now, I think, of that happening. You both have been in the business, and your family's been in the business for a number of decades. What's the difference? What's the difference, Louis, today and when you started? You said a few decades ago in this business. You started Ocean 27 years ago, was it?
Yes.
How's technology helped you with the supply chains to make your life a lot easier? Obviously.
A lot.
Yeah.
I mean, from loading a truck to providing an invoice or inventories, everything all together. It's a lot easier today. I just thought it was a little bit more interesting before.
That's a good word.
It was challenging, but we always come up with a resolution. Today, it almost seems like difficult. Problems just keep happening. But then AI,
that was going to be my next question. Are you seeing AI now coming into the supply chain? Have you started applying it at all, or exploring it? And do you think it'll make things easier, or it's going to be tougher at first? What do you think?
I'll be very honest. AI is a little bit still ancient or foreign to me. I'm not absorbing it as much on my daily basis. But I do think that technology, like he mentioned, has made it easier on the day-to-days. I know for us, if our POS system knows that a product's coming in with this expiration date, then we already are ahead of it, the food going to waste, then we're able to kind of push that towards our retail stores from our importing companies. So that has helped us tremendously. And I think it's something that you have to, as a business owner, always be investing in. I know what Louis mentioned, maybe 10 years or 15 years ago, it was a little bit easier to find solutions. But I think also maybe 10 or 15 years ago, we were a little bit smaller of a company. And as we get bigger, you do have to just inherit that, you know?
You have to kind of grow with it. Yours is a family business. Was yours a family business too?
Also a family business,
But you didn't start off as a family business, did you?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I started the company. My family works there today. My both sons and wife.
And so everyone knows how the business operates, all the nuts and bolts of the business.
Everyone has a spot in the business that they take care of it, and that's their responsibility. My son, for example, my oldest, he does all the buying for the business. I mean, I used to do that. I used to sell. I used to buy. I used to load. I used to do everything. Today, things are a little bit more. I mean, it's a different.
So
era.
he's up in the middle of the night going to the market.
No.
No.
He's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he buys during the day and he picks
Oh,
up
good.
during the
Okay.
night. Yeah.
All right. And in your case, your grandfather started the business, right? Almost 50 years ago here in Newark, and it was a grocery store.
Yeah, we had our first grocery store on Ferry Street. We're across the street from where we have one now. Yeah, that was actually we're having our 50th anniversary this year of our importing company, Triinfo, and maybe a little bit older with the supermarkets if we think about it now. But yeah, we're third generation now. I have two brothers also working in the company. I don't know if my father's working less or more these days.
I know.
I'm not sure if I'm not sure if he would say the same thing Louis just said. But I think it's good. I think it's good for us to kind of step in now and you know, there's so much happening in our generation that we need to do. We need to you know, talk about sustainability and all that wasn't really addressed back in the day. So we can't. It doesn't stop.
I worked for the family when I arrived also from Portugal, and Adam was a little bit.
I'm not that much bigger now.
Yeah, but we're all seated. We all look the same.
On,
we're all the same height.
on
right
Liberty
now.
Street, remember?
Yeah, I remember Liberty Street very well.
So you have these generational businesses, both of you that you're involved in, and family businesses. And one of the themes that I picked up on in some of the other discussions here, and they've really been fascinating to tune into, is this generational influence, both up and down. You know, not just the influence of say the patriarchs of your family businesses, but also being the younger generations and influencing up. How's that happen with the running of your business, Luis?
So
are you learning from your kids?
Yes, we're learning
Good
with
answer.
each other.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not only working together, it's living together, it's going home together, bringing the business together, you know, at home, all the problems and all the solutions and so on. It's 24 hours a day. You know, it's getting a lot better. We're working on it in a way that we don't discuss all the time. But yeah,
your own supply chain around the table,
Yes,
everything, and getting
they
everything
just-
to work out.
My youngest just kind of finished college like a couple of years ago. He took his master's and all that, so he's in the seafood business now.
Nice.
I'm waiting for that spur and say, you know, let's do this, and that. It will come. They need a little experience, and you know, I'm sure Adam and his brothers went through the same. And you know, it's just a question of time, and they'll come up with their own ideas and their own things, and maybe I could get better at golf or something.
What's your family experience been as far as generational?
I mean, I could echo the same thing that he was just saying with us and my father. It's you know, you're going to work with your father every day, so you know it has its pros and cons. Like he said, it doesn't really stop. It is 24 hours. You always find a way to talk about work. You're always, you know, if I go to a grocery store, I'm just looking around because, you know, that's kind of our fastest growing division right now. So it's maybe there's a shift lately, but it's also getting easier for us to kind of inherit and be involved in the day-to-days. You know, it's a blessing to work with your family, and we're we're very fortunate. We're very aware of that. We talk a lot about, you know, what the next 50 years could look like, and it's not easy, you know, passing from generation to generation. There's obviously hurdles, but I wouldn't change it. It's been a great experience.
And I'll tell you the reason why I asked about a little bit about the personal background is because I want to segue into a point that I've made with you both in conversation. This isn't just a professional supply chain conversation. It's very personal for the two of you and for your businesses. Your families are from here. You grew up here. You know, you've actually done your share of grunt work you know, along the way too. You know, you haven't just been in an executive role, managerial role, but growing up here in Newark, you know people who work in the supply chain. You know people who are on the docks and at the airport and who are driving the trucks and all. How has that colored the way you approach the business?
This all impacts everyone. I think, I mean, I love Newark. I love the Ironbound. I grew up here. I had jobs here. I worked in supermarkets with your uncle. I worked with Triumfo. This is my town. People ask me where I live. I say Newark, you know, and obviously impacts everybody from the person that works for United, that I take a lot of flights out of there, and from the person that brings all the containers to us. It has a very big impact. I hope things get cleared soon so we could move on.
What was the, just a
You know, as
question.
you and I were talking about this actually earlier this morning, the fact that it's not just professional, it's really personal. That you know people, you grew up with people who have, and you yourself have done work along the local supply chain.
It doesn't get more personal, really. One of the things I enjoy most about my job is kind of going to the different communities. And if I'm walking around with my father, knowing people that, you know, that know my grandparents, that were there from the beginning, that depend on us to bring them what they miss. It's not just a 9 to 5. This is a very much, you know, we feel it, and we feel responsible, and we take that seriously. That, you know, it's you're a part of this community. We can't, you know, we're here for 50 years. You know, we're, you know, aside from this importing, we also have some restaurants, and people have gotten married. Their kids have had, you know, weddings and christenings, and everything in this business for us in my family is very personal.
Right, and I guess it's a little bit different too, where Luis's business, your name is not on the business, but people who are in the business know who Ocean Seafood is. But in your case, your name is on there. It's your name it's a known name too, not just throughout the community, but throughout the food community.
And when you have your name stamped on something, you want to have the best, you know, experience for people to go to grocery stores. You know, I once went to the post office in Harrison, and I was just checking out, and someone's like, "Oh, are you?" You know, usually I get Zebra Foods. I'm like, "Oh, good." That's us. And I asked, I'm like, "How was your experience there?" Because, you know, I want to know. And she'll say, you know, the cashiers are always on their phone. I'm like, okay, well, we always talk about that because they're the front lines.
Mm-hmm.
They're the first impression that people get from shopping. It's not us in the office, you know, paying for containers to come in. It's really something more personal. And, you know, we have the last 3 or 4 years acquired a bakery, Teixeira's Bakery, and there was never a thought to change the name. And we very much, I spoke with the family. We were working well in the process of transitioning, and I want to do good by your name. And and I know that meant a lot, because a lot, you know, it could be Jeannot of Seafoods as it is to his, but it's the same feeling. You wanna give a good impression, and yeah, it weighs a little heavier if you're if your name's there.
I know we were talking on the
family-
phone this
I'm
morning.
sorry, the family Ciabras have a big impact in the area,
Right.
and not all the area, various communities around us, and now in Florida, not only jobs, but all types of foods that you have today, you have because they believe in it and they brought it in, your grandparents and so on. I mean, there's a lot to thank them for, you know.
Well, the other thing too, both your businesses provide food for not just Portuguese communities, but Iberian communities in general, other communities as well. So there is a real personal attachment with people with your businesses, but also I think you both understand the personal aspect as well. You know, what you're providing for people who are looking for certain kinds of food at certain times of year. You know, maintaining traditions, which again has been part of what your both family businesses have been, right? I guess you understand that.
We bring specialty fish, and nothing makes me more proud than like go to these restaurants in New York, like kind of very nice restaurants like Avra, Oceans, and I see this Portugal, and I see Alfonsine, and I'll see the Percebes, and the, you know, like wow, okay. I mean, we're in New York. It is what it is. It's the center of the world.
Yeah.
And yes, makes us proud.
I did get some credibility when I mentioned Percebes to you, didn't I? Yeah.
I had to say
that. And the same with you. I mean, especially when it's a restaurant, when it's a grocery store, and you know people are coming in really looking for something specific. They're really looking for some piece of home.
It's really how this all started. You know, my father, when he got here in the 60s, you know, we started with the obvious, first importing olive oil. And then it was olives. And then it was lupini beans. So it really was products that he missed. And I encourage so much of our shoppers that if you do find something, you know, all of our stores are a little bit different. You know, again, we're not just living in households of same Portuguese people married. And now it's kind of different. Cultures are in the same household. So certain stores may have a higher presence of an Ecuadorian certain lines. I know some locations, our Harrison location has some Asian influence items because of the path that goes into the city. So we see communities, and we see how we can you know, bring products from home, you know, that gives them that memory. That's kind of, you know, some of our locations are right next to American grocery stores, and I get asked all the time, why are you guys putting a store there? We're not competing with them. We have similar items. We have everyday items. We have your detergents, your Bounties, your, you know, American brands, but we really specialize in listening to our communities and bringing products, you know, from their countries. And, you know, I was asked this recently, you know, what do you do with items that, you know, are too much to bring now? And, you know, what we're trying to, you know, for example, we have a sausage company that produces Portuguese linguiça, produces Ecuadorian, Colombian, Uruguayan flavored meats because it's locally made, so we have that control, so we do have some options. So it's really thinking that way, what we can do also here, bringing in a little of the influence from their hometown.
So you're creating supply chains.
Yeah, you know,
yeah.
I guess.
Also because of our community is changing.
Right.
You know, and you went through a lot of changes since I got here, you know, not too long ago, but it went through some changes.
Which is kind of the hallmark of the Ironbound.
Yeah.
It's changed
Yes.
since its inception, but it's always had a vibrancy and new people coming in. And you know, I live in Maplewood. I'm an Essex County guy now. I've written a lot about what goes on down here for Edible Jersey, for Eater, for other publications. I've collaborated with businesses. And what's always impressed me is the resiliency and the renewal and rebirth of the Ironbound and also Newark in general. And despite all the challenges out there right now in the food and beverage world, and for small businesses, I see Newark as an ascendant food community, whereas a lot of food communities right now are struggling on a professional level, on a restaurant level. And so I like what goes on here. And I think, bringing this back into the whole supply chain thing, Newark is a great location for what you both do, right? We talk about proximity to the airport, proximity to the ports, to the rails. How is it for you, Luis? I mean, especially when you're dealing in some products that are really need to turn around really quickly.
Epicenter of the tri-state area. We're close to everything. I mean, 15 minutes to New York, an hour traffic.
We'll
The
talk
port.
about that.
Yeah, the port. Our fish flies in on tap. We pick it up. The next day is in the customer's, refrigerator.
Yeah, I mean, this is even more convenient than, say, Hunts Point. I mean, Hunts Point
much
is
more.
much more, right?
Much more.
And because you are so close to getting things out, in and then out again, right?
I mean, just to piggyback on what he was saying as well with the, being able to, he has more of this challenge than we do, but it's specifically on with the fish or cheeses that you bring in. Having the option with the plane, really, it does land on Wednesday and it's in your stores on Thursday. And,
Right.
That is a great option to have. We have the train rail system here. We have containers that go on rail across to California. Easier because of our location here. So it really is a hub. I think, we've seen the Portuguese here a few years ago. Now they're kind of going out. We see some Latin, influences now, but I don't know if there's not any demographic or language that hasn't been in Newark.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
If you think of it like
Yeah,
that.
nobody's speaking Dutch anymore, but
Right.
still, it's, but, it's here. I mean, it's here and it's been here, and you can, I think I came up with a phrase. We were doing a piece on Newark and edible Jersey, and I likened it not to a melting pot, but it's a quilt. It's a quilt made up of all these different patches along the way that next to each other might not seem to work, but when you take them in their totality, it makes something that's pretty nice and pretty comfortable. And I think that's what I've seen as a sort of on the fringe outsider that has gone on here historically in the city. And you're right. It's interesting. The city was built historically because of its location to the waterways and to other cities in proximity. And it's actually now benefiting, I think, Newark more than it is some other communities because of this, right? I mean, you can get in something from anywhere in the world now, and you do.
It's as easy as that.
Yeah.
Really.
I think that's something that, being here gives us that option. Other locations, it could, offer some more, issues or problems that can occur. But yeah, it's a great hub and great, like you said, epicenter of us to distribute to many different languages.
How many different countries are you bringing fish in from, seafood in from?
Spain, Greece, Morocco, Portugal.
And also probably local too, right? You're also
Obviously
yeah,
local. I mean,
yeah.
a lot more local.
Yeah.
We still do a lot of fish locally, New Jersey, all the way from a lot of Canada.
Up
also.
Canada and New England.
But all the way from Boston to Cape May.
Right.
Yeah.
And you must be bringing product in from all over too.
Yeah. Last year we had brought in product from, again, almost 15. That's food items.
Right.
We also have our a company that imports wine and beer. So if we're going to include that company, we're close to 20 countries that we import from.
Yeah. and again, somehow it works, it gets here. There are bumps along the way sometimes. Once it gets here, though, the next part of the supply chain is getting it out. You've got how many trucks?
We have 35 trucks.
35 trucks.
Yeah.
And they're going all over the area.
Yes.
Hopefully at a good speed, but as we know, it's the roadways of New Jersey and going into New York. Who thought there'd be a rail strike, right? So that's backing up traffic. You're constantly I think you're having to pivot, right, and to sort of figure out these more immediate issues that come up along the way locally, right? How does that work?
That's where technology comes in.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the drones. But we're working on that. We're not there yet.
All right, fish
But,
drones.
But there's apps. Puts all the,
Somebody say
the
flying
delivery-
fish. Somebody say flying fish. I think,
right?
yeah.
Apps that put all the deliveries together. I mean, we start working at 12 o'clock at night. And
Right.
from doing fish, we try to leave the warehouse around 6 o'clock to go to New York. So we could be there, I don't know, 3 hours later sometimes, 2 hours later, depends. It's traffic is out of control.
And it's unpredictable too, right? I mean,
Unpredictable.
one day might just be like, why is it so easy today? And then you get
And that
nailed on the
happens.
on the way back home.
That happens all the time.
Yeah.
Like, what happened today? What is everybody?
Yeah. And and if I'm driving into the city to go to a meeting or to go to a concert or a ball game, I'm thinking, oh, this is awful. But when you're moving perishable product, it's a little more nerve wracking.
And there's times where we have to be certain places, because people have their own issues and that they need to prepare. And there's a lot of lunch in New York City, as you know. I mean, there's a lot of offices. So it's a lunch, like New Jersey, for example, there's a lot of restaurants that open at 4 o'clock. So there's time to get there. But in New York City, there's not. Very, very early business starting there. Chefs get to the restaurants around 7 o'clock in the morning. So, and earlier, but most of it. So we need to be there at a decent time for them to prepare for lunch.
And it's not as simple too as just being able to drive a truck. You've got to be able to know how to handle the product, be able to figure out how to park, how to get it in there, right? So it's again, it's not just driving a truck that you're training people to do here.
The logistics of it is impressive. And we got there little by little, doing this like from midnight all the way to 8 o'clock in the morning. Everything has to be ready every day. There's always a couple hundred orders to deliver every day. And it's really interesting how, I mean, this happens without even like you noticing like it's happening. You've got another person to do this, another person to do that. All of a sudden things come together. It's a lot of work. Not everything works.
And it took a while. I mean, it might seem easy
There's
now,
a lot
but
of tries.
there's a lot of trials and
Trial and
tribulations
error.
along the way, and a few mistakes probably
Yes.
too, right? Because
Yes.
that's life. Your situation is a little bit different because you're moving product not just to you're moving it to restaurants, you're moving it to your stores, and now it's now that you have Teixeira's Bakery on top of that, you probably have a lot of trucks, a lot of transportation issues.
Yeah, I mean, on the road, I can share that challenge with Louise on, our bread needs to be there before the store opens.
Right.
So, at night, I get updates, at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning every single day of the routes. Any delays in bread, any problem with our trucks. You always have to have spares because if something does break down, you got to take care of it right away. And, in our trucks, with technology, you can implement ways to, the truck maintenance is a huge thing. We're not falling behind on a monthly or maintenance to make sure the trucks run smooth. And then with the dry, as to on that level, the bigger containers, those are always challenges because you're driving on 24 pallets sometimes in a container on the road, and people are unaware that. I ask that if anyone sees a large truck on the road, just don't press your brakes. There's a lot that can go wrong. Have some patience because it's not easy.
No.
It's definitely not easy, and I have a whole new respect. I'm in the company now for 20 plus years, but for the food, for us to get product on our shelves, it is not easy. A lot of moving parts.
Well, you mentioned that you've been in the company for all these years. You were born into it, but actually working in it. One of the conversations we had was that you were in California for a number of years, starting an import business, and that actually kind of helped you look at things differently too, right? Because you weren't just sitting in an office.
The complete opposite.
Yeah.
And that was a nice crash course for me in our wholesale company because yeah, I did open up our warehouse distribution from ground zero. You know, I did buying, I did selling, I unloaded, you know, containers by myself, you know, and I remember getting a flat tire on the road. I was delivering to Orange County out of my Jetta that I had just bought. And I am, you know, full to the top of product, and I get a flat tire. So now I'm on the side of the road, you know, taking the boxes out of the trunk and loading, and loading it back and doing all that stuff. And it's long, and it was a definite, like that's how you really, you have to work. You know?
Luis is smiling too, because he's like, yeah, I know. This is a familiar story.
It's very familiar.
Yeah.
My car smells like fish.
It's not those little air fresheners. Huh?
Yeah, mine doesn't smell like fish, but I can definitely.
So
It's
one
more
more.
like cheese.
One more thing. One more thing I want to ask you, and then we'll see if there's any questions. Your job it could easily be 24 hours because the supply chain is 24 hours. One of the things we touched on already is that a lot of it happens overnight when the world is sleeping. How do you turn it off at all? Can you turn it off? Do you decompress at all? What do you do, Luis?
So just coming back a little bit on the trucks, I mean, we have GPSs, chefs call, where are you? We go to the screen that we have, we go there, where is this truck, where's that truck, you know, so we could give them answers like right away. So that's technology, and this is where you're talking about technology. So my phone I'm in bed, and my phone is right here, and I hear click, click, click. It's like these text messages coming in from a problem at George Washington, I'm not gonna get there in time. I don't know if I can disconnect yet. I don't think so. It's very hard, like just say, I don't care what happens, tomorrow morning's another day. Yes, but there's solutions that I have to come up with on a daily basis. It's not always so easy to disconnect when you put so much effort and so much into your job and to the company. And you know, we first generation, my kids is just starting to come in, so I can't disconnect.
I think it was a trick question, because it is hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
You never really turn off. I think there's always something that could happen, and you know, our grocery stores can see 200 plus customers, 200,000 plus, you know, customers, and there's always something that could happen, and you know, now with technology and the phones, you're really kind of expected to respond right away.
It's even more of a constancy now, right?
Yeah.
You can't disappear.
You really can. That's okay. I think for me to disconnect, I have to leave, like the state. My father doesn't believe in, you know, kind of a staycation. If I'm sitting in New Jersey on like a Saturday morning, he's like, what are you doing? I'm like,
you're open for business as long as you're
exactly.
here.
So it's a little bit tougher, but you find a way. You find a balance.
Good. Anybody have any questions?
The what process is low?
Or oil. Yeah, it's energy costs, basically. How's that going to impact you?
You know, that's a great question. You know, I think that's when you take advantage of these programs out there for, you know, low, efficient energy. You know, these are also conversations that we're having now, and it's, you know, we don't really have all the answers for that. I don't, you know what we can do better to make sure that that doesn't hit the consumer. It's definitely a great question, and something that we have to, you know, be focused on and think about. Thank you. I guess I didn't really have an answer, but it's you know, no, you certainly have to take an account for what's going on in the world, you know, and we put that into our formulas. We put that into, you know, what we need to do, what do we need to invest into to make sure that this doesn't, kind of kill the business. So it is a thought for a discussion. Thank you.
I get a pickup every day, garbage pickup, and an invoice says fuel
Oh, the
surcharge.
surcharge, yeah.
Fuel came down. Why am I being surcharged?
There's surcharges for everything these days.
It's out of control. I don't even know, but it is what it is. I think I know you need to kind of plan for the future, but I don't want to think too much about those problems. Like when they come, we'll see what happens. Sometimes we pass them along to the customer a little bit, and we kind of divide things a little bit. Now everybody, for example, credit card. Everybody's charging a charge, an extra charge on you go to a restaurant and they charge you 3% if you use credit card. For example, we charge 1.5. So we take 1.5, we give 1.5 to the customer. So there's ways of taking care of things, and at the end of the day, people have to understand.
But most of businesses consume a lot of energy. They have to. How does that come into play? You must have HVAC people, if not on staff, on call constantly too, right? And that's part of your whole. It's a different aspect of the supply chain.
Yeah, some of the technology that we have in the cars can give you like the CO2 levels, and maybe it's investing in some a better fuel efficient vehicles. That's kind of one of the ways in the transportation that we can look into improving. I know that with our fleets, we're looking at a set a number of new vehicles every year, and with tech, year on year out, it becomes a little bit more efficient. With technology, but yeah, it's a big undertaking.
Which creates a whole other set of challenges.
Yeah, my brain started to work. Well, then so.
What's the challenge that this solution has created? Any other questions? No, I think I appreciate you guys carving out time. It's because this is the end of a long day for both of you.
No, and I thank you for inviting me as well, for the organization here, and then I'm happy to be a part of this. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have to say I appreciate the good people at Plussable. They care about their community in ways that people don't even know, and that's what makes community. That's the difference between living in a town and being a part of a community. And they are the big glue stick in the community, as in my experience with them. So
yes,
thank you, Hank.
Cheers to them. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for
It's a pleasure
hosting.
meeting you both.
Thank you. For the organizers, thank you very much.
And that's it. That's how we wrapped the first edition of Savor Newark, Discover America's Authentic Food Capital, because we truly believe that Newark is America's authentic food capital. We appreciate you all. Don't forget to follow @Plussable_PR for more information. And most importantly, support local and empower your local communities. Thank you so much.
you.